We are live here today on Architects of Humanity with our special guest, William Armand Sosa, a psychic intuitive researcher. And it's going to be a great conversation. I see Mr. X in the chat. He said this should be a great stream. Yes, it will be. Yeah, so we'll let you introduce yourself, your work, and whatever topic you'd like to talk about first.
Okay, my name is William Armand Sosa. I'm a electronics technician, a software engineer, and a psychic intuitive researcher. I've been doing research into ancient technologies for about the last 30, 40 years. I made some pretty good, I had some pretty good results with some Egyptian reverse engineering with their power system, and particularly a thing called the Dendera light, but other technologies as well. I've been studying and what I've learned from the ancients is that they had a technology that we haven't scratched the surface of, and it comes down to a um, really good understanding of the world that we're in, of the nature of physical reality. And so that's what I'm studying now. My work with the ancient technology is kind of in the past. Now I've been more interested in what this is leading to. In other words, what kind of technical benefits can we derive from this knowledge, and particularly with our understanding of the universe and our understanding of power, energy, and life, biology. So
Yeah, yeah, that's a really, you had mentioned something that was fascinating when you talked about the Dendera light with the plasma, and that this, when I had thought that consciousness, it would only make logical sense that it comes before matter. And you were touching upon something like the physical universe could be created in something that the way a light attracts moths or insects, this universe could attract consciousness to it.
exactly, and that came to me from the Dendera light. I started work on the Dendera light in 2010. That was after I'd done the work on the this device here. It's called a Hathor Sistrum Crotalum. This is the power supply or power source that the Egyptians had. They had this and this thing called a Waz scepter, and they would basically touch it, and it would cause electricity to. I got a bad battery in this one right now, but once I discovered that, I was able to get further along into the Dendera light, because if without a power source, it wasn't going to work at all. And I will talk for a minute about how I know what I know, because that's a big question I get a lot from a lot of people. And I don't really understand it myself. I've been very technical my whole life. When I was a kid growing up in New York, I used to love to take things apart with a hammer. And I would scour the neighborhood on trash day to see what people were throwing away, just so I could bring it home. And if I couldn't fix it, I would smash it open and see what made it work. And I always seemed to know something about what was inside of it before I even opened it. I even figured out how to open it before I even knew what it was. And that technique or that skill followed me into the military and my career. I've always seemed to have this um, premonition, intuition, whatever term you want to use for it, of how things work, and like Tesla, in a way where I could build it in my head and test it, and sure enough, it would work when I built it. So with the Dendera light, a friend of mine in Utah wanted to go pursue it after many years of kind of leaving it on in the background, and he was involved in Rife technology. Rife is the guy who used sound and frequencies to kill bacteria and viruses. And he was Dr. Royal Raymond Rife. So my friend Ken was into Rife, and we had pretty much had the belief that the Dendera light was a form of Rife technology. So we immediately jumped into plasma. And if you ever look at the device, it has this bulb and a wavy snake inside of it. And a lot of people have said, "Oh, it's a light bulb," and that never made any sense to me. The thing is too big. It just didn't look like a light bulb to me, and it made no sense at all. But it did make sense as a plasma bulb, and so we built one. We at first played around with argon, neon, the typical gases you might find in a neon sign or something, and we were getting some good results, but nothing like what was in the image. Nothing like the snake we were seeing in the Dendera images. And when I first got involved with it back in the 90s, there wasn't a lot of information on the Dendera light to find. Uh, the internet was in its infancy, and so we were able to pull information out of the internet. It was grainy photos that were taken off askew. Eventually, I would go visit Dendera in 1997, got some close-up images of it, and then by the time 2010 came along, we had a lot of information on the 7 bulbs that are found in Dendera. So we built this. We were working with these devices without really reading the hieroglyphics. See, I didn't read hieroglyphics at the time, and there wasn't a lot of good information on the hieroglyphics. I mean, you couldn't find anybody who had done any translations. Now, today, there's plenty of translations out there. You can find them online. There's a wonderful book by a person named Sylvie Colvey. This person did the entire Dendera temple. All of the hieroglyphics have been translated into French. Unfortunately, I'm not French, but you can use Google to translate certain sections. And when we started to do that, it spoke about these devices being the day and the night bulb and having certain gases inside that were indicative of the day and the night. And so my friend thought helium or hydrogen must be what's in it, hydrogen, because that's the sun. And I thought, no, I'm thinking more along the lines of alchemy, mercury and sulfur as the sun and the moon. So I said, let's get a mercury bulb. So we got a mercury bulb and a hydrogen bulb at the same time. And we were working in Utah. I live in North Carolina. So I would come every, so often for a couple of days to do some work at my friend's home. And in the meantime, he would, get more equipment, do some, housekeeping, things like that, and some research as well during the off time. So when the tubes showed up, he tried them immediately. At that point we had a pretty good power system, and we had a test rig for bulbs. And he called me back and he said, well, the hydrogen looks really promising. It's a very straight beam and it looks really good. It was no different than the argon and neon we had been using before. But he says, you're going to be really disappointed in the mercury. And I said, why? He says, because it just glows green. And so when you looked at the hydrogen, it had this really straight beam. But when you looked at the mercury, it had this wispy cloud, like green cloud inside. So I went to his home a couple of weeks later, and we were testing it. And as I was looking at it, it just seemed strange to me. Why is this gas acting so differently? Why is a mercury bulb acting so differently? So when I went to touch it, I noticed that the beam went away from my hand. As I went to touch it, it went away. And it was repelling from my hand, which is not what you get from average neon, argon, hydrogen bulb. Those are attract. You see the beam come to your hand, kind of like those globes you see at the mall, like this thing here, right?
Yeah.
Touch it, and the information, the electricity. The Dendera light didn't do that, and you can kind of see it in this image.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The plasma, like a snake. It's like a weak.
And you can see how my hands are pushing it away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so what I noticed that I said, okay, well, let's put a there's a flower end to this device. It's called the lotus flower end. I said, let's put a piece of aluminum foil on that end and touch it to ground and see what happens. And that's when that perfect snake appeared. That's when we had this image here for the first time. Okay. Wow. And you can see it has it has a body, it has a head, right? And a neck, and it's exactly what's in the Dendera light. So that once we found it, now we had to figure out what it was. And that didn't take long either, because I came across some information about some work by a guy named Winston Bostic. And Winston had he was a physicist, a plasma physicist, and he did a lot of work with plasma. And he called it a plasma focus device. And so it turned out this thing is actually, it focuses the plasma inside into that snake, kind of like the same thing you would see with a fire hose. When you've got a fire hose and the guy adjusts it, you can have a spray or you can have a really tight beam. Same thing happens when you adjust the flower, the electrical charge on the flower. So I'm jumping around a little bit, but that gave us the image, the technology we were looking at. So then we started looking at the hieroglyphics in more detail, and that's where it started to really diverge from this idea of a light bulb. All those stories about soot in the temples and in the tombs. That's a red herring. This thing is not a light bulb. What it did say it was it said the lotus flower gives forth the sun of a new day, and the jet pillar lifts the envelope and creates the sun in the sky eternal. It is their cosmic model. It is their model of cosmology, that we are in a universe that is injecting living force into the universe in a womb, in a glass, or in an envelope, in an enclosure. And all of this, the Egyptians were really big on the idea that that the universe comes out of the womb of Nut. Nut is this god that was covering the sky, and out of its womb was the sun coming out. And so when I started looking at this, I'm like, well, that's interesting. And then I got into the electric universe, the Thunderbolts people and the electric universe stuff. And I was trying to map this device to the electric universe, and it wasn't mapping really well. It was sort of mapping, but not exactly. And that's when I began to realize that even the electric universe people are missing it. And what that is that the universe is driven by electrical forces, electric charge. Same thing, you get a shock when you cross a dry room on a carpet and you touch the door handle, you get a shock. That same electric charge is what's forming the entire universe. And that's a pretty bold statement, because that's not what we're told by our science. Our science says that the universe is gravity based, and it was blown into existence billions of years ago in the Big Bang. No, it's more like the universe is a flower or a vine. It has a lot more in common with a vine and the flowers on a vine and the leaves on a vine. Those are the galaxies, and those are the star systems that we see. So anyway, that's a long answer. I'm not sure I answered your question.
Yeah, no, it's excellent, because it gets into the that's an amazing way of looking at it, and it makes sense that the universe grew into existence, instead of we live in a culture of it's very warlike, very harsh, very the Big Bang, everything is like some type of bang or an argument or something. Like I was looking into the Secret Life of Plants. I had that book from a while back, revolutionary book, showing how plants have consciousness and can read our minds and many things. And it said in the description on Google, the AI was saying, well, this book argues that plants have consciousness. And I said, look at the way they put that. No, the book presents ideas of how. So presenting ideas is the right word to call it, instead of saying this book argues, So just like the Big Bang. So it's like an explosion, something violent, instead of something kind and nurturing that grows into existence, like you're saying, like it grows in, and galaxies are more reminiscent of like leaves on the vines, the flowers. And and then one of the most shocking things is that when you mentioned how the physical universe could actually be created as something like a light, the way a light attracts moths. So this universe attracts consciousness to it, which had me really thinking. And Mr. X, he always got good questions. He always believed they had electricity, that magnetism to lift the stones. And wait till you hear what Mr. Sosa has to say about the Coral Castle, because Mr. X is a very big fan of that. He read Praveen Mohan's book on Coral Castle. And I know he's going to be shocked when you talk about how the softening of the stone, and I mean, it was amazing to me. He said God in the womb is like the ending of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Wow. I didn't, he's always got some great stuff. No, you answered it excellently. And please.
And then, so when I in the last few years, I've been really more focused on what this device can show us in physics than any indications of what it had in the past. Because one of the problems I run into, and a question that I often get, is where's the physical evidence? I mean, we have a Baghdad battery that they found in Iraq, and that's really about it for physical evidence. And I don't think we're ever going to find the physical evidence. I think it was found by the French during the Napoleon excavations, the Napoleon archaeology work that was done. But I think it found its way into like the basement of the Vatican or something. I mean that literally, because a lot of the a lot of the archaeological evidence that was found in Egypt during the French period was taken to Rome, to the Vatican, and it was literally given to the guy who invented the electric battery, Alessandro Volta. Alessandro Volta was the lead engineer, lead scientist in evaluating the things that were coming out of Egypt. And I think, there's a pretty good possibility that a lot of our technology was actually reverse engineered Egyptian technology that they just buried the where they got it from and claimed their own authorship. So we're really at a time where, our science, one of the things about our science that worries me, always has, is this idea that it's finite. They call it entropy, that the universe is winding down. And, that's that idea that everything's going to expand out and then come crashing back in. And then we're all going to end in a big crunch. And I just don't buy that. That's not the world we live in. And the reason that science has this way of thinking goes back 400 years to Newton. Isaac Newton was the first one to get the force laws in place, and he needed a force to. I'm pegging out my CPU. I hope I'm not messing up anything. Anyway, he needed a force to account for everything. And the only force he had back 400 years ago was gravity. Electricity was known, magnetism was known, but the connection between them wasn't, and there was really very little known about each one at that time. So he created the gravity-centric universe that we're in today. That gravity is everywhere, and it's gravity that causes things to pull together, and it's what's causing the planets to spin around. All of that seemed to work. One of the things, let me back up 1 minute. The thing about scientific theories is they can be useful if not accurate. Okay, what I mean by that is that there was in the early days of astronomy, it was back in the Greek days, they believed in the sun, the Earth being at the center, and the sun and all the planets going around the Earth, and that was the Earth-centric universe. And they had a problem where some of the planets would go back and forth as they would go around the Earth. In their theory, they would back up and go again. That was called retrograde, and they couldn't account for retrograde in circular orbits. But if they put little tiny circles along the circular orbit, they called them epicircles, then they could account for it in their mathematics. And this mathematics allowed them to predict the behavior of the stars over time. So even though it was a flawed model, we now know the sun is the center of the solar system, and that accounts for the retrograde action and all of that. Even it still worked. And so the same can be said of our technology right now. Obviously, we have technology that is incredible, something out of Star Trek. The very act of us right now having this communication in real time. Cell phones, things like that. So our science is producing a very useful technology, but it doesn't mean that it's correct. And I think that's what the beauty of this work that I'm doing holds out, is that we're finally going to get a more accurate model of how the universe works, and it's going to get us into a universe that has a flow, a literal flow of energy that's coming out of a certain spot and going through the entire universe. And that spot is known as the Great Attractor. Right now, we've got the Webb telescope out there. It's the most recent space telescope that was put up, and it's seeing things so far away that it's literally seeing the edge of the universe. It is literally seeing an edge to the universe, the wall at the end of, and I believe that's the glass bulb that we're in. Just like the dendera light is inside a glass envelope, our universe is inside some kind of an electrostatic envelope as well. And that implies...
I had a quick question.
Sure.
So you said earlier about, what was it, Newton, he brought up gravity, or he needed a force for that, and then I believe Einstein came after him with removing the ether. Is that correct?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
just-
Einstein kept trying to fix the mistakes that were coming from the gravity model. And Einstein wanted to predict even more accurately, and so he came up with relativity. And again, all of this goes back to flawed, in my opinion, a flawed basis of the nature of physical reality. So Einstein, his math was very good, but I think he's all wrong about space-time and how gravity affects time. And I don't
Yeah.
think any of that's going to turn out to be true. I think we're in a much simpler universe than we've been led to, and they've
I agree.
overcomplicated our science so that nobody can understand it. And I think
Exactly. That I'm so glad you brought up that point, because I agree totally. I mean, Scribe was always questioning gravity, and I would not really pay attention to it, but with the way you bring it in, it explains it to me. Like Mr. X says, is it about gravity or magnetism?
well, I can talk to that if you want, but
Yeah,
I'll wait.
yeah, sure, if you want to
Well,
answer.
again, so the magnetism stuff gets into the Carl Castle stuff that we were talking about earlier.
Well,
And
it's
so,
funny because his other comment is Ed Leedskanen. Is that the guy?
Scallon.
Leedskanen, yeah, the builder of Coral Castle, said he knew the secrets of the pyramid. Wait till you hear what Mr. Sosa has to say about this. Go right ahead.
We'll start with that because that leads into the other.
Okay, into the magnetism.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll talk about Ed for a minute. Ed Leedskanen. I got interested in the Carl Castle years ago when Leonard Nimoy did his In Search Of, and he did an episode on Carl Castle. I've since then been there. In 1998, I visited with my brothers for a couple of days, and then in 2010, I visited again. And one of the things that Ed did, is he left a lot of his equipment behind. I mean, he just literally went off to the hospital and died one day and left everything behind. But he wrote a booklet called Magnetic Currents. And if you don't have a copy of Magnetic Currents, there's a wonderful one online that somebody took the time to not only recreate the booklet, but he added diagrams. It's called the Illustrated Magnetic Currents. And I would definitely, that would be my recommendation. But that's the one I read. And going back a little bit more, Graham Hancock wrote in his book, I believe it was in his book, The Fingerprints of the Gods. Yeah. There's a story about the Inca, the Peruvian Inca people, and that they had a flute, a golden flute that allowed them to make stones soft as clay, light as cork. And supposedly they could, use this flute on a rock. It would become more like clay, and the heaviness of it would go away, and they could lift it. It didn't literally float in the air, but it became much lighter, and you could pick it up like it was cork. And so I always wondered about that since reading it. And then I looked into Ed's book on magnetic currents, and he talks about matter. And his belief, the first thing he tells you in the book is that he doesn't believe in the proton, neutron, electron model, that the Rothschild model that was being pushed at the time. He said his understanding was that matter were like soap bubbles of vacuum energy, okay, like light. That light is a soap bubble of energy, and that there's this magnetic material, this north and south pole magnetic material that's stuck together until it's in the these magnetic particles will attract to the outer skin of the soap bubble matter, and that outer skin collecting the magnetic material is what makes it hard, so that it gives it adherence, and also makes it heavy, pulls it to the ground. And so according to Ed, if you could figure out a way of removing these magnetic particles from the skin of the of an atom, you could make material soft and light. Again, like that book said, soft as clay, light as cork.
Wow, that is amazing. Alexis, thank you for the support. He says he wants to know about your thoughts on Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Mr. X says, awesome guest. Thank you.
Yeah, the problem I have with Dr. Tyson is, of course, he's a standard physicist, standard science.
Yeah, I don't agree with him.
I think the problem with standard science is it's really an industry, and so you don't get recognition for bucking the industry. And he's really good he's a great mathematician. He's a wonderful speaker, but I think his model is all broken. What I do like about him is I think when the day comes that he finally takes a look at some of my material with an open mind, I think he's going to see it. It's guys like him that I'm hoping will be able to flip the paradigm, because they'll see where theirs was wrong, and where this one solves the mysteries that are still lingering out there. Because that's what I really love about this stuff. It solves a lot of mysteries that have been plaguing us for a long time. So
Oh no, definitely.
I was going to go a little further again with gravity and
Yeah.
magnetism.
Mhm.
Okay, so that if that's how matter can be dismantled, okay, where does matter come from? And that brings us to Halton Arp, Dr. Halton Arp, and his work on quasars. Okay,
Mhm.
quasars back in the 30s and 40s, the radio astronomy was in its infancy, and they started for the first time turning the radio antennas towards the sky to see if there was any radio sources in space, and they immediately found some. And one of the ones they found, very strong radio signal, came from this thing they called a quasar, a quasi-stellar device. And
Mhm.
there's a theory in astronomy, astrophysics, that they call Hubble's constant, or Hubble's law. And according to Hubble was the first person to find galaxies. Before Hubble came along, we didn't even know other galaxies existed. They thought Andromeda was a nebula in space.
Mhm.
They didn't realize it was a whole nother galaxy. It was
Mhm.
guys like Hubble and his work that discovered that. And one of the things he found as he looked at these other galaxies was he discovered that they were redshifted. Redshifting has to do with the Doppler effect.
Yeah, Doppler.
If you ever listen to a train come by, it does this.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's coming
Yep.
at you. The sound is squeezing together, and as it goes away from you, the sound expands. The same sound, but it's reaching your ears a little differently because of the speed of the train. Well, the
Mhm.
same thing happens with light. If something's coming at you very fast, it shifts into the blue, the ultraviolet, and if it's moving away from you fast, it shifts into the infrared. And what he discovered was that all the galaxies that he could see, or most of them, seemed to shift into the red. Some pretty far into the red, some just a little bit. So, and what he realized, what he began to think was, maybe this has something to do with the Big Bang, this idea that the universe expanded in one big explosion, and what we're seeing is things that are flying really far away and really fast from us. And so the redshift was supposed to be the indicator of that, and they were using that as a way of measuring these galaxies relative to ours. Well, when Halt and Arp looked at the quasars, they had a redshift of 200 times the normal galactic redshift. Okay, they found them in the optical. When they went looking with the radio astronomy, they then went into the optical, found them, these big globs of light that were in space, and they saw this redshift of 200%. And what Arp started to do was he started looking at unusual galaxies. He started looking at the ones that were kind of broken up and stuff. And he found these quasars were literally connected to galaxies. You could see a trail of plasma and dust leading from a galaxy to one of these quasars. And what he found was the quasars were coming out of the poles, the axes of spiral galaxies. He saw them coming out in pairs from the middle of a galaxy, a parent galaxy. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, is a child of the Andromeda galaxy, and we have a twin galaxy on the other side of Andromeda that has just recently been discovered, because we couldn't see it through the Andromeda galaxy, but now with the new telescopes we can.
Mhm.
And so, if that's true, then redshift has nothing to do with how far away or how fast something's moving. It has to do with matter going through stages of creation, and that's what Halt and Arp discovered, was that
Wow.
matter comes out of galaxies as light. So it comes out as particles of light. Before that, it sends out this magnetic dust. So there'll be this magnetic dust, like pollen. We'll send it out into the environment. Then it'll shoot out this bud of light energy that's traveling at 0.999 times the speed of light. And what Harp discovered was there was like shells or waves of this material, and as the quasar would travel through it, it would get on it and slow it down, and so the redshift kept coming down and the speed kept coming down. And so you can see that in these quasars as they move away from the galaxy that birthed them, they are slowing down, and their redshift is dropping back to the parent galaxy's redshift. And when it reaches the redshift of the parent galaxy, it becomes another spiral galaxy and falls in and becomes part of a cluster of galaxies, just like a cluster of flowers on a vine. Same exact thing. And so
Wow.
what Halton-Arp says, he says you could see the quasars communicating with the universe as it created mass, as it gained mass. And so here you've got a way of light turning into matter, and Ed had a way of matter turning it back into light. And so what we're seeing is the same physics being used on both ends: creation of matter and the destruction, or at least the manipulation of matter. And so that's the kind of things that all of this technology is holding out as a promise to us, a better understanding of the universe that we're in.
Yeah, this is amazing. I love it. It's with the analogy used of the quasars pollinating, like releasing pollen. The universe growing, like from a seed to vines and leaves and flowers, and then it makes me wonder with the flowers, the pollination, like for a metaphor or an analogy of the quasar to pollinate the flower, possibly now producing a fruit. Like what would be the fruits of the galaxy. I don't know this guy that Forged in the Flesh, good to see you. John Hutchinson was working on some of the if you had any thoughts.
Hutchinson did some work with radio waves and its effect on material and matter. He was able to float things into space, and he was able to make, right, exactly. He had anti-gravity effects. He was touching on this technology, and I've studied his machine, and I can understand how it works. So it definitely is in line with the physics that I'm discussing.
Yeah. What you're doing is actually the real scientific method to actually change theories according to the evidence, instead of what we see. Yeah, these guys, they're working for the university, so
it's a classic example I'll tell here. When I was first looking into this device, right, I was told that the Woz scepter was a tuning fork. If you ever look at pictures of it, it looks like a tuning fork. And I read a book on it, and it said it was a tuning fork. So I got myself a tuning fork and started using it against a metal contact to see what it would do. And it would touch the metal contact, and that made the battery, go on and off. And I thought that's really interesting, but it didn't. It was really hard. You had to hit the thing with a hammer to get it to start wiggling. Then it would start touching the side. And then I went to Egypt. I went to the Cairo Museum in '97, and I saw Woz scepters for the first time, and they were made of wood. They were made of wood with gold leaf on the outside. And I'm like, well, they're not tuning forks. I had to throw my entire theory of the tuning fork out the window. But then I realized, well, wait a minute. What if it's a magnetic contact, and when you touch it, it let me see if I can get it pulls away and becomes like a buzzer. Okay, and all of a sudden those wooden Woz scepters with the metal gold leaf would work. So I had to throw out my theory of tuning forks, but it led me to the correct theory of the electromagnetism being used in the crotalum, in the sistrum crotalum, for producing power. And so it's one of I've always been told. I always tell people I don't want to be right. I want to know what the truth is.
Exactly. That supersedes the ego of being right. I did want to clarify one thing so I can grasp it fully. When you said the quasars, so the quasars are coming out. Are they pollinating the galaxies?
No, they are the buds. They are the flower buds coming out of like seeds. They come out and they get pollinated, and then they begin to grow.
And they get pollinated from like
if you ever look at a plant, the male side throws out the pollen, the female side throws out the produces the bud, and so the two of them together become a flower. You can't have one without the other, and that's what we're seeing in space as well. So I think galaxies, are probably asexual. They have both the pollinating part and the budding part, the sending out the buds.
And they're producing the magnetic pollen, like you were saying, like a okay. So the galaxy.
The Dogon tribe, actually, I just read this yesterday. The Dogon tribe have they were told from the Syrians, this group of aliens that came to them years ago from Sirius. They were told that the cosmic egg is pollinated by this stuff they call the Po, and the Po is the matter that's everywhere, and that's our ether. Our ether is their Po, and the egg is that light that light bubble that's collecting the magnetic material. Again, we keep finding the same metaphor used over and over and over again in a lot of cultures. The Indians, the Hindus, they all
Yeah.
have the same idea that the universe comes from a flower. Okay,
Yeah.
it's our science that is labeled that mythology. They don't
Yeah.
see it as mythology; they see it as physics.
Yeah, and to think of where that, it shows us that something much older and very advanced to have this understanding and to have it correctly, it does seem like the modern science is twisting it to hide the truth in some sort of way, and we're finding our way back to it, kind of. And what you were saying, I think Mr. X is saying, like the human origin question. I think we were talking yesterday about the intelligence coming from outside of the physical universe or something like that. I think it was.
Right. Well, when I first, the Dendera Light, the device that I have, I first got it working in 2012, working with my friend in Utah, and that's the picture I just showed you a minute ago. But within 2 years, my friend and I had a falling out, and I lost contact with that technology for many years. And in 2015, I bought myself a bulb, but it didn't work. I couldn't get it to work like it did in Utah, and I just kind of gave it up. I put it on a shelf and went off to do other things. About a year ago, I said, let's bring it out again and try again. And sure enough, this time it worked pretty much exactly like it did in Utah. And what I began to discover was the humidity was very important. If I was in a humid environment, the snake didn't form. But if you could dry the environment out and get it very electrostatic, then the thing would form. So it's an electrostatic formation. And that's what led me to the understanding that electric charge is the primary energy of the universe. Is the electricity, electric currents. When you get that charge to move, okay, that's an electric current. But if you can have a stable charge just sitting there, like the charge on a door handle, when you go to touch it with your hand, okay, that charge can stay there a long time. The early days of television, they had the first television was called a CRT, cathode ray tube, and cathode ray tube has a part of it inside called the anode, and the anode holds a very high charge, and that charge stays on that glass bulb forever until it's discharged. Okay, if you're in a garbage dump someday and you come across an old TV or an old computer terminal, and you touch the anode, you're going to get a shock, even years later. So it can hold that charge forever. So the universe is a charged environment that it now sends another charged environment into, and those charges start to interact with each other, and that's what creates the forms that we see. Now, electric currents is the moving of a charge. So if you can get a charge to go from point A to point B, that's an electric current. That travels at the speed of light. But the energy between two electrical charges travels instantaneously. It's what they call action at a distance. And if you were going to build a model of the universe that could scale from the very small to the very big, right? The speed of light cannot be a factor in any of the energies you're talking about, because it would reach a point of no return, a point where you couldn't go any further because of the limitations of the speed of light. Same thing's true with gravity. We can't have a sun that's this big, because gravity would never hold our sun the way we think suns work that small. But in this device, you can make suns the size of a head of a pin. How is that possible? It's because gravity is not what forms suns. Electric charge and electrostatic charges do. And that's instantaneous. And it doesn't matter how small or how big it is, it scales to the size of galaxies. So so magnetism, I'll talk a little bit about magnetism. My understanding again is that the ether, the ether that they said doesn't exist, is actually these tiny little particles of north and south polar particles that cling together very tight. And when an electric charge goes past them, it causes them to open up. Very similar to seeing dust on a road on a desert road and driving past it with a fast car. If you drive past a dusty road with a fast car, you kick up dust, and that kicked up dust is the magnetic field that follows the electric current. If you could go into an environment with less of that dust, you would not kick up so much, and you wouldn't have a strong magnetic field, even though the car could be going just as fast as it was a minute ago. So what we're going to find is that magnetism, the connection between magnetism and electric current, is not universal. It really depends on how much of this magnetic material is in the environment. And if you can get to a place where there's very little of this magnetic material in the environment, it will travel, it will be able to move large current densities without showing a magnetic field. And that's why I think we're going to find we live in an electric universe. They're looking at this thing called the cosmic web, and they're saying, well, we see this thing, it's coming back with certain, but it doesn't have enough of a magnetic footprint for the amount of current that you're talking about that could drive the universe. Well, if you could take away the magnetic material that you're using to see how much current is there, you could have a vast amount of current and not even know how much it is, because the magnetic field wouldn't be there. So magnetism and electric current are byproducts of electric charge, and that's why I call them secondary forces. The primary force of the universe is electrostatic. And that's what light shows us.
Wow. So this gives a much more scientific view of it, because gravity is just dumped upon us saying, believe it, you know?
And gravity is nothing more than another effect of electric charge. Okay. When you start charging a solar system, in this model, it's like I said, it's like water flowing down a stream. So if you can imagine the spiral arm of the galaxy that we're in is like a flowing stream, and it hits little eddy currents, little places where it starts to swirl on itself, just like you might see in a stream going down, hitting some rocks, and that causes that spot to swirl. And when that happens, you'll also see bubbles start to form in that swirl. And that's what happens in a solar system. When that heliosphere swirl of plasma begins, it starts to create bubbles, okay? And these bubbles start to grow. Like you've seen bubbles. One bubble gets in, two get bigger, they get bigger, they get bigger. And when one gets big enough to tap into that electric current that's in the spiral arm, it taps into it and it ignites when it turns on. And once that happens, a sun becomes a sun. And when that happens, all the other bubbles that were competing, that were contemporary with that, they fall into line as planets. So planets and suns are made at the exact same time. The sun just happens to be the one that got big enough to become a sun and tap into the electric current from the spiral arm. And I believe in the past, Saturn was once our sun, because it was once the biggest bubble. And it started getting smaller, and our sun got bigger. And at one point in time, Saturn went to being a planet, the sun went to being a sun, and that threw the whole solar system into disarray, as all the planets now had to find their way like musical chairs into a new location around the new sun. And that's the Velikovsky, how Velikovsky's collisions and happened. So again, there's so much more answers that can be found following this thread.
Yeah, no, definitely. Mr. X, of course, is really into Praveen Mohan, the Crystal Coral Castle. He says, what is the significance of ley lines and ancient structures?
Well, again, if you can imagine that the sun, what happens? There's an alternate. There's two kinds of currents in the world. There's one that's called direct current, which is sort of like water in a vessel. If I took a bucket of water and I put it on top of a building and popped a little hole in it, that trickle of water, right, would be the current. And if I made it high, very high up, I would add more and more and more pressure to that drip. And I'm sorry, I lost track.
It was about the ley lines, I think, because I know.
Okay. So the solar system, the sun takes that alternating current and it rectifies it. Rectifies means you create direct current, DC, out of the AC. Okay. And we do that with diodes. That's why I call it the diode sun. It's literally taking that alternating current and converting it into direct current that goes out along the ecliptic, the plane of the solar system. And that electric charge goes out to all the planets. And so it's that electric charge that now starts going through the planet, and I think these ley lines are imagine them like lightning. If you ever watch lightning, when it finally discharges, it takes up this pattern, okay, and that pattern, if it was sand, that pattern can literally melt into the sand, and I think that's what's happened on Earth. I think when this occurred, when the sun became the sun and the planets became planets, that there was like a lightning, initial lightning bolt through the material of all planets, our planet in particular, and that created these ley lines. And now you had a place where this energy from the sun is running through like wires. So I think ley lines are nothing more than these natural, lightning strike patterns that hit the Earth during the early forming days of the solar system and became the permanent wires of the Earth.
Yeah.
Sometimes they get so much energy, you'll get earthquakes. Sometimes you'll get you'll get some formations like the Grand Canyon. So and that's why they built these devices on these ley lines. They are tapping into this energy. Everything about these ancient cultures was tapping into the solar energy. And the one way to do it was find the local ley line and build your structures on those ley lines. So that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, and that makes a lot more sense than what we've been told. They don't really even have an explanation that they will tell us about those. That it brings to mind that maybe the ancients understood like some of the stuff you're mentioning and saying, okay, this is how it was created, so we know where to look for them, where they're at, which is it's amazing. It really is that. And then going into what you were saying about now the physical universe being created, grown into existence, the leaves, the vine, the flowers, the buds, the fruits, and now it like we're not sure, well, who created, like maybe like you were saying, it has to be an intelligence from outside of it, like it's something coming from outer to what
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it implies a creative force, a creative consciousness.
Yeah.
And
So
again, it gets back to consciousness. I've talked about this many times. People are always asked, what's the fastest thing in the universe? Some people say light. Some people say tachyons. I say thought. Okay. Because in an instant, you can imagine yourself back in time, forward in time, another side of the Earth. You can imagine yourself on Jupiter, Mars, Venus instantaneously. Okay. Your thoughts travel at instantaneous speed, and that implies that. I'm sorry, again, I lost.
Yeah, like traveling at the speed of thought, like
right.
What you're saying,
And that's what I see in the way the universe is formed, is that this consciousness. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So, where's the you that looks out of your eyes, right? We all have this you that's behind our eyes, and we can sort of imagine, but where is it? Is it inside the head? Is it in the back of the head? Is it in the heart? It turns out it's nowhere. And I use the analogy of an avatar. If we were to go to Mars, I use this one a lot. If we were to go to Mars and see one of those rovers driving around on the surface, and we took it apart and started trying to figure out how it worked, we would think that the antenna was the brain. Why? Because we find all of the sensors go to the antenna, and all of the controls of all the wheels and arms comes from the antenna. So the antenna must be the brain. But no, the real answer is that there's somebody in a facility in Arizona driving a joystick as he's driving the rover on Mars. It's an avatar. The intelligence is somewhere else. And I believe all life is the same. That there is this intelligence that's coming into us. It actually comes in through the top of your head. Okay, you can feel the spot right above your head, that little spot about the size of a quarter. That's where this intelligence is coming in and going out. So anything that we see goes out to this intelligence, and anything that intelligence wants us to know or feel comes in through that. And so that implies that consciousness is not local and it's somewhere else. And I believe it's outside of the universe. I believe what we're going to discover is that universes are created to become places to move your consciousness into and have an adventure. It's a lot like a video game. Okay.
Yeah.
I was told once, can you imagine that the gods are bored? What do you do when you have eternity? Well, one of the things you might do is figure out some good video games that you want to play. And that's what they've done. They've created these environments that we call universes where intelligence, consciousness can move into those places and have an experience. Maybe there'll be an experience of just being a rock on as part of a mountainside. Or maybe there'll be the experience of somebody playing basketball or whatever. Okay. These are experiences that this consciousness craves. And it craves it so much that once one of these environments is created, they rush into it, just like moths to a flame.
Yeah. Yeah. And it makes me wonder, because when you talked about that yesterday, I built upon that when I was thinking about it. And I said, what if that when whatever it is, the architects or whatever of existence created the physical universe, it grows, or planted the seed that grew into the universe. And like you were saying, it creates something that would attract consciousness. Now, if it is attracting consciousness, kind of like how we would make a light that pulls in the moths and the bugs, either to zap them or to trap them or to use them for something else, could it be something other than consciousness that we don't know how to explain it with our current understanding, that is creating the physical universe to trap consciousness? So whatever it is that's creating it is beyond what would be called consciousness. Like if we're the hidden hand behind making the light bulb to attract the bugs. So it's like saying, because I thought about that and I said, man, that's really deep, because we don't even know how to explain that with our current level of understanding, but we can understand the concept of saying, okay, something other than consciousness, or it could be a different type of consciousness that's trying to trap the consciousnesses here and use it for some purpose. Maybe they know how to use it much better than us, inhabit it, and maybe they're the controllers that try to say, like it's like the fact that we have to search this hard to find some type of truth to fight through the whole I don't know what to call it, but it's like a group think of gravity, a group think of the sun as a nuclear fusion, and not to say anything different, to say, oh no, this is what they say in the textbooks, like you and I see eye to eye on the evolution just doesn't make sense, to think they put it in a us versus them, violent universe, big bang, explosion, things are fighting to kill each other to get their spot, and then it crunches, or instead of the fading, the more of a softer, natural, nurturing type of thing. And then it also brings into the consciousness. I start to say, wow, what is it that's pulling us in? Why am I here right now? Like, what am I? I've said that on many shows. I said, I don't even know what I am, who I am, where I am, when I am. And it really just sticks with me, saying, okay, I know I'm going somewhere. I don't know where it is. And hopefully I don't come back in the loop. I mean, this is what's so important about, I think, existence, is trying to figure it out. I mean, if anything, like, right.
Well, again, it's kind of, to me, I see it like a chess game. And, you can play an opponent, or sometimes you can play yourself. Just get on get in the other chair every other move,
or the computer,
But what I'm saying is, we give, we live in a universe of polarity. Up, down, left, right, hot, cold. Okay, I think that consciousness is beyond polarity, and so this idea that there's an evil consciousness and a good consciousness, I think those are restrictions or classifications we give because we're in the dual universe of duality.
Yeah.
But I think one of the things my spirit guide says often to me is, you ever see a movie, right? And in the movie, you got the bad guys, you got the good guys, you got the police, you got the the robbers. At the end of filming a movie, okay, all these people are playing parts in the movie, and at the end of the movie, when they have the wrap, they have this thing called the wrap party, where they get everybody together to have a big party because they just completed the movie. And he says, you'll see Batman talking to the Joker at the party. Okay. In the movie, they were deadly enemies. but in reality, they never were. And I think that's what we're going to find when we get to this ultimate place. Now, along the way, you're in stages of that production. And so when you talk about could there be some malevolent entity trying to keep us on this planet, that may be the very game that's being played out. I've been told that humans, when we're in fear, because this one particular group from Draco, the Dracos, they're supposedly a reptilian culture, and they come from the solar system of Draco, and that they live off of the energy of fear. Okay, fear is like if you ever seen veal, okay, what do they do to this poor calf? They never let it move because they like the softness of the food. Well, in a way, that's what they're doing to us. They're putting us into these fearful environments, and they're reaping the reward. So, but is there a consciousness beyond them? Absolutely.
Yeah.
When you get to that highest point, that's why God lets it rain on the evil and the good, because only we make that distinction. He doesn't.
Yeah. And if we're playing, if it's in the one part where we play ourselves and the other part of the chessboard shows, another way. And the Hindus talk about it being the play of Vishnu, like the play, it's a stage, like Shakespeare says,
Exactly. All the world's a stage.
Yeah, it's just that's fascinating. It's very fascinating way to look at it, and it's refreshing too. I mean, I would think maybe the thing that's outside doesn't have to be malevolent. That's creating that, if it were, and it's just a theory, that would create the physical universe, grow it into existence from a seed to maybe like an analogy of it being a spider-like being, because the spider is not evil to the fly. The spider is making the web to catch the fly. And this is just a thought to say, okay, what if the plant is like something like a spider web that catches the consciousness to feed something? And it's not a bad thing. It's just saying, okay, that's one thing. And then there could be other things that create physical universes to attract consciousness for different reasons, for to keep them on a safe farm or something, not to feed on them. And clearly I can see what you're saying about things in this that feed on our fear. They feed. Anytime I see hate, I know it's just a mask that fear is wearing. Like somebody might say they hate mosquitoes, and I say, no, you fear them. You're afraid that they would bite you. It's not true hate. It's just fear. And it's understood why, because you don't want to get bit. You don't want to get, goodness forbid, anything else. So understanding that, and then understanding the play. The play is an amazing thing of understanding, to say, wow, this is really like, what if we are characters in the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, Huck, Jim, or a Shakespeare play, or something, the grand play, because it is like a stage, and it's a beautiful way of looking at it. It's a real beautiful way of looking at it, to say that what is this? I know Alexis, these guys, they push. I mean, Scribe asked us yesterday, moon landing, we got into this, but it's just everybody, we have different things on that. Mr. X, the creator, make us to hate. I think it's because, and this is the thing too, with the religious books that are written, they're altered by men, and all of this, we spoke of this yesterday, that even hieroglyphs and stuff like that, these people that wrote Demotic, they can lie, they can make mistakes as well. So it can be intentional lie, it could be mistake, or it could be accurate truth. And there's people that think they're writing the truth, and it's the mistake. So it's unintentional. So there's so much to really look at. And this is great. I mean, I don't think, like, it would be great if Neil deGrasse looked at it. And, but when I look at what they're doing, I wouldn't expect it. It would be nice if they talked about that, to say, hey, you know what, this is a more of a loving look at the universe, to say it grows from some type of cosmic egg or a cosmic seed, and then the vines come out of that. The leaves are represented by these things we see. The galaxies form the buds that the quasars get pollinated by the magnetic dust of the galaxies that bear fruit, and the fruit maybe the fruit. Now, in that sense, it really does make me wonder, okay, maybe the fruit are meant to be eaten, and fruit from a plant is eaten in according to the secret life of plants. It's something that the plant wants you to eat, as opposed to a vegetable that you're taking part of it. The
Right.
fruit is actually given to you to nurture, and the seeds are passed through the animal. So it's like such a amazing relationship to say, okay, what this animal is looking at is and is nurturing food is actually going to produce something through its system to create a fertilizer as it passes those seeds through with the fertilizer from its intestines and its colon, that automatically gives it some type of nutrients when it hits the ground that can either be covered with dirt and then grow again to
Well,
repeat.
think about this for a moment, okay?
Mhm.
How many of our pharmaceuticals come from plants? How many plants could produce exactly what we need for digestion, for headaches, for all of these things? I don't think that's an accident. I
Yeah.
think there's a reason that we were placed in a garden, because that the plants respond to us, and we'll find that plants will create the pharmaceuticals that we need, and that's because it's intelligent. One of the things I talk about also, a lot of people talk about the Goldilocks band, where they're looking in all over space
Yeah.
for
The
life in
zone.
space, and they want to find it in places that human life could live, because they're assuming that all life has to be like we are on Earth, and
Mhm.
I think that's wrong. I think
Mhm.
what we're going to find is that life can move into any environment and make it livable. Okay.
Yes.
In other words, so right now we're living on Earth, and all the planets and all the plants and all the animals on the planet help to keep this environment, beneficial to us. But if you were to look at, there's a moon around Saturn called Triton, right?
Mhm.
And the astronomers were very interested in Triton because it seemed to be like an Earth-like planet. It had an atmosphere, very thick atmosphere of methane, and so when they sent the Voyager probe out there, they wanted to take a close look at it, and they did, and that caused them to send another probe that literally landed on Triton some years ago. And there's a video that shows this thing burning through the atmosphere and then opening up a parachute and slowly falling onto the surface of Triton. And what it looks like is it's landing somewhere in Canada, okay, with mountains and rivers and a little lake and a cove, but the rock is actually ice, water ice, and the liquid is actually methane, liquid methane. So this environment looks like our environment, but it's so cold we'd die immediately. But I think we're going to find life forms on that planet, on that moon, that
Mhm.
live in that environment, and they think nothing of it. This is we breathe methane, and rock is water ice, and
Mhm.
that's the way our world is. Pluto. We just recently went and visited Pluto for the first time with the New Horizons space probe, and they saw something there they didn't expect. They saw formations on that surface that they said shouldn't be there. They found more heat coming out of it than it was getting from the sun. Okay,
Mhm.
and if you look at it, you see what looks like there was this thing they called the heart, and if you look in the heart, you see these wavy lines. Well, I see when I look at it what looks like huge snails, literally snails, huge
Wow.
snails working their way along this ice. I think there's life on Pluto. I think we're going to find life in places we never expected. I was very taken by a story I heard recently about a chunk of ice that fell off of Antarctica. Okay, and this when they went looking, a huge hunk, size of Manhattan or something. And when they went to look at it, they found that it had revealed the crust underneath the ice that should not no life living in it at all, because there was no oxygen, no sunlight reaching that, no nothing. And what they found instead was what looks like a coral reef of life,
Mhm.
more life than they could figure out, and they can't understand how can something live in that environment. And I think life is everywhere. We're going to find it in clouds. We're going to find it in plasma formations. I find it in the Dendera light when I turn it on every day. It looks like a snake, okay? And it literally starts to form as you watch it. As the heat builds, the neck gets a little more taut, the head gets a little better. And I told you the story yesterday. I'll tell it again because I think it's kind of interesting. I was told that this is, it's the Dendera light is a stellar, is a model of a stellar nebula. And I can see when I look at it, I can't capture it on a camera, but I can see with my eyes, it looks like a star field inside the head. Okay. And I asked myself, are there planets in there? I mean, is it really creating solar systems and things like that? And the answer came back again from my intuitive side, said yes. So I said, well, then what happens when I turn the thing off? I heard this voice in my head say, you become Shiva, destroyer of worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And so this idea that that life it's a precious thing, but it's also a fleeting thing, and that there's this entity, this consciousness beyond us that is reaping the rewards from it. It's kind of like, it's making seasons of television shows, and then bringing those television shows back to the consciousness beyond us universe. I think there's many universes. I think we're going to find out that there's as many universes as we could imagine. Yeah. And all of them are going to, be connected to this consciousness, this godlike, being beyond the universe.
Yes, different types of, when I think about the turning on and turning off of the sitcoms, of the television shows, and becoming the creator and then the destroyer, the creator and the destroyer again. And if you've ever heard of the extremophiles, I think they call them extremophiles, that bacteria that live in boiling water, boiling substances, 220 degrees, and freezing substances. And I think it's because we've been so indoctrinated to believe the orthodox view, which we see is incorrect if we just follow the scientific method. We say, wait a minute, that does not make sense. So now the person would naturally be surprised of deep sea vents, of coral reefs. A person that still has their imagination would just say, hey, that makes sense, because life is, I think I forgot what ancient culture would say, the universe is brimming with life. It's everywhere. Exactly. And Mr. X says something about what's your opinion on other dimensions? Right.
Well, I mean, I think consciousness, moving into a reality, we start to see three dimensions at first. But of course, we talk about time. And that's the one that I think we know the least about because of our limited consciousness in this environment. But I think what we're going to find out is that all time is simultaneous. I've been told that by my spirit guidance, and that so it's almost like we're catching a video, a movie halfway through. If you ever turn on the TV and all of a sudden you see the middle of Star Wars, you can pick up right there and keep watching the whole movie. Okay, but if you come back a little while later and go back to the beginning, you can catch the beginning of the movie. I think we're going to find out that time is just that fluid, and we can move to any point in it, and that we adjust. I was told also, again, that consciousness is a lot like a radio. Okay, I told a friend of mine once years ago when I got out of the service, I said, where do you think all the radio stations that your radio can pick up are at any one time? He said, I don't know. I said, they're all in the room with you right now. Every radio station within the distance to reach your room is going into your room right now, but it's the receiver tuned to a particular station that picks up that station. And so you can pick up a station playing rock and roll and just turn the dial and now you're in a jazz one. Turn the dial and you're in country music. Okay. All of those exist simultaneously, and it's your ability to tune the radio that brings in that particular station. And I think the same thing happens with consciousness. As you tune your radio, you can move in and out of timelines. And so if you don't like the timeline you're in, if it's heading in a direction you want, you can tune that radio and move back into one where maybe there wasn't an Iraqi war, or maybe there wasn't a World War II, that kind of thing. I think we're going to find that individuals are actually tuning their own radio simultaneously, which is why some people think the world is going to hell in a handbasket and others don't, because they're living in different worlds, literally side by side in reality at the same time. So dimensions an interesting topic that I think is gonna again unfold into much more than we can understand today.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Scribe, did you have anything, or I didn't know? Um, yeah. But other dimensions, like when I think of like the maybe I don't know if it could be called the shadow dimension or the second dimension when we see the shadow casted on the floor, something that can only go forward, backwards, not height, just length and width. And then they say that I think it's the tesseract is a reflection in the third dimension of what I don't know how they get this, because again, it's dealing with the same flawed science that thinks gravity makes the sun and all of this stuff. So I always have to take that into account, that this person is coming up with these things from a flawed model. Now, not to say that they could, stumble upon the truth. They could, but coming from that type of thing, it's the same mindset that says, oh, I'm surprised that there was life at the bottom of the sea. And that brings the question, and where I'm like, it clearly seems like something is being hidden, because if they're saying only 5% of the ocean is mapped, but yet they're mapping, all the planets and stuff. And I'm saying there's something very odd about that. Again, hiding certain things that keep us, I guess, in a state of control without asking. It's like something's afraid of us thinking. It's like we have the answer.
Again, I think that's part of the game. One of the things I watch often with my grandkids are these hamster runs, where they'll put a hamster in a maze, and you'll watch it find its way out of this maze. And I really think, in a way, that's what life is. We're hamsters in a hamster maze, and that's the game. I mean, I've often wondered about people that do what I call crazy things. These guys that get dropped on the top of mountains with a couple of skis and ski down an entire mountainside, or whatever. They take life, but because to them the thrill of doing this is what they're alive for. And so I think if we could imagine that this consciousness is trying to create memories, create experiences, then any experiences is on the table. It might be a nice one, be a billionaire and live in a nice house and fly around the world. Or it might be the other extreme, be a bum in Calcutta. Both of those are experiences that this consciousness doesn't see as right or wrong, just sees them as different. And I think that's what we're going to find out, which is why, this idea, one of the things Jesus said was, if someone strikes you, turn the other cheek, because you really don't know who is hitting you. You may find out that at the other, after the rap party, after the movie's over, you're going to find out this guy's your best friend and lives next door to you. So we're caught up in the game right now, and we're playing it to our best abilities. But I think when the smoke clears, we're going to find out that a lot of the bad guy, good guy, scenarios were created just like in a chess game.
Yeah. And the people that are like really serious, those are just good actors. They're just, great. It's like, wow, this guy really believed that he's a great actor. And we see perhaps the universe could be conscious. Good to see you, Dutch Black Pill. Everyone has different frequencies of consciousness. There's so many things. It's like that saying, the universe isn't as weird as you can imagine. It's weirder than you can imagine. So everything, like you were saying, brimming with life, life in the clouds, in the air itself, within electricity, things that we can't even imagine. And it's an amazing thing. When we look at it that way, it's like, wow, this is beautiful. This is wonderful. Life, when you wonder, life becomes wonderful. And it just, that's what I've always loved about science and learning and just observing things. Like to think, like you said, what if I just want to be a rock and look at things? It's a lovely way of looking at it.
The one thing I do an issue with those when they it does kind of go round and round with the evolution, existence itself, and then the astral part of the equation of astrology and space itself. And they say there's a firmament, now there's not a firmament. They say there's a ether, now there's not an ether. And of course you do have the spiritual realm and all these things mixing together. And it just gets me when the official thing where it's a Big Bang, and then we just happen to be in the Goldilocks zone. We happen to be just an insignificant little speck of dust going around this massive cosmos, galaxy, and all these things everywhere. To where someone was saying, they want you to think that's the universe, but really what you stand upon right here is what the universe should represent, and what's above your head should be. It's already kind of been calculated that what's above your head is some kind of a clock and a vortex and some type of energetic matrix that creates what you see below, here. Because I grew up with the Jetsons and stuff. I'm thinking, okay, the moon landing, all these things. Okay, we should be on Mars, these places. By the time I'm 20, 25 years old, already. But when I get older, it's like, it's like now we're going to go back 50 something years later. So that fantasy for me never came true. But these other dark fantasies of these movies where they come out, it's sci-fi, but next we have it, like phone or cell phones and AI and everything else. It's like, wow. So it's almost seeming like it's a bad joke that they're going to show you these movies 30, 40 years prior, but then later it actually exists, even though it's labeled sci-fi. It almost just seems like a really bad joke, when you get older and you start looking around.
Well, I do believe that the the powers that be are quite aware of all of this, and I think they have a vested interest in this, in keeping the game going. I'm not sure where I was going with that one.
Yeah, they might be again feeding off the fear, feeding off something that we're producing, like maybe.
Did you ever see the movie Cabin in the Woods?
No, what was that about?
It's a great movie. It's these teenagers or young adults come for a vacation, a weekend at this spooky cabin in the woods, and weird things start happening to them. Each start getting killed in very strange ways. And what they end up discovering is this is a government project to appease the gods. That there really are gods, and they really are the gods of like the Greeks and the Romans and those gods, and that they want certain archetype people to be killed as sacrifices to them every year. And so what the government does is it gets these group of kids in there, and there's one that's the hero, one that's the slut, one that everyone takes a certain archetype, and they literally kill them ritually so that this god will allow the earth to survive for one more year, one more season. And I won't give away the movie, but let's just say the kids figure it out. And in the meantime, you're watching these government people that are watching these kids going through this horror in this cabin, and they're gambling on it. Like, who's going to be the first one to die? Oh, it's going to be the hero. Oh, who picked hero in the back closet? You win. That kind of thing is happening in this movie, and I think there's something to that. I think once we find out about the intergalactic war, which I didn't bring up at all, but once we find out that we're really part of a much larger existence in space, I think we're going to find out that maybe some of it has to do with deals that were made to allow us to survive on this planet. Yeah. And you want to say we're trapped, or we might be getting protected. So there's really two ways of looking at it.
Yeah. Well, that's another way too. It's like
they're protected until they become dinner.
Yeah. It could also be something with, like I was saying, where like you were saying, intergalactic war, maybe even extragalactic war, maybe universal war, or where one side realizes how to create something to attract that consciousness to, and then just thinking that there's going to be so much more things that are way above humans, things that we would look at and think, if we didn't know, that might be considered a god. A person that's not thinking, they would say, oh no, this is, and it's like, no, this is just something that's extremely advanced that, can bring back the dead or whatever. But it's still, how do we know? Because I was telling somebody, we will never really find out where we came from, because something could pose as a deity and it could still be lying to us. It could still, hey, we created you. And
I had that thought when you brought up the space program yesterday. I was thinking to myself, my dad had a saying, and whenever I would talk to him, he'd say, well, how does it make you feel, Willie? Does it make your heart sing? Does the thought of it, does the idea of it make your heart sing, make your heart flutter? Says that's telling you, that's your bullshit meter, Willie. That's what's telling you what's truth and what's false.
Mm-hmm.
And I've nurtured that. That's why I call myself a psychic intuitive.
Mm-hmm.
I've been nurturing that ability ever since I can remember. And somehow or another, I seem to just know things. And I think that when you can get that belly bullshit meter working, a lot of these things that are out there are going to become known. Right now we're in the age of AI, and AI is producing some really incredible visuals, movies, images that you can't tell from real ones.
Yeah.
And so how do you know? What's going to be the thing that I think it's that inner knowing? I think you're just going to be able to look at something and say, no, that's AI bullshit. No, that's not real. And you won't be able to explain it to anybody because it's a gut feeling, and it's that gut feeling that we're going to that I believe that's what's happening to the planet right now. I think we're reaching a point in our evolution, in our growth, like as beings, that we're returning back to that intuitive knowing. And so when somebody tells us something, in the news or about space, and we're like, no, that doesn't really feel right to me.
Yeah.
Well, trust that as much as if you learn to trust that, it will stop becoming very trustworthy in return.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think of that all the time with when people, I don't agree foreign aid, I think we should, it's like, how are you going to take my money, give it to somebody else, or tax, when I see things need to be done here. And people will complain about that $3, $4, $5 billion going to other countries. And I said, but nobody's saying nothing about $90 billion going to the space moon. This, what I would think is a fake moon mission, going around the moon, saying, wait a minute, $90 billion? I don't get to vote on that. I don't get to. The fact that I can't say no, again, breaks another illusion of democracy, of not living in a type of dictatorship. When somebody tells me capitalism, I say, yeah, it's capitalism if you and I start a business and it fails, but it's not capitalism when a bank fails and they make us pay for it. I said, that's dictatorship. So we're living in, if we really go by the evidence, we start to see not everything is all nice and like we were told to be. And that's my first thing to say, well, wait a second. I don't want to pay $70 million a day for NASA. I don't want to pay $90 billion for a space mission that I can't even investigate. Any archaeological site is militarized right away, to where if I really wanted to, they won't even let people investigate artifacts. Like to say, look, I'd like to look at the schist disc, that disc from Egypt that looks like a steering wheel or a propeller or some type of technology, and they're like guarding it. I mean, so in other words, it's showing me right there. It's like, oh no, so you don't want to know, you don't want nobody to know the truth. You're a gatekeeper. You're a person that is put here by the establishment to tell us that we can't have theories even. And that's where I think the problem they had with Graham Hancock, where because he proposed a different theory, they started arguing with him, and that was the red flag. That it's sort of like somebody questioning somebody that did a crime, and now they start to give clues that they're guilty. How dare you question me? I'm the one in charge. Oh, so you are guilty then? So you really are. It's like, so I can't question you on something that we're pretty sure you did, especially if they remove evidence, hide evidence, threaten. And we see that, we live in, basically it's very, very fear-based. Mr. Superside Wonder, good to see you. He asked, where do we go when we dream? If you have any thoughts on that, or.
Yeah, well, I think that we just release our consciousness from the physical body and move into my understanding of, and this comes a lot from like the, Blavatsky and all those others, and also Bob Monroe. But we live in an environment that has layers, and the solid layer we're in at the physical universe, but there's other layers, the astral, the etheric, these other layers. And I think we're going to find that life is in these other layers, and it's not as solid. The one thing about the physical universe, physical world, is that it's a solid place. So if I put something down and I come back, I expect it to be where I put it down. But in these other realms, that's not true. How many times in a dream did you put something down and then look for it a minute later and it's not there?
Mm-hmm.
Or you get in a car and all of a sudden the steering wheel turns into something else.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, because that in that environment, your thoughts create much quicker than they do in the physical world. So I think what happens when we dream is we go back like we're kind of like a fish that's diving deep into this physical world, and we can only be there for a certain time before we got to go back up for air. And I think dreaming is when we go back through all these layers for some air to come back and be in the physical again.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're very real environments. I
Mm-hmm.
think they have more of that ability for thoughts to create instantaneously, which is what happens in a dream. One of the things I was told in the early days by my spirit guidance was try to wake up in a dream. In other words, try to realize you're dreaming. But
a lucid dream. So
yeah.
lucid. Yeah.
And I did that a few times. I've not really been overly successful with it, but the few
Mm-hmm.
times I have where I'm like, I'll be walking somewhere in a desert and I'm like never getting anywhere. It seems like I'm going up. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm in a dream. I can fly. And all of a sudden I start flying and I'm over everything. And so in a way, if you can bring your consciousness in and know you're in a dream, you can start creating instantaneously.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we'll find, and of course there are layers right outside of the earth is the astral. And I believe
Mm-hmm.
the astral is full of a lot of dark entities. And you have to travel through that to get to the etheric, the higher levels above that. So, that's why some people, when you start to go to sleep, you go through this place where you feel like you can't move and there's something in the room with you. Okay, I don't know if you ever had that experience, but I have.
Yeah.
And I think that's when you're traveling through the etheric, the astral into the etheric. And and then you get into that other area and you're free of it. And you have to travel through that to get back here. And they talk about the silver thread that comes out of your belly button. If you could look down at your body while you're leaving it in sleep, you would see this silver thread coming out of the umbilical cord of the navel. So I really think that's why you have to sleep, because you're like you're running out of oxygen. You got to go get some air.
Wow, maybe that the consciousness or something needs to recharge. And because I think there's different types of dreams, like we can have the explanation that you were explaining, but then also I wonder, what about prophetic dreams? I've seen relatives that are passed in dreams as if they're real, not even bringing me a message, just in the dream. And I'm like, wow, it's so great to see you. And I'm not saying that, but I'm feeling that when I see them. So we have that in the dream. We have the dreams, like you were saying, maybe it's to get air, because we're not realizing that we're not a physical being as much as we are a non-physical being. And that non-physical being has to come up for air. And that air is the sleep going into the dream world. There was a guy that he was on a big channel, Diary of a CEO, maybe 8-10 million subscribers. And he was talking about, it was so mundane, where he's saying, oh, dreams are just, an imprint of what you see during the day. And it's making up, compensating for. And I was like, this is just a disinformation campaign. And that's
all chemicals.
Well, I have my younger brother's a nurse, a male nurse. And I was talking to him about consciousness being outside of the brain. And he just jumped all over me. Bill, it's nothing but firing neurons in your head, and that's everything. I'm like, really? You think every memory you've ever had is somewhere hidden in your head? Okay. And I couldn't break him of it because he's got that modern medicine mindset that he can't get rid of, because that's the bread and butter for him. And you talk about that before. Why do people fight so hard? Because that's the world we're in.
Yeah. Their paycheck demands that of them.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, but he laughs at me like, Bill, you really. I told him the story. I told you guys the story yesterday. I'll tell it again because I think it's kind of interesting. When I was in Ireland back in 2000 on a tour with a group of people, and I decided on this trip to carry as little luggage as I could. So I only took half as much clothes as I would want for a 2-week trip. And I brought a clothesline and some laundry soap, and I planned on washing my clothes on the fly, so I had fresh clothes, going forward. And
Mm.
when I got to Ireland, it was time to clean. It was time to do laundry. And so I filled up this bathtub. It was a huge stone bathtub, looked like a giant would get inside of it. And I filled it full of water and threw my clothes in it and threw the soap in it and started pushing it down over the side. My back was hurting and my neck was hurting and my knees were hurting. And I just sat back and on the floor in the bathroom and I was like, I'm never going to get this stuff washed. I can't do this. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, we're on a trip right now to connect with our ancestors. That was the theme of the trip. I said, I must have a great grandmother somewhere who didn't have a washing machine. And so I said, great grandma, right? What do I do? And I heard this little Italian voice in my head say, Billy, it's like I'm making a wine, use your feet. And I was like, oh, great idea. I jumped in. I started kicking the stuff around. The suds started sudsing up. I rinsed the water, got the suds out, wrung the thing with my feet. Worked perfectly well. Okay. And when I got back to New York, I visited my uncle and aunt in the Bronx, and I saw this picture on the mantle of an old woman in front of a house. I said, who's that? So that's your great grandmother, Felicia. I said, that's the woman I spoke to in Ireland. I want that picture. And I now have a copy of it on the wall.
Wow. That is it. It just shows so much more that adds to this existence. It makes it so fruitful to say, like, wow, these things exist. Wow.
That's her.
That is great.
And this idea that consciousness is much more connected than we know.
Mm-hmm.
There's no death in death. You're simply leaving the avatar. You're giving up one coat. You're taking an old worn out coat and you put it on the rack for the last time. You're going back in for another one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we're seeing a lot.
That's a quick question to ask you. So why is it, I just realized, why is it do we always occupy an avatar when we go to a dream? Shouldn't there be other ones where we don't occupy a body, we're just kind of observing? Or do we always have to be
have you ever
in
looked
this
yourself in a
avatar?
mirror in a dream?
Exactly. Yeah.
You really don't know
sometimes
what you really
sometimes in younger, sometimes in older. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that form holds as much in the dream state as possible because I'll go there and I'll meet somebody in a dream. I'm sure other people have had the same experience where you're thinking there's somebody, but they don't look anything like that person. Like you're calling them your best friend Bobby, but that's not what Bobby looked like in reality. But in the dream state, well, there's a wonderful movie out with Robin Williams called What Dreams May Come.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I believe that's the name of it.
Yeah.
And
What dreams may come.
I'm told is a very good analogy of what the non-physical world is like. When he dies, he discovers he's not dead. And one of the things that he discovers is that when you commit suicide, you put yourself into like isolation on the other side. You go into there with a very wounded consciousness, and people have to come and rescue you out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually been told, sounds crazy, but during one of these channelings in Egypt in '97, somebody was asking a question about that. Could you be confined in a prison in the astral? And they said yes. If you die and you believe you did things on Earth that warranted your being put in prison, you might find yourself in a prison. But somebody like Bill will come along and show you the walls are made of cardboard and bust you out.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I think in the movie he went to save his wife. I think in the movie committed suicide or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, because of the loss of the son. But yes, I definitely can see that as being part. And the cardboard walls remind me of how they keep the elephant, tethered with that with the string.
The yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The one
that's
you
a
were
great
saying.
story. I'll tell it quickly if those who haven't heard it. There was a young boy at a circus, and he noticed that this elephant was tied with a little rope to a stick in the ground. And he asked his grandfather, he said, Grandpa, how come that elephant doesn't just walk away and pull that stick out of the ground? He says, well, when that elephant was a baby, was young, they used a chain and a concrete block in the ground to keep him chained. And he pulled at it as hard as he could, and he couldn't pull it out. So he stopped trying. And over time, they replaced the chain with a rope, and then they replaced the concrete stone with a stick in the ground. And now he doesn't even try anymore. And I think that there's something to that in the way we take on life.
Yeah,
that we've been taught that's what happens to children a lot. They're told that they don't have invisible friends. A lot of young children are told they have these invisible friends, and they tell their parents, and their parents are like, "You don't have invisible friends."
Yep.
And then the next thing you know, they like turn to the invisible friends and say, "My parents say you don't exist. I got to go."
Yeah. School. I look at it as it holds, the mind back. It prepares people just to go into the workforce and then not think of anything besides what the status quo is. Like evolution is a big. I've had a lot of debates with that because I've studied it so intensely, and I'm saying, wait a second, if I adhere to that, I won't be open to the plasma bulb. I won't be open to these great ideas that get me closer because I'm also seeking for the truth. I want to know the truth so much that I'm willing to let go of everything I ever thought to be true and to say, you know what, now I'm walking forward. And I know that my perception of reality will always be more, it will seem more real than reality itself. I will only be able to see little bits more as I increase and say, maybe what I'm seeing isn't true. And then I'll see a little more, and it still won't be the full face of reality. And that's the way reality is. It will always be one step, two steps ahead of you. And every time you pull the curtain back and see the wizard behind the curtain, there's another curtain and there's another curtain. But at least I uncovered this wizard that I didn't think was behind the curtain, in the Wizard of Oz analogy. But it really is amazing when I think about it. And the elephant analogy, the metaphor with the stick replacing the chain over years, I see that with most adults in the scientific field, especially the higher ups, the professors that are, Dawkins and Tyson and Michio Kaku, theoretical physics. And I wonder, I used to call it theoretical bullshit. It's like a professor of theoretical BS, because anything we try to come out, if I try to talk about this, they'll act as if they're so much smarter than me. Well, let me tell you what it is, and it's like, no, you're dismissing the evidence. You're not even, it's like with Galileo when they convicted him and they wouldn't even look through the telescope. And because so these guys, we present this, they won't even look through the telescope. It's like, wait a second, we're letting you know. When I saw John Anthony West at the lecture in 2011 before he passed in Manhattan, and I didn't even bring it up when he said, well, this is the aura of the lotus flower, and he has the picture on there, and I wanted to ask him to be like, well, do you think it could represent some type of light or something? And back then I thought, okay, it's a bulb. You enlightened me to, it's more plasma. It's more of a representation. And it does look like it's going to some type of transformer. And then the being with those two knife-like blades, it really could be someone in a type of protective suit with a grounding wire, coming out that looks like a tail. These, just talking about these things are so important, but as soon as we say them, they have this cult that writes us off as if we're the ones that's crazy, as if we're the ones that's illogical or unreasonable, and I'm like, no, this is where the real learning takes place. And they still have the string now. That the school had the cement block with the chain, their college degrees, and then after they graduate, they're like, okay, we're going to take away the chain and the block, and we're going to replace it with a rope and a stick. And now they'll never break that. They'll never. I mean, people, I see them, they go to the grave with that, just pushing the agenda. And yeah, it's really
it's like the guy Halton R I was talking about earlier with quasars. He was just an inquisitive astronomer, inquisitive astrophysicist, and he noticed something about quasars being connected to galaxies, and he published it in what should have been a peer-reviewed publication. But the editor of that publication denied it. He went back to the guy in charge of, this was the telescope in Arizona, and he went back and said, you need to take this guy's telescope time away from him. He's wasting time and money. Okay, this is the most ridiculous theory I've ever heard, and this guy's wasting your time trying to prove it. And so they literally destroyed him, and he had to move to Europe to continue his work. But he was spot on. with what he was learning, but it didn't fit the model.
Hmm. Yeah, they have a guy, I forgot his name. He was he was an archaeologist, I think, in Washington State, where he was talking about the floods, the Missoula floods, the scablands of Washington, saying, look, this is giving the evidence of massive amounts of water coming from maybe something that hit the glacier and caused these floods. And I mean, until he was 80, I think, he said he outlived all of his critics. They eventually just all died. And Virginia Steen McIntyre, that found the artifacts that dated to like 100,000 years old in Mexico, she couldn't practice archaeology anymore. And I'm saying to myself, like, nobody sees this, or they don't want to see it. They're trained the rope with the stick again on the mind. It's now they don't have the chain. It's just the rope on the mind. It's just, matter of fact, it's just a thought. The thought of the establishment, telling them, hey, you know what? If you fall out of tenure with us, that's it. I think Dr. Bruce Lipton was teaching about epigenetics in '67, he said. And he goes, once he realized that when you put genes in a certain dish, that they'll change, like cells, I think it was, that the bone cells, like other cells, will change into bone cells, that blood cells. And he goes, I couldn't teach what I was teaching anymore. He said, I lost tenure with the tenure with the college. And it just, Mr. X has a question. He says, do you believe that our DNA can hold memories of our ancestors, which can cause us to have dreams of the past?
Right. My understanding of DNA is it's a crystal, and so crystals hold information, just like crystals in a memory chip. And yes, I do think that memories can be held from generation to generation. But I will also say that apparently, I'll tell you something I learned at David Wilcock.
Who just passed?
I went to recently. I mean, not recently, years ago. And he brought up this. He used to bring up some of the greatest stuff. And this one story he talked about. You know how they can, in genetic engineering, they can remove sequences out of the DNA.
With the CRISPR.
Yeah, and technologies like that. And so what they were able to do was they use fruit flies. Fruit flies are useful because they go through a generation in 7 days. So every 7 days, you get a new generation of fruit flies. Yeah. And so what they were able to do was they identified the eyes, the gene that created the eyes of the fruit flies, and they created blind fruit flies. Okay. And that was all interesting. 7 generations after that, the eye gene came back. Okay. In other words, it took 7 generations for the eye gene to return into the DNA. It implies that DNA is like an antenna picking up information from someplace else. And so as these generations moved along, it corrected the damage that was done by those geneticists removing the eye gene.
Wow.
That is what I'm trying to say here, is that this biology comes from outside of us, and it's creating the world we're in. Wow. It's not the other way around. I'll also talk for a minute about comets. I love to bring comets up. Mm-hmm. We all know that the early story of comets was they were very old, early remnants of the solar system during the formation days, and they go into these really long orbits, and they're huge snowballs full of ice and rock and snow. And when they get close to the sun boils the water off of the surface, and that becomes a stream of plasma, water vapor coming off the back. That's the tail of comets. And that was the belief they were going with for a long time. But recently, in the last 15 years or so, we've sent space probes to comets. We've looked at them very close. We've landed on them. And we now know that comets look just like asteroids. They're rocky, they're dusty, there's no water ice anywhere to be found. So what are they? Well, it turns out I found a book of astronomy from the 1890s, and it had a small section on comets. They didn't know much back then, but they did know that comets followed orbits just like anything else. And if you have a few readings of the motion of a comet, you can predict its orbit. And so they predicted the orbit of all the comets that they knew, and they traced them back in time. and they found that all of them seem to appear in an area between Mars and Jupiter that it's like a rock that gets thrown out by the gravitational pull of Saturn and Jupiter and Saturn lining up, and it grabs that rock from that area and flings it towards the sun, and it gets into an elongated orbit after that. Well, that's the area we today call the asteroid belt. So it turns out all the comets that are out there are nothing more than asteroids that were thrown into the sun by the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn lining up, and that puts them into a long elliptical orbit. When they dive into the sun, they pick up an electric charge, and that electric charge stays with them as they go through their orbit. So the next time they come back, that charge causes them to line up. You know, they might be coming in at one end, all of a sudden they line up, and that's called polarization. And that's done. That's a common thing known if you've looked into electrostatics. And what that causes is the two sides of the comet, of the asteroid now comet, polarize, and the middle starts to eat itself away, like electrolysis. Same way they can use electricity to break up water into hydrogen and oxygen. This strong electric field is literally ripping the rock apart and pulling the iron out and the oxygen out. And that's why we get streams of oxygen and nitrogen, nickel, zinc, oxygen, and iron all come out of the comet. And when the oxygen of the comet meets the hydrogen of the solar winds, it creates water in real time. So the water that we're seeing in a comet tail is being created in real time from an electrical quality, and that's why it happens further out in space. We recently had that Atlas, 3I Atlas comet come in from very, very deep in space, and it started doing things like comets, but too far out. So they're like, this can't be the sun doing this. Well, we don't know the charge that was on 3I Atlas. It was probably very high, and so it started having these comet effects way out in space.
Showing it's more electrical than gravitational.
It was nothing more than a comet, and you know, that had a much larger charge than anyone that would have been charged just by the sun. This was charged by going way deep into space, probably between suns.
And it's an electrical effect more than what they would say is a gravity.
And again, you know, we talk about life. One of the things they're discovering in asteroids and in comets is they're finding amino acids. And they're like, oh, we find amino acids in these comets. And they're thinking, oh, that's how the Earth was seeded. No. What's really happening is all matter is alive, and it will eventually start producing life forms left to its own. And even asteroids, hunks of rock floating in space are also feeling that same consciousness energy.
Before I forget, I wanted to know if you could mention the story about the digital watch with the crystal.
Well, when I was in Peru in 1994, I met an Inca shaman, Wilaru, and he was following he was part of our tour group. And I was talking to him one night, and he was looking at my watch. I had a digital watch on at the time, and he says, you know, the crystals in that watch are alive. And I looked at him like, what? He said, yeah, they're living creatures inside that crystal. That's crystalline life forms. And he says, look at it under a microscope. It looks like a little concentration camp, like a Nazi concentration camp. It says, you are forcing those crystals into servitude for you. Okay. And I thought, that's crazy, you know, but I thought, I asked the universe at the time, I said, if do I need to wear this watch? You know, if I don't need to wear a watch, give me a sign. And so later in the trip, we were taking a whitewater rafting journey up down the Urubamba River that leads to Machu Picchu. And when I was getting my life jacket on, it was too tight. And I was so I went to take it off, and it grabbed my watch and flung it into the middle of the Urubamba River. And I thought, okay, I guess I'm not supposed to be wearing a watch.
I look at that as the way the universe speaks to us, like existence will speak to us in that way. Yeah, it doesn't always come with English or the language we speak. It just, it's an amazing thought that, you know, this is a great journey of thinking about things in this way. It really, it gives me a good outlook. I love learning. So it's like now that I'm looking at, wow, this is fascinating that the cosmic egg grows, possibly into the vine, the leaves, what are the representations of the vine and the leaves, and then the flowers, the flowers, and then the male flowers that produce the pollen that seed the other flowers, the buds, to produce a fruit. And then, and that's just one type of an analogy to where we can see, wow,
that's the thing. It's not an analogy, it's an actual physics.
That's what I love. Yeah. It adheres better.
It's a model. It is a working model.
Exactly. And it's a better working model than anything that's in a science textbook that tells us these things work on a big bang and then the gravity. And then, the fact that you had saw where the inference of thinking, okay, the train is coming toward us, but we know this for a fact that the sound is compressing, and then the sound as it passes expands. So we hear the both different sounds. And then to think, okay, well, light might work in that way with the blue coming toward the red going after. And then you explained how that was not as correct, right? That it turned out to be something else. Right. So, and this is where science thrives and truth thrives, because we can say, hey, yeah, I did think that. And I noticed they use shame to try to hold people in line to say, well, you didn't say that before. And it's like, well, I grew, I learned, I changed the theory according to the evidence, instead of acting like an evolutionist, always changing the evidence to fit the theory. I've noticed that many times with evolution. If we mention any of this, I guarantee you, if you ever get to speak with any of these scientists, they will immediately take these theories, the evidence that you're presenting, and they'll immediately try to change it to fit the theory. They will never change that theory to fit the evidence. And this is where, I'm looking at stuff and saying, hey, you know what? I could be wrong about, some of the stuff I think about the whole programs that they run, but in a way, I'm asking some valid questions, and I know they're never going to tell me the truth. So that forces me to do the research. When they say, well, we've only mapped 5% of the ocean's floor, I don't believe that. Maybe they mapped more. These are the same people that won't even let me sit in the rover to go on. They won't let me get time in the observatory, to look at the, okay, you get a minute under the scrutiny of a professor to make sure that you're thinking in the way we want you to think, as opposed to the guy that had time to see something and say, look, I think this thing is called a quasar. I'm going to name it. I'm going to say, hey, this is a phenomena that we need to study. And what do? They take away his time. I mean, that's like just burning someone at the stake almost. Some
things never change.
Yeah, exactly. They say archaeology moves forward with every funeral that happens of the director, whoever's the person in charge. Because Egypt, I heard, is like, I've seen the debates with Graham Hancock and these other guys, and how they finally got in there to see those boxes of the Serapeum, so. And like you said, you went there, you didn't even know they were there. I didn't know, until later on, and people finally, maybe it leaked somehow. I don't know how that information got out. But they're very astonishing. I mean, they're so amazing, because I'm looking at it like, one guy had a video, and he was one of the guys that I think grew up in Egypt. And he showed where the shiny part of it, where the block looked shined, seems to be a liquid, because under the lid had a solidified, like, half of a droplet. Like if you were to, like, let me see what's a good analogy. Like if you paint something and say you paint the hood of a car, and underneath the lip of the hood has a little droplet of paint that's solidified. So you're saying, wait a minute, this was paint that was put on this. This wasn't polished to make this color. This was a coating somehow. So he showed that on the top of one of the lids of the Serapeum sarcophagi. And then when I think of the word sarcophagi, or plural, I guess, sarcophagus, and Chernobyl, when they said that they contain the radioactive stuff in a sarcophagus, And I'm saying, wait a minute. So that word, maybe these things held something that was radioactive. I mean, who knows? Who knows? I mean, I would think that there's definitely more elements than what they're telling us. Scribe is a big subscriber to Bigfoot and a lot of other things. And I saw a show where a guy made a good point. He goes, listen, he goes, if you think that we got to wait for them to tell us something exists, he goes, you're basically never going to learn. You know, you're never going to see the truth. So, you know, and they're very staunch, I guess, Bigfoot researchers and stuff. And, you know, me, I'm looking at it as more of just, you know, I think there's other more important things. Like I'm not as worried about as the shape of the Earth or the moon missions or anything like that. I'm more thinking, look, I'm going somewhere and it's not going to be in this physical realm, you know. So I think that's pretty important to me at the moment. Mr. Super Sidewinder says, "Is William an atheist?" I don't think so. Yeah, so he's confirming that. So he's not. And yeah, get it.
And a creator God, prime creator.
Okay, so all right, that answers that. And Mr. X says Coral Castle was built on an aquifer. It seems all the ancient structures were. Was this for free energy?
Yeah, I don't know, because I get no sense that Ed was into free energy. He had batteries, he had battery chargers. He took a lawnmower engine and tied it to a car generator and made a generator for charging car batteries.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't think this, and we could talk about free energy for a moment, because there's a lot of theories out there that like you can get energy out of the vacuum, you can get energy out of the environment. Well, that's missing the point that we live in a flowing energy universe. Okay, we are like beings living on the edge of a creek or a river, and we're looking out at the water and we see this flowing water past us, and we think that it's not moving, but it is. And if we could stick a pinwheel out in the middle of that flow, we'd get energy out of it. Is it free? Well, it's free because the water's flowing past us, but it's not free in the sense like it just came out of nowhere. The big mistake they make in our science, in our physics, is that they think everything had to happen. Everything has a cause. Everything has a, you know, this like Big Bang cause. And so that's why they look at fusion, this idea that fusion is what drives suns. And because they want to believe that something crushed everything together and it started to fuse. But what the Egyptian cosmology says is that there's an energy flow, and that the sun is more like a light bulb on a Christmas tree than anything else. And if you follow the wire back to the plug, then you'll find the energy. So the real key isn't pulling free energy out of the environment. The real key is tapping into that solar energy that's coming from the center, the great attractor, the source of energy of the whole universe. And so what I think we're going to discover, and I think what Tesla was doing with the Wardenclyffe Tower and other things, was this method of tapping into solar energy. Because once you could tap into that energy, it's everywhere and it's free. So we're going to get free energy, but we're not going to get it in a way that the 0 point people think. We're going to get it because of an understanding that we live in a flow of energy, and we're going to put a water wheel into that flow and start tapping it.
Mm-hmm. I've heard of people, I don't know if it's true, that, you know, they have devices that can pull energy like from the air, like charge a cell phone, you know, so they're tapping into that electric force in the air, which makes a lot more sense. I mean, Scribe has a different outlook of the shape and stuff. I think I'm more on the same with you of thinking the Earth is possibly round and hollow and that it grows. When I saw that theory about 12 years ago by Neil Adams of the growing Earth and how the continents, you know, fit together, and I'm saying, you know, that really makes a lot of sense.
Right?
It just
like plaster on a balloon.
Exactly. And Mr. X, he doesn't you know, even debate it, you know, with, you know, the shape, because I kind of say, look, it's a distraction to me, certain things. It's like, what am I really getting out of going into that when I really need to understand consciousness? I need to understand what this is, where, you know, what is existence, the fabric of reality. It's just those things are very important. And I was always into, astronomy, even astrology to many points, to say, look, it has a validity. I see things that line up. And one, I don't see astrology shaming astronomy, but I see astronomy shaming astrology. And that kind of tells me, kind of like with the wisdom of Solomon, type of thing, with the two mothers and the baby, and one mother saying no, she steals the other's baby, and he goes, okay, I'll solve it for you, we'll cut the baby in half and give you each half. And the real mother's like, no, okay, look, let her keep the baby, and then the other one's like, yeah, cut it in half and give us both. So he realizes that's not the real mother. So just using the logic of things and saying, okay, so whoever's really, so the astronomy is shaming the astrologist, but the astrologist is not as much shaming the astronomer, saying, no, the study of stars and,
look at a lot of my work is with the Dendera temple. And one of the things Dendera is well known for is astronomy, astrology and astronomy. And, it had the original zodiac in the upper room. That's now in the Louvre, and I was studying the hieroglyphics at one point after figuring out the Dendera light, and it wasn't talking so much about how the light worked. It was talking about festivals and feast days. And if you look at Dendera, it has a sundial, and it has a way of following the stars on the roof. It has an observatory on the roof. And it's like they were really, really interested on what day and where the planets and the stars were all aligning. I think they understood that certain alignments bring flows of this energy, and that they were using the temple to draw that energy down during these key feast days or festivals. And what did they do with that water? I mean, what did they do with that energy? I think they put it into water. If you look, all these temples have huge pools with stairs that lead down and on the other side lead up. And I think they were creating pools of life infused water, and they were letting people walk through it to get a healing, just like a fountain of youth.
Yes, I could definitely see that. I spoke with.
I'll tell you one other thing that I'll leave it with this, because I do need to consider. But I got the current version of the Dendera light working about a year ago. And so I didn't turn it on much because I was afraid of breaking it before Praveen came to videotape it. And so we didn't use it. But after he came, we turned it on a lot. And one of the things we noticed was there behind my house to the north, the opposite side of the sun, there was a vine, growing, and it was growing underneath an overhang I have in the back of my house. It was literally trying to get to the tube. This vine came over the thing, and you could see it going along the floor and working its way. It was amazing. It was just trying like a maniac to get to the tube room. And eventually I would, in the wintertime, I took a look in the hot water heater, and the vine was all over the hot water heater. It's as if the Dendera light had been charging the water in the water heater, and the plant life was being attracted to it. I mean, it was covered in these vines. So there's this idea of this, one of the writings in the crypt says, the device draws down the energy from the sun that is the enemy of Sokar. It pushes back death. This was a healing temple, and they were using this device to draw down this life force energy from the sun and distribute it and use it. And that's that. One of the things I'll end with this really is the idea of, where did I come up with this stuff? I didn't figure it out. I'm decoding it from stuff that the Egyptians already have on their walls. So what we're seeing here is Egyptian information returning. Okay. That's why I say I rediscovered it. I didn't discover it because, one of the things I was told years ago is that by my spirit guidance, it said, Bill is remembering the ancient past. And I've always thought about that, remembering the ancient past, a memory, I think I'm tapping into the Akashic. As one of the people on the chat mentioned the Akashic. I think the Akashic is the memory of the planet. And I think when you go to one of these sites like Dendera or the pyramids or any other place, that you're walking among the stones that the original builders were there with, and you're picking up the energy of these people, and that allows you to tap the Akashic. I believe by going to these places, you get a library card that allows you to go to the Akashic and pull in information. And that's what I've been doing all this time.
Yeah, that's amazing. It was Mr. Super Sidewinder. Yeah, this was amazing. I mean, we must do it again if you have free time one day. This is like, I mean, you're the deepest interview that I've had on the channel. I mean, I had William Kane, I think. Yeah, he writes under, and he does subliminal messages in art and stuff. And we had a great stream about 3 years ago. And then a guy was on a few days ago, really deep about objective versus subjective ethics and morality. But by far, this is the best interview to date. Mr. X is right. This is the best interview to date. And yeah, when you have time, I mean, and I know you want to speak with him. We had made the 2 hours, Mr. Super Sidewinder. The next time he comes on, now that he's familiar with the stream, we'll have a little more of an interaction and stuff. Because I know you said, you North Carolina, you go to bed a little early and stuff, and just preparing. But yeah, I know people were, the stream once. I don't want to keep you too late, Well,
I'll tell you what. I'll give you another, 20 minutes, however you want to.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll drop.
We have a group. I never take that for granted that we'll all be able to get together.
Okay, I appreciate that. That is so nice. Yeah, because we only have today, right? It's like we never know what's going to happen. But this is the link here. I just put it in there because Mr. Super Sidewinder wants to ask a question. I think there was a few other people, Mr. X, of course. But if you guys hop on the link, we'll give it a couple minutes. If nobody hops on, then we'll just leave it as that. And, we'll definitely schedule something else. I'm going to put your, I got to put your channel in the title so they can reach your YouTube channel, right? Like, and
YouTube channel, and I also have the GoFundMe.
Is that on the YouTube channel too, or
if you go to Facebook, you'll see information about my. I'm on Facebook, William.
Okay, I'll put that in the description.
That's really the best place to find me.
Yeah, and, when I update it, I'll because I got to update the stream. Mr. X, this is Mr. William Armand Sosa. Mr. X.
Hey, Mr. Sosa, great to meet you. I really loved your input. Some great knowledge, things I had no clue about. You really enlightened me to these things. I did have one quick question, because I know you visited Coral Castle, and I live down here in South Florida, so I've been there a couple of times myself. What's the significance of that the stone telescope that faces the North Star? Do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, one of the things I believe Ed was my understanding of Ed Lee Scanlon was he was originally an alchemist apprentice living in Latvia. And so when he came to America, he had all this knowledge of European alchemy. And I think he applied that. And part of that understanding of alchemy is understanding astronomy, understanding, again, these currents of energy. And so I think it was important for moving energy, not so much for building the castle. I asked my giant guide one time, I said, is it important, the location when you build these things? And they said, would it make any sense to have a softening device that only worked in a certain location? No. But the temples that are built in a specific place with specific alignments for specific purposes. And so I think Ed was building himself a temple, not just a castle. And I think that part of it is like Dendera having their observatory on the roof. I think he built observatory. He had a sundial. He had a couple of sundials. There's the one that everybody sees that's on the ground floor. But if you go up to the wall near that tall tower for the telescope, you'll find that he has a sundial up there too. Same exact kind that he has on the ground. And so I think when he was up there kind of using that sundial and looking through that thing, I think he was trying to find the perfect time of day for certain practices. And I think
you're 100% correct, because I know at Coral Castle they do seances and have those practices there too.
Right. I actually channeled Ed once, just for kicks, because I went there in 98 and then again 2 other times. And I used to auto write back then, and I auto write. And I asked Ed about my work with the soft and light technology. And he said, you're very close. You're the closest I've ever seen anyone come to this. He said, but be careful. If you ever get this device working, remember to turn it off. If you leave it running, it will dissolve matter completely. And I always thought that was an interesting, piece of information to get from old Ed. But
Oh, so you actually spoke to Ed. You channeled
Well,
through
I channeled him.
channeling.
Okay? And
Yeah.
and again, I think he helped me to understand his book, because if you've ever read Magnetic Currents, it's very cryptic, and it
Yes.
was really helpful. Whoever did the illustrated version, his illustrations really helped. But it took me about 4 readings to finally connect his work with the soft and light stuff I'd read in the Graham Hancock book, and of course, Halt and Ops work.
Wow.
Mr. Super Sidewinder, if you want to hop on, we got the link here. I know if you want to ask a question. NPC the Game says, Mr. Sosa, what do you think the purpose of humanity is an individual and collective?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is the many facets of consciousness. Again, in Atlantis, if you ever read any of the Edgar Cayce work, he talked about there were 2 religions in Atlantis. One was called the Law of the One, and the other was called the Sons of Belial. And the Law of the One believed that at a higher level, all consciousness was coming from one source, and so that we were all just like light going through a prism, breaking up into individual colors. That same kind of thing happens to consciousness as it moves from this prime source into all this myriad of other consciousnesses. And the other group, the Sons of Belial, see, if you believe that, then you come up with a culture that's very, everybody takes care of themselves. Everybody, this very collective kind of thinking. But there was another group that said, wait a minute, we're better than other people and we deserve more. And that's the Sons of Belial. That was the dark side moving in, and that dark side eventually took Atlantis out. So, I believe consciousness at a higher level converges to a single point, and that's God, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. Mr. Super Sidewinder, this is Mr. William Armand Sosa. Introduction. Mr. Super Sidewinder is, and Mr. X, these are friends that are always on the panel. They support the channel. Do you have any questions, Mr. Super Sidewinder?
I have several. Thank you for coming on, William, and thank you for sticking around a few extra minutes for questions and whatnot. I really appreciate this interview. Has been helpful, actually.
Thank you.
So I tried to join, and my phone screen started glitching out like I've never seen it before, man. It's like it was sparkling. So I rebooted my phone. Seemed like it was fine before and after, and when I went back get into StreamYard, it did it again, and then it cleared up. So I went ahead and joined. Like I didn't want to.
When you came backstage, it was saying it wasn't connecting. So I was noticing that it was saying that. But you did mention Mr. Super Sidewinder was the one that mentioned Akashic Record in the chat. He was the one. So I didn't know if there was anything relating or, yeah.
So we're coming to a lot of the same conclusions, William. Like I feel like humanity is on a path for enlightenment, and I think they're doing everything that they can to block it. But those of us that are spiritually aware, empathic, whatever words you want to use, like I don't like labels, but I guess we have to kind of group ourselves somehow or whatever. But we're coming to a lot of the same conclusions, whether we discuss them or not. So first, I'd like to congratulate you on like the answers that you're coming to. Like they're obviously deeply contemplated, and you're allowing some guidance in there. Like you're not trusting just yourself. You're taking a lot of information and boiling it down to a point where most people probably wouldn't even understand the things that you speak of. The Akashic Record to me boils down to what you said, what you touched on it, at least in crystals. I think so much of our world comes down to crystals. And Max and I have had this discussion before that crystals, like in my mind, come into existence in this realm, like the dense realm or the 3D realm, or however you want to look at it, like the physical realm, into a lattice that's predetermined. So their form is already defined before they can come into existence. They don't come in and then get shaped. They come in as that shape. And they always have that shape from the very first grain to whatever size that they grow. They're always like their full form. And I do think they're intelligent. And I think that like our bodies, that whatever we're made up of, like the smallest unit, I think boils down to a crystal there too. And water. being a key to that, water exists in many forms, and I think all of those forms retain memory, and there's no escaping it. As you breathe in and breathe out, you're exchanging your waters with the waters of this realm. And then to take that to the next level, at least, like you didn't say you're an atheist, so something created this. All intelligent design must be thought first, in my opinion, what I've arrived at. And so I think like the tidal exchanges, because we're in a closed system here, and the waters above and the waters below being separated, if you take the biblical concept of that water must be exchanged. So if our long-term memory is not stored in our brain, which I certainly do not think that it is, from a creator standpoint, if all your important long-term life memories were in your brain and a piano fell on your head, they wouldn't exist anywhere, right? I think our brain is like an immediate processor, a sensory receptor, and a transceiver for that Akashic record. But let's say like your long-term memory is stored here in the waters of the physical, the contained realm, and the tides exchange that water with the waters above. So the real Akashic record is the waters above, right? They get transferred in, intermixed, resalinated to the right levels, and then
Robert Temple's? Have you seen Robert Temple's book, A New Science? It's on plasma.
No, not.
Robert Temple was the guy who wrote the book about the Dogon.
Yeah, I have that book, The Serious Mystery.
Serious Mystery.
Yeah, I have that one.
A lot of other books, but recently my wife suggested to me, she said, I found this book online my group is talking about, and this guy knows a lot about plasma, and do you want me to get you the book? And I said, no, I've got more plasma books than I'm ever going to read, and I don't need another one. So she bought it anyway. And when I got it, I took a look at it, and I couldn't put it down. It was a fascinating account of plasma as a consciousness, and how plasma embodied. And it turns out there is a plasma cloud on both sides of the moon that was discovered sometime in the 50s, I think by a Russian, but I'm not sure. The guy's name was Kordylewski, and he discovered these two clouds that are 8 times the size of the Earth of plasma on each side of the moon. They're in that Lagrange point, that neutral gravity point on each side. And I believe, and I've had contact with Robert Temple as well, I believe that's where the Akashic record is. I think there is crystalline intelligence inside those plasma clouds, and that they collect the memories of everything that happens on Earth. And so I think that we are able to tap into that and pull from it like a library. But his book covers so much more than that. It's a wonderful treatise into this new science of plasma cosmology.
So I have to ask you, because you've thrown some words around here that kind of rub me the wrong way against like what I've come to know. And I don't want to be like conflict, whatever. And again, I don't like labels, but if I had to label myself, I would call myself first a truther and second a flat earther, because I'm trying to wake people up to the lies. But you've used the word planets, and now you're inferring that the moon might be the distance away that Google would say it is, 238,000 miles. I don't think that's anywhere near close. And you've mentioned like comets flying around in outer space being affected by gravity. So I don't believe gravity is a real thing. It's a theory.
No, I didn't say gravity.
And I don't believe that there's an outer space in the way it's described, like a vacuum of outer space.
No, he didn't say gravity.
System. I don't believe in any of that.
Can you hear us, Mr. Super Sidewinder? He never said gravity. We were talking about it's an electrical thing. So
gravity is a secondary force created by electrostatic forces.
By magnetic forces.
That's why
he did mention gravity when he was talking about the comets being pulled around by the gravity of Jupiter.
No. I asked.
Yeah, no, not gravity, but
not gravity.
I mean, obviously, there are orbits and things and they do attract. There is this attraction with the sun, and the sun is a focal point in an elliptical orbit. So obviously something's causing that.
Right.
But gravity is not a primary force. It's a secondary force that's created in this environment. So it is a real force. I mean, jump off a building and let me know how that works out. It's real.
Yeah, that's what I tell
You know,
people.
it,
It could be called something else. I call it a force, but there is a force that will pull you down if you jump.
What they attribute it to is this idea that all matter has this gravity That's not true. Okay, because if you can take it away, like Ed did with the Carl Castle rock, and it has nothing to do with the matter of the of the stone. It has something to do with an electrical magnetic quality, and I think that's what we're going to find. That's why, in my hollow earth understanding, you're able to walk along on the surface. You're pulled to the surface of the earth. But when you turn around at the poles and go to the bottom, you're now walking around on the inside of the globe. Why does it pull you up? Because gravity is a function of the material of the crust of the earth that's being charged by the sun. So it's gravity exists. It's just a secondary force. It's not a primary force.
Yeah, the growing theory.
Do you think
what
I'm relative also?
What the growing earth theory, and it really makes sense to me because I try to explain to Scribe. He thinks about the flat plane, and other people do too. I don't. And I'm saying, okay, I've noticed you are very open to changing according to the evidence. And this is why, I mean, I really like that because I don't know other people that are scientific that don't, can understand evolution is not scientific and looks deeper into things. People don't realize that truth can supersede facts. And that's a very odd thing. Like I've seen debates where people think they've won a debate because I think it was Mehdi tried to talk with Dr. Jiang and he explained that. And I said, well, wait a minute, Mehdi's religious. So I would say to him, look, if you try to use that, you believe your religion is truth, right? And it's not factual. So your truth of that goes beyond that. And it might not be true. And this is why I respect Mr. X for never even engaging in the flat earth debate, because it's like we got more important things to do. Yes. I mean, we're going to be dead soon. None of us are really, we ain't old, but we ain't young, and it's like, I just look at it as there's more important things. And that even when I go on channels and I talk about the evolution thing, I realize I'm just wasting my time. It's like, who am I talking to? It's like, it just doesn't make sense. So this type of invigorating conversation, like I remember when we were talking and I had mentioned that, I said, the path of the comet, it's more like an electrical thing, like you were saying. So the bubbles forming. I did have a question about when you said Saturn could have been the sun, and I wondered why not Jupiter? Because isn't Jupiter,
Well, like again, we're talking about really far in the past. And the stories that the Velikovsky stories talk about Saturn being the sun and how Venus was a comet and all of that crazy stuff. And I've often wondered how could that be? And then I discovered the diode sun model. And I realized, if the biggest bubble wins, and so it's kind of there can only be one Highlander, and there can only be one sun.
But now, what about? And this is to just add into that. What about solar systems that claim to have binary suns?
Again, how many twins do we find?
They say it's more common.
The same moon can hold more than one being. Okay, the same heliosphere can hold more than one sun. Each sun will now affect the other one, and they'll move to other sides of the heliosphere. I'm not saying it's not possible. But once a sun kicks in, it causes the planets to form around the ecliptic, around the middle of the
solar plane.
And what causes them to turn is when the solar winds go out, they come in through the poles, what we know as the auroras. And when they come through, that electrical thing going through those ley lines we talked about earlier interact with the sun's magnetic field, which is very strong, and it causes the planets to start turning, just like homopolar motors. So planets don't turn because they're remnants of some collision that happened eons ago. They're turning because they're electric motors in a magnetic field. And that makes sense.
That makes sense.
And it explains things like Jupiter, not Jupiter.
Venus going back.
Venus, and why is Venus so hot? I think it's because it's bucking the electrical fields. It's literally like a short circuit of some kind, and it's overloading and getting hot. I think if we could fix the ley lines on Venus, we would find that it would turn back to something more Earth-like. I think the same thing happened on Mars. If you look at Mars, it's got this scar called Valles Marianus. Right? It looks like a big Grand Canyon. And I think that was part of this intergalactic war we were talking about. Mars was once just like Earth. It was it was spinning. It had a magnetic field. It had Van Allen belts. It had everything. And the war scarred that particular part of the planet and broke all the ley lines and busted the connections. And that weakened the electrical ability of it and broke its magnetic field. So Mars was killed. And I think we're going to be able to go back and at some point when we understand that that's how planets work, and we'll be able to repair the damage.
Now, what have you heard of Dr. Tom Van Flanderen, who had the theory of with the asteroids being a planet at one time from the asteroid belt? And
sure. And he's also a believer in comets coming from the asteroid belt.
Okay.
I found this out after I kind of formulated it. But again, so that's why I don't take credit for any of this stuff, because I think I'm just tapping into the Akashic. I think that this information comes from the library of all human thought.
Yeah. And when I think about it too, I think about the play, like we were talking about the play of life, the stage, the world stage. It's like Osho, a philosopher, he made a good point. He goes, I never saw a serious tree or a serious rock or a serious cloud. He goes, I don't think nature wants me to be serious, and that's really playing through life. Alan Watt made a good point. He said, you don't work the piano, you don't work the guitar. He goes, so even at what we would consider work, I've had better times when I play through work. And I just, I'll be, what's that song? Whistle while you work, just enjoy.
Did you ever hear of a guy named Louis Gasparetto?
No.
Louis Gasparetto was a psychic who lived in Brazil. And he had this ability that he discovered when he was very young of being able to tap into a collective of artists. And he could literally paint like the artists of the past. He could paint like Picasso, like Van Gogh, like Michelangelo. He could literally do this, and he would do it in the dark. Okay, he'd turn the lights out, and he'd sit there, and he'd start moving around on the thing and moving paints around, and he'd create Picassos, he'd create Van Goghs, and he said, the collective of artists, they talk to me, and they tell jokes and stuff, and he says they come close. And they're able to work through me. And I think there's something to that. A lot of times what we're seeing today, we see what we would call child prodigies, people who can play piano when they're 3 years old or whatever, right? Like Mozart. I think they're actually tapping into that collective. I recently had a friend pass away 2 years ago, and I was trying to remember a song to be able to play at his funeral. It was Space Oddity by I forget who. Anyway, it was Ground Control to Major Tom.
Oh, and, okay, yeah.
And I was trying to remember how to play it, and it also reminded me of another song, "Dream On" by Aerosmith. So I was playing "Dream On" around the same time, trying to remember that song because I used to play it in the past. And all of a sudden, I started thinking of a different way of playing it because I always struggled with the way I was taught as a teenager from my guitar teacher. And this new way looked very much like the way Jimi Hendrix would play it. And it was so much easier, and the song fell together so much better, okay, that now that's the way I play Dream On. And what I thought was, I can imagine my friend Dave on the other side conversing with like Hendrix and these people, and I can imagine Hendrix saying, hey, that friend of yours, he does, Dream On really good, but he plays it like crap. Teach him this way. And all of a sudden, I was able to get that new way of playing it, I think, from that collective of guitar players through my friend Dave. So it's just strange things.
Wow. It's really amazing. I mean, this is a great conversation. Hopefully we can schedule something and, have a structure to it, maybe a certain because I know your computer with the pictures and stuff.
Mhm.
I'm gonna get the full version of StreamYard tomorrow, and I'll be able to upload some, so like I can show them, so like
Very good.
we'll converse, and then we'll do that. I know you were saying 8:30 you turn into a pumpkin, right? One of the
Yeah,
messages.
I mean, there's no set time. I haven't heard anything from management downstairs, so I'm not being beckoned yet.
Okay. Yeah. If anybody's,
Management. I love it.
that's a good one. If you have another question, Mr. Super Sidewinder, or
No, I'm going to
Ragamuffin.
bow out because we had two other joiners. Perhaps they have some questions. I think we could learn a lot from each other. I hope you come back and do some more shows with us, William. I
Very
look
good.
forward to it.
Same here.
Definitely. I did have a question about the time, his opinion on time, Mr. Sosa, about the relativity of it. Do you believe that that's the case? Something like like that movie Interstellar. Do you believe that's possible, or that's relative to the universe?
Well, again, I fall back on thought. Okay, what is the fastest thing in the universe? It's thought, because in a thought you could travel to the moon, travel to planets, travel back in time, forward in time. I think what we're going to discover is that time, the way we perceive it, is kind of like a radio, and we tune to a particular radio station, and that allows that station to play linearly to us. We can literally, like picking up a record and moving the head to another part in the record and immediately go back. I think we can do that with time. I have no doubt that time travel and being able to get information from the future as well as the past, and how the future might affect the past. I've often heard how, I brought it up yesterday, the Rosetta Stone.
Mm-hmm.
French first got to doing their archaeology in the Napoleonic period. They couldn't read hieroglyphics. And then one day they discovered the Rosetta Stone, and then this guy Champollion figures out that the Greek and the hieroglyphics and the Demontic are all saying the same thing, and he was able to use that to decode it. Well, what my spirit guidance told me was the future sent the Rosetta Stone into the past so that they would have a way of decoding the information. And so this idea of time, that we have of it being linear. One of the things that my wife did when she was in Egypt years ago, I wasn't on this trip, but they were in Luxor and they had to travel to Cairo. And that's a long train ride, about a 10-hour train ride. And their train left late. Okay. And they were going to get to Cairo too late to do the tour they were going to do of the pyramids. And it was going to, they were going to miss a major hunk of the pyramids. But when they got on the train, they started doing this thing as a group: time warp, time warp, time warp. Imagine time, slowing down. Imagine it slowing down. And that train got to Cairo 2 hours early. Okay. Somehow these people on that train were able to take a late train and get to the place they were going early by 2 hours. I think we have that kind of, time is such a really strange thing. A watched minute seems like an hour, and yet an hour that you don't watch goes by in a second. It's all relative to the focus, to the consciousness that you bring to it at any moment. And I've done this myself where I'm running late, and I'll use the same technique. I'm like time warp, time warp, time warp, and I'll get there on time or even a little early. So we're going to find time is as malleable as the three other dimensions.
Yeah. And our mind has a way of being able to do spectacular things that we would never think it could do. A manipulation of time. There's when we're like walking on a beach and then we turn back and we see that we walked a far distance that we didn't even realize. And it was like we were one with everything, or writing something, or doing something we really like, drawing, or working on an experiment, or creating some type of device, which, we're in some, I don't know if it's called the flow state or something like that. Like some people would look at it like that. And
Sure.
Yeah. And as Varun, he's from India. He comes on here. He's extremely knowledgeable in many of the holy books, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita. And he mentioned to me a couple of days ago, he said, look, it just doesn't make sense that time would be linear. He goes, it seems it would be more cyclic, like moving either forward in a cycle. And I had that theory years ago, because I said, okay, if it moves forward in a circle, like a circle going forward in a line, then is it possible to catch the loop and repeat the circle? And can we adjust the circle? Can a circle be 1 day, a year, 10 years? Is it a set time on the circle?
Well, I
So,
mean, look at the yugas, the 26,000 year cycle
mhm,
of the zodiac.
yeah.
Okay, we're moving out of Pisces into Aquarius. I
Mhm.
think that's part of what's going on right now with all of us. Our consciousness is it's like we're coming out of the deep freeze of Pisces into the warmth of Aquarius. It's springtime, and we're
Mhm.
starting to see, there's that talk about the 100th monkey, how
Mhm.
there were monkeys on the islands that
Yeah.
were eating coconuts, and one of them figured out how to get the sand off by putting it in the
Yeah.
water.
Mhm.
Right? I think that we're going to see that same kind of thing happen to us. I think we've already seen it happen many times, but I
Mhm.
think it's going to start increasing even more, where
Yeah.
people are going to start to. One of the things I've noticed in my work is I find people who came up with some of these ideas some years ago. I'm literally just rediscovering what they already worked on years ago. I
Mhm.
think it's part of that 100th monkey thing.
Yeah, the 100th monkey. I remember that it was an island off of Japan, and it was they were washing, I think, potatoes or something, and the
Coconuts.
oh, coconuts. All right, and it reminds me of, like, when the so-called 100th monkey did it, the ones on the other shore, it like transferred that knowledge to them
Exactly.
across. Yeah, and it makes me wonder about tuning forks. When you strike a tuning fork, the other one will vibrate.
Exactly.
So this is
I'll tell you one
something.
other crazy story that
Mhm.
happened to me in the Air Force. I had a friend in the Air Force named Dave, and he was a epileptic. So I never saw him have a fit, but and he told me, he said, I have this strange ability, Bill, that I can tap into the consciousness of people. And I thought he was crazy. I said, well, prove it. And what he can do is he gets in tune with whatever's coming into the consciousness of you. He starts doing the same thing. So he starts mirroring everything you're doing. What you say, he says. The movements you make with your eyes, he makes. Movements. I even tried to, like, break it by saying stupid things in disjointed, and he got it perfect. And it was getting so eerie how much he was mimicking me that I literally punched him in the arm to get him to stop. And um, so what I think we were seeing was this idea that we are radios, and we tune to a particular. Somebody asked me once if I was a channel. I think we are all channels. We channel ourselves. There is an entity out there that's known as Max Dowd or Mr. X, and that entity channels through you. And that same ability, you can channel someone else. That's how I channel some of my spirit guides. I really think we're going to find out that we are the one of the supreme radio receivers of consciousness, and that's what being human is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know for a fact that we're not all just matter and energy. We're matter and energy. We're part spirit also, for sure.
Yeah, obviously, I think spirit comes first. Obviously, that we're
Mhm.
talking about consciousness. We're talking about it created this environment that matter was collecting in, kind of like
Mhm.
putting a bunch of chemicals in a bottle and having plastic start to form little nodules around. You know, that we added the ingredients that created those nodules, and that
Mm,
we meaning this spirit, this consciousness that is outside of the galaxy,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah,
universe.
that makes much more sense. That the spirit verse, or the consciousness, would be first. And the question, I mean, I'm extremely, like, just always searching, saying, well, is it us doing that? Is it something else? Is it, I would love to relive my life, and with a knowing, not knowing to say, hey, can I win lotto, but living it just to be kinder and appreciative, knowing that, wow, all of these people, they will not be here. We're going to change. It's like that saying, you never meet the same person twice. That person is different. You never step into the same river twice, because it's not the same river, and it's not the same so understanding these things, it makes me appreciate so much more every little thing.
I'll end it with a story of a time I went to a Sabaro's Pizza in California. I was on my lunch break, and I went to this Sabaro's Pizza in the mall, and there was a kid working there, and he had a couple of slices behind the glass, and I said, I want that slice and that slice. And he went to give me another 2 slices somewhere else. I said, no, 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 I don't want those slices. I want these over here. And he said, they're all the same. And I said, no, they're not. I said, that one I'm willing to pay for. That one I'm not. And I got the pizza I wanted.
That's a really, I have a story like that. And I noticed one of my friends worked at a pizzeria, and he told me, he goes, look, there's different pies. And that was after he left and worked for a different pizzeria. So I was in Nassau County, and I think it was Rockville Center, and I was getting a slice. I was working, driving a truck, and I stopped, and I noticed I got a slice from the old guy there, and it was delicious. It was crisp. It had that. And the girl there, she was working behind it, and I said, hey, can I get another slice? And she went to the other pizza, and I said, no, not off that pizza, off of this one. And I could see the look on her face. And she gave me the right slice, and I ate it, and I said, yeah, they were going to give me it off of, I don't know what type of dough they use, but it's not as crisp. It's a little flappy, I guess made out of cheaper stuff. And most people don't know the difference. And you said it best. It's like, no, these I'm willing to pay for. That I'm not willing to pay for. That's a really good one, man. Yes, Sbarro. It's been a while since I heard that. Sbarro. Yeah, man. But this has been a pleasure, Mr. Sosa. It's so great. I'm so glad you got to meet everybody, most of the people. Scribe, of course, you met yesterday. I think he had a phone call. He had to go. And I'll contact you.
I would suggest if you're interested in my work, I'm on Facebook. I have a few videos on YouTube. If you look up my name, William Armand Sosa, I actually have a channel. There's only 2 videos on it. One of them is the one I was hoping to show today. So if you want to see something on my more recent work, that video is available. And again, if you go to my Facebook page, you'll find my GoFundMe. No donation is too small.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. I'm going to see if I can drop it in the chat. I'm thinking, so the GoFundMe is on the Facebook page, just on the regular post?
Yeah, if you look, it's pinned to the top. It's also at the end of the video. So if you watch the video on YouTube, you'll find a small section about the GoFundMe as well.
Okay, it's pinned to the top. I see the picture. Okay, I got. All right, this is a long link. Hopefully, copy.
You might find a smaller link in one of the comments, because I was told don't take the one that comes from there. Go look. So I put a smaller one in one of the comments.
Okay, I only see one. To me. I see one comment on that post, but it's by somebody else, Carlson. The other one, there's got to be a way to get a short link for that. Yeah, I'm not seeing the other ones on the comments. I'll see. Let me see if it'll fit, because this is a really long link. It might fit. Who knows? Because StreamYard. Okay, it did. Yeah, so that's the long link. It's this part and this part. So I guess somebody would have to. I guess because it was from Facebook. Oh, you have something backstage here. This thing here. Okay, yeah. So that's the GoFundMe. This is the link right here for it. So, yeah, if anybody wants to check that out, please support. Mr. Sosa's work is amazing. It's refreshing. It's new. It just something that really people need to understand. I mean, I would have thought myself, if I did not speak with you about this, I would have thought, okay, no, this is electricity. It's a light bulb. It's showing that they, definitely they had electricity. We're seeing that. But the purpose of it is just so different, saying, no, this is plasma. This is a whole different thing. And it brings in their whole philosophy. And it could give a hint to why they were so seemingly obsessed with something more than the physical world. Do we see this on the blocks? I have to find the guy's name, where he was the one that said, if these blocks were transparent, the hieroglyphs match up with the block on the next room, And I forgot his name. It's on a channel called Versadoco, and he's the only, like, if you type in transparent blocks on YouTube, you'll see his channel. He actually, I gave him some pictures of obsidian artifacts that look like spools, and these spools, I didn't know what they were. I know they can't be made with a chisel, and they have something to do with, I think, being like a spool for electrical wire. So I haven't looked into it, but I don't know if he made the video, because I had my name on the copyright form. I told him, look, if you want the original files, I'll give them to you. I just got to look for them. But they're actually on that Facebook page too that I had sent to you about the descendants. Yeah, this is amazing. The Dendera Light Project lost ancient technology. Yes, this is great, man. Yeah. Oh, the machine lies. Good to see you, brother, man. It's always a pleasure. Yeah, this guy, really cool guy, man. Yeah, Mr. William Armand Sosa, great guest here talking about the Dendera light, and I like the way he terms it because it's not light bulb, it's the light. It's the Dendera light that works on a plasma that is actually a representation of something that goes far beyond just a light bulb, just basic illumination. This is telling us a lot to do with reality, with reality, existence, the the theories about it. It's more than just a theory. It is definitely based on physics, and it shows us how it goes. Contrary to the model we're taught, the harsh, like I would say, I guess lack of a better word, the masculine or the patriarchal rigidness of the Big Bang explosion, forcing galaxies fighting and, planets, and all this stuff. And then the crushing thing at the end. It's, matriarchal people think are just women based. It's like, no, it's more balanced. It's more us, imbalanced with both. We're not the opposite sex. We're the complementary sex to each other.
And I will end with the idea that, why do I care? Because I see a lot of money being spent on technologies and that aren't going anywhere. And I really would like to see, I mean, if somebody asked me, where do you see this going? I would love to see the device duplicated and the technology, repeated so that people can start to study it, because it'll one of the things it shows is that suns are not fusion reactors. And there's a lot of talk today about using fusion as a energy source for the Earth, and they base that on the idea that the sun is a fusion reactor, and it's not. Fusion plays a role in transformation of material from lower, hydrogen and helium into oxygen, iron, all those that transmutation of elements, but it has nothing to do with where the energy is coming from. The energy from the sun comes from the great attractor following that long, cord through all of the other galaxies.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Sosa, I just want to say thanks for answering all my questions, and I just donated $5 to your cause. So
thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to go.
Okay. And
everybody,
we'll talk, we'll message each other. We have the email. You have my email. So yeah, we'll talk soon, man. You take care and have a great night, man. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mario. It was a lot of fun. Take care.
This was good. This was really good.
Yeah, no, definitely. We need him back. We need this is great.
Yeah. To have good guests, right? Mr. Superside Wonder. It's like, I think Ragamuffin dropped off if he wants to hop back on. Yeah, because I only had 2 hours and like 10 minutes left, but I think StreamYard was saying they let you go over and they'll take the hours from next month, which renews like around the 20th. But I'm gonna get the thing tomorrow. I figure I should get it today. Scribe pushed me to get it today, but I was waiting for like a Cash App or a PayPal because it comes directly. YouTube, I got to wait till next month. And I told him, well, I said, all right, it's a superstition. Tomorrow's May the 4th. People will say, May the 4th be with you, And I said, yeah, right. So yeah, because he's like, why not today? And I'm like, I didn't want to tell him right away. And, so I figured, and StreamYard, if StreamYard would definitely end it at the 2 hours and 10 minutes, I would have got it. And honestly, I did forget. I was running late and I got here in time. Mr. Sosa was backstage. I think I got on like 8 minutes prior because he said usually 15, 20 minutes he's backstage. And we had a great conversation yesterday, Scribe, him and I. We talked for like almost 2 hours, but I couldn't record it because I didn't have much hours left. I only had enough for this. And then finally Scribe was like, all right, he goes, pay me back. I'll get the thing because I couldn't get the discount. And I'm just like, man. And so hopefully, it's great. I mean, I left a comment, like, I think it was, definitely last month. and he goes, contact me over here. And then I waited for a while. He goes, Friday, Saturdays are good. And then I think just like last Saturday or something, he goes, I go, what do you want to do? Like a Friday, Saturday? And he goes, Saturday or Sunday. And then I said, okay, how about Sunday and 6 p.m.? Because he goes, look, 8:30, you know, he's already going to be, I guess, getting ready to wind down. And yeah, this was great, man. I didn't know if he was so cool, because I didn't want to like say, okay, I'm, going to open the panel without him saying, okay, like we didn't talk about anything like that. It was just Scribe, him and I. And then when he was like, sure, I'll hang out for another 10, I was like, wow, that is so cool, man. So it allowed people to come on.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. And you got to answer all the questions, and I like his answers. It gives you a lot of good insight. That is definitely, what this channel needs, for sure.
Yeah, he is so cool, man. And just, and I didn't, everybody, we have different outlooks on certain things. Like we can converge, and we all agree, that evolution is a well agreed upon lie. It's not true. That's
the mysteries of the universe are too deep for one person to solve it all.
Yeah. And when hey, I don't know, it might be a flat plane. Scribe and I get into that sometimes when we're talking daily, and it could be. But then I'm like, look, man, I'm kind of waiting to die, man. It's like everybody's gone. I'm like, why am I even here? And he's like, look, you got so much talent in this. I said, look, I don't care, man. I said, that's why I'm publishing books and all of this, making live streams. I said, you can remember it later. I said, in 1,000 years, it's all going to be gone, man.
But MD, did he influence you on consciousness? Like, did it change your opinion about that we're spirit, not just matter?
Oh, no, I never thought that we would just matter. I've always thought that we were more. What it did educate me on was the electric part. Like I was going to ask, but I know he was ready to go. We spoke yesterday about the sun, like being plugged in.
Yes.
So maybe the sun is plugged in to the spirit verse, and we see it here, getting its electricity from that, or something like that we spoke on. And I was going to bring that up, but we got, it was going to the end. And that because he knew about Thunderbolts of the Gods. I remember waiting, I think it was like 2010 or 2012 or something. These guys were producing a documentary about the electric universe. So saying that the space between Earth and the sun, the electricity is where we get it from, the space, not the object itself.
That makes a lot of sense. That really does.
But when he researched that, and he goes, they were off about a certain thing, because I noticed they did the documentary, they had funding, it was pretty good, but there was a lot of stuff missing. So the fact that he's a technical, his background is hardware and software. It just he really got into a lot. And I mean, to get into like other stuff with space and planets and stuff, it's like kind of like I'm appreciating the knowledge that I got. That the one thing is the theory of, which is also, like he said, backed on physics, that from the Dendera light bulb type of expression, that this physical matter seems to have been created as not just something for the spirit verse or the consciousness, but something that attracts it. And that's when and he goes, like bugs attracted to a light. And I was like, something. And that's what got me thinking, hey, so now is it something like a spider creating the physical web of, reality to attract consciousnesses that either it feeds on, or who knows, but the whole physical universe being created to attract the consciousness, as opposed to being created for us to inhabit it as a now it could be both. It could be both, but that is something that I was like, that's a very profound thought. And there was stuff, if I could, yesterday we had a great conversation, man. If I would have Scribe, him and a Scribe was asking a lot of stuff. He was more speaking with them about the same amount as me. So we got acquainted with each other, for yesterday, just to say, okay, this is how, when we come on, you can show the pictures this way and stuff. And good to see you, Marilyn. Always a pleasure. And Mark, always, bro. Yeah, man. I appreciate. Yeah, I William Kane, who wrote the Subliminal book, I hope he's still alive, because he was a professor at Boston University, and he was older when he came on a couple of years ago. Yeah, it just it was a good one, man. I'm glad Mr. Super Sidewinder got to come on and speak with I think Ragamuffin wanted to kind of challenge a little, but I didn't feel that this is not really. Yeah,
that's not what we should do here.
Yeah, it's like, whatever, the space program, whatever,
That's not what we're here
Yeah,
for.
it's like mining. You take the gem that you can get from someone like that, even if you don't agree with everything they say. If you're smart enough, you can learn.
Exactly.
So I've always said, like, a wise man can always learn more from a fool than a fool could ever learn from a wise man. You got to have an open mind.
Yes.
Always, man. And I tell you, Mr. Sosa had me really rethinking a few things. And, the fact that he was so open about, because when we hit on the evolution just not making sense, but you have to break away from that to be able to even think in these directions. And he hit right on it. He knew about Neil Adams, who got the video about the growing earth, and he was like, yeah, he goes, he goes, I think the earth grows. And I was like, wow, it does make sense. And then Scribe had asked them about the plane of existence. Scribe had broke out a lot of questions yesterday that was asked in the chat that I didn't want to go into it too much. Like, I know Alexis donated with the moon thing, but we spoke about that yesterday. That's why I didn't really dwell on it. And it's like, okay, in time, when we look at it, we went into like the towers and stuff. And he had a very profound theory about the towers, because he was saying that he goes, it seems like those towers, because he's from, I think, Staten Island, New York. So even though he lives in North Carolina, like he said, he said as a kid he played in the area in the building when they were building the Twin Towers. And Scribe was like, holy smokes. And he goes, yeah, man. He goes, so I saw those things being built. He goes, it seems the Twin Towers is like a tuning fork. And I was like, that's a deep thought. And he said underneath, like, they had all the gold. He goes, but maybe because they removed the gold, if you vibrate those tuning forks, you're going to get, an effect. Now the squibs we see coming out of the side does show some type of charges, so that's that. I don't know if that, it's a stretch to think, okay, maybe that happened because of the vibration of the Twin Towers being a tuning fork. I'm not sure, in my opinion. But it was just these are the things that we got to be afraid to think and be wrong to be right. It's like, it's to say, okay, we tried that theory, and at least we know, okay, is it close to possibility? Like, why did they build them in the shape of two twin towers? Like, what, the tuning fork thing, I was like, wow, I've never heard that before. And then we talked a little bit about the moon and stuff, and it was like, okay, well, I was like, well, I've noticed, like, like it's there's people I know with the Apollo thing. It's either you're accepted or you don't. That's the way I look at it as a detective. It's like, if I'm paying for something or somebody paid for something, and I'm just the outside investigator, and it's like, okay, you got to produce the tape. Oh, you don't have it? Well, we're going to have to charge you with missing evidence. And that's the way investigations work. It's like, if you don't have that, well, okay, yeah, it could have, you could say whatever, yeah, you went whatever, but the fact that you don't have the evidence that you're supposed to have, it brings up a red flag on that thing, on the, the Buzz Aldrin being a used car salesman. You would think that somebody like that would be at a university, at a space center for the rest of their life, right?
They didn't just say they lost the evidence. They said they destroyed the evidence.
I've heard that, and I looked that up. I don't know if they erased stuff, but they're saying lost now, because I remember destroyed too. And that's why I was like, okay, I looked. They are editing stuff in real time, because I clearly remember that, Mr. Super Sidewinder. And I was speaking with somebody, it was like last month. And I went to find it because I said, yeah, they, this and lost and destroyed. And it only said lost. And I'm saying, okay, now I got to dig. So I'm seeing they did it with a few other things that I was just researching the other day. And I said, they are doing it in real time. And these guys are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I went on a stream, Confluence. He's got a channel. He's a young guy, about maybe 23. And they were talking about why the Patriot Act protects us. And they go, oh, well, we don't want another. And I'm like, what? I was like, what the heck are you guys saying? And I think 2 other guys hopped on. They were young after I left. And they were saying like, nah, you got to be crazy. It's like, so they kind of saw it. But the fact that people would think that, like, okay, so you're telling me that, did you ever read it? It's like, did you ever, look at PNOC, the Project for a New American Century, and it just shows me that, these people, 23, they weren't born when that happened, because it happened, in 01. So everything they grew up with, if they didn't have somebody like us to talk to them, is the official story, right?
And they believe it hook, line, and sinker.
Hook, line, and sinker. And probably
look at the Patriot Act. Like, for lawyers to draft up the Patriot Act would take something like 4 years, and yet they had it completely ready to roll out like days after the event.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yep, exactly. And then the whole thing, I mean, I knew right away, like when I looked at it, I said, this is embarrassing. When I saw the date is 9/11, 9/11, I said, no way, this is, come on, you can't even tell me this is anything but a setup, on that day. And there was only one other person, a doctor that I knew. He's an MD in Nassau County. And he was like, come in the office and close the door. And he was like, you saw what the government did? I said, yeah, man. And he does like he moved to Thailand. First, he went to Arizona and opened up a cancer research facility. And it was 05. And he goes, look, man, he goes, you're in New York. I said, I got to stay. I said, I got a family to take care of. And he goes, man, it's ground zero. So he left. And now I think he's in Thailand. And yeah, like I think it was like 2 years later where some of my old Army buddies were like, you might have been right about that. And I'm like, I can't even believe you would ever believe the government. I'm like, my whole thoughts on you have to be changed now. It's like, even though we were in the service together, it's like, I can't believe you. I can't believe it's like, first and foremost, like George Carlin said, first rule, never believe anything the government says. You never believe.
Hold up. You can't believe that those moon tapes were erased because the richest country in the world ran out of videotapes. They couldn't afford anymore.
Oh, man. And that's the thing. It's like how you say you don't, just don't even get into the debate with Earth and stuff like that. And I understand that. The same here. I could be wrong. They could be wrong, whatever. It's just not an important enough thing knowing I'm going to die, soon. And hopefully sooner than later, unless I get a lot of money or something. And even then, it's like, what is that? It's like, I'm going somewhere. And now I see why these ancient cultures, like that was the meaning of life, not to just, say you're going to throw life or something like that. It's to say, no, this is an important thing to think of. We're on this train and I want to know where the train is going to. Mm-hmm. And then people are getting dropped off the train and we're saying, where's so-and-so? I don't know where he went. And we're still on the train. It's like, oh, so one day I'm going to disappear from this train and you're going to say the same thing. So yeah, we can have fun talking about, moon, space, Earth, and stuff, but there's so much more with what am I doing here? What I learned a lot from Mr. Sosa was something might have attracted. This could have been like a trap in a way, because some people, I've been in a lot of metaphysical communities, especially in New York, going even out into Long Island. And what I've noticed in this area of, I guess what would be called New England, I see the remnants with all the crystal stores and psychics and tarot readers and all of that. And 20 years ago, they were cooler. They would get along. Now they are like backbiting. Like one lady, she's been a psychic for like 50 years. She's from Hungary and she's like in her 70s now. And I helped her out, made her flyer and everything a few years ago. And she told me, she goes, you know, a lot of people, she goes, you know, good luck in getting them together. Because I go, hey, why aren't there something like a show every day at 12 o'clock where we talk about psychic and tarot and all this other stuff, and then we can promote your businesses, you know, just play the show in your shop when we're live. Man, I couldn't, it was like, I couldn't believe the responses I was walking into places. I felt like I was walking into a precinct, and it's like, who are you? Where's your ID? You know, and I'm just like, what? Wait a minute! I came here to ask you about, you know, oh, how many subscribers do you got? And I'm like, damn, lady. I'm like, you know what? They were right. You are messed up in a way. You know, like it's like you're paranoid. And then I told another person that I know with another shop, and I go, you know, I think maybe they were. Maybe somebody's trolling them in real life, so they're paranoid about everybody, you know. And I was like, you know, it's messed up because they got a really nice place in Amityville, where, you know, the Amityville horror thing was. Yeah. So, and it's really nice. I mean, they bought the store next door. I was like, damn, somebody must have came into some money. But they're again, Maria was right. She's like, good luck in trying to get these people to work together. She goes, it's very you know, she grew up in Hungary, and, you know, she said, yeah, she said, there's something, I feel the remnants, like these are the descendants of the people that, you know, from the witch trials and stuff. A lot of, you know, a lot of them were forced into Catholicism and Christianity, and a lot of the grandkids, you know, and kids are more, I would say, for lack of a better word, paganistic type. Yesterday they had a Beltane festival. It was over in Huntington, and you know, sometimes my friend goes there, a couple of people, but then I'm like, it's so sparse now with these people. It's so everybody's like just broken apart. And of course you got the frauds in there, you know, that will do the psychics. Oh, you got to buy this candle, you know, for $35, and, you know, kill a chicken or crack some eggs or something. Like, I'm like, come on, man, you know.
Yeah, that's a bullshit.
Yeah, you already know. So it's like it discredits the real people, you know, the people that I know can, you know, I would say, look, you got, you know, you can hit on something or receive something. You just can't do it all the time, and you don't know how you do it. So it's like somebody telling me, hey, you know, I just kind of got a feeling about something, you know, keep your head up or just keep your eye out or something. It might be nothing, but I just got a feeling. Now,
well, I've had not real psychics that you see on the side of the street, but people have told me they get very specific. There's no vagueness about it.
Yeah.
The real stuff is and you don't pay for it either. It just happened by chance. You know what I mean? Ooh, yeah. I got to take this phone call.
Yeah, sure.
Great show, though.
Yeah, man, definitely, bro. Yeah, yeah, I definitely, you know, I do know that there is something much more than the physical, and that people might get messages and stuff, but. Like I went to this lecture recently. This lady did a lecture on astrology, ancient, you know, stuff, saying, oh yeah, you know, it goes back to the beginning of humanity. And I knew when the way she was talking, I said, man, she's talking about hunter-gatherer crap, you know, trying to tell me that, oh yeah, so what, when we were cavemen or something like that? It's like, give me a break, lady. You know, it's like astrology does go back, but I don't think, you know, it's like, I think it goes back to a more advanced civilization type of thing, you know, not going back to us staring at the sky, yeah, from a cave. And I didn't say nothing, you know, I just kept quiet. And then at the end, when I spoke with her, she goes, oh, you know, have you heard of Helen Blavatsky? And I'm like, yeah, you know, and I didn't want to break it to her, like, you know, lady, I don't really subscribe to that. And then her friend was telling me, like, oh, she's so good with astrology. You know, if you were to get a read, I was like, look, lady, I ain't trying to wake up tomorrow, much less get a reading from your friend, you know. and it just or astrology. Yeah, you know, it was, you know, I'm like, look, I'm just happy the lecture was free, you know, and it just, yeah, and there wasn't a lot of people. It was maybe 12 people. You know, people ain't really, and they're mostly older people, really just, you know, not, I really don't, you know, the community is very sparse with anything metaphysical. There was a place in Levittown too. Again, everybody's like just infighting just all the time. And I'm like, and then the fakes, you know, like people, oh, you know, I see this or something. Like, give me a break, you know. It's just sad, like somebody trying to read like a crowd, like they were doing the crowd thing. And I'm just like, I just got up and walked out, and I was like, yeah, I ain't even listening to this, because my friend had got me a ticket for free because he worked there, and I was just like, you know, yeah, I said, times change, you know.
It's worth every penny.
Yeah, right. Yeah, man. But yeah, I tell you, so Mr. Sosa was a great guest, man. This is, I think I might get him to you know, we might talk again, and then we'll he might decide to come back, and we'll do something more structured, because he was having problems showing a lot of the pictures, like his it was lagging and stuff. So now I'll get a when I get the full version, I'll talk to him on email and say, all right, I'll upload all the pictures that you want, and then when you want it, I'll show the picture, and then you can talk about it without any lag, you know. So yeah, the mind, what's up, bro?
What's up?
Just hanging, man. Had a good show with a great guest. Yeah, man. Yeah. Just,
yeah, I wanted to ask. I find it interesting. No one's really talked about John Hutchinson, because this whole talk about like anti-gravity and free energy, and how people were ending up, you know, not missing and stuff. Even what your guest was talking about, he was talking about, you know, discoveries or like things being hidden in terms of anti-gravity and free energy.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I answered the question for you, right?
I think so, yeah. But
Yeah,
I'm just wondering I wonder why people like in the mainstream isn't really talking about that much, because I would think like if they, you know, are trying to hide that information, they would try to hide. Well, I guess they are hiding Hutchinson because no one's talking about him, right? But they didn't go to the extremes that they did with these people now. Like he was literally talking about 0 point energy back in the 80s.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes it works better when you don't fight it that hard. Like, just look at the amount of people that believe in evolution. I mean, it's just on such a ridiculous scale, and the academic shame that comes with questioning it. You know, I went on a stream yesterday who was affiliated with the really good guest that we had, Objective Ethics, right? Scott, I think he's non-dualist, and then it had this guy that was an atheist. And, you know, he goes, oh, well, the fossil record proves evolution. And then I was like, well, the fossil record doesn't prove evolution. It doesn't show things changing into something else. And he was like, I can agree with that. So he immediately buckled. And then he goes, yeah, but you know, you can't say that Chihuahuas don't come from wolves. And I'm like, really? I'm like, you're telling me that that's real? I said, you know that people breed dogs. I said, now they might have a canine ancestor. I'm not sure of that, but where is, you know, don't tell me that like the story of the wolf getting comfortable by a guy in a cave, and you know, now he's domesticating a wolf. I said, you can look today and see guys studying wolves. Just recently, this guy he's studying wolves, 4 or 5 of them, hunted them down and ate them. And they got the video on YouTube, I think. So it's like, oh, Scribe's here. Scribe, what's up, bro? Yeah, I was on the other page. I didn't see. Yeah. So yeah, when they say the wolf, yeah, you know. And then when he told me Chihuahua to the wolf. I said, well, that's a bad inference, right? And he got like bent out of shape. I said, listen, I'm just saying, if you would have said a German Shepherd to a wolf or a Husky, that sounds a little
more believable. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But a Chihuahua, it's like you're really trying to push the evolution stuff on me, you know? And again, a
Chihuahua, that's way
Chihuahua.
more speculative when you start saying a Chihuahua. Like we have not seen any we haven't seen that for ourselves to say that's what happened. There could be a whole nother canine line of animals that look like a wolf, but they're a little Chihuahua canine.
Different. Yeah, and again, that takes breeding by man. Man will force them to breed with each other and then inbreed, because Chihuahuas are an inbred hairless Chihuahua. So just like a bulldog, a pug, boxers, and maybe other dogs too. Like we don't know. And
or
then
like cats. Like literally, there's big cats and there's small cats. You can't just say, "Oh well, all cats come from this one cat," because they're all cats.
Exactly.
They're all felines.
Yeah. And then, he tried to hit me with the tens of thousands of years. I was like, come on, bro. I was like, you can't observe it then. I said, that's a good way out of it, I told him. So it got a little heated. And then the host, and I'm like, so wait a minute, you said you're agnostic. What I've been noticing, a lot of these people that say they're agnostic are liars, and they're really atheists that believe in evolution. I've been catching.
Well, yeah, duh. Literally, the atheists have this whole thing where they prep each other on how to like do arguments, and they're just like, oh, this is the best position you want to take if you want to like discredit them or what is it called? Like whatever, like
debunk.
Yeah, debunk. No, it's more like deneutralize our own perspectives. They want to be like, okay, you just come at it as a non-bias, a neutral observer, and you say you're that, and then they can't attack you from any angle. Yeah, and then you start attacking them. That's what they do. I've literally seen them do these whole little things where they don't even know what they're actually talking about, but they're teaching other people how to fight against the argument, not even to actually think about what they're even saying.
Yeah, it's how to convert them to their religion, basically. It's their religion of evolution. Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's and I noticed that it got a little heated. I mean, the host was still cool. He is affiliated with Objective, and Gnosis was doing that to me too. Finding Gnosis, DMW. Oh, he's an agnostic, and then he's like, talking about evolution. I said, come on, man, you ain't no agnostic. I said, you evolutionist. I say everybody's an agnostic. That's what people don't like when I say everybody's an agnostic, because I'm like, look, nobody knows for sure, But yeah, I didn't know if Scribe had anything. Shadow Buddha says, what do you think of the bald leather jacket wearing Chihuahua guys? Oh man, that's a good one. Yep, with the powder puff, right? With the powder puff, man. Yeah, man. Are you there?
Earlier you guys were talking about Hutchinson, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah. The mind brought that up, the question about Hutchinson too much.
Yeah,
I forgot what he said.
So you heard the Hutchinson effect, right?
I don't remember it off the bat. Like I asked the guy the question. I don't remember what he said.
It wasn't. Yeah, what he said was something else. But he's known for the last time he was on TV was when Jess Ventura had that one show. It was called Conspiracy Theory or whatever. Remember? He got shut down like a couple seasons.
Yeah.
Where they actually tracked down part over the 9/11 rubble went to, and you could see through the door. It had like a glass glass window through the door. You can see the beams and stuff, the rubble. They don't want you to go inside a secret facility, whatever, going to China, whatever. But he had one guy that was like a doctor guy that was involved in some stuff. He was taken out pretty much the day after they aired that particular show. But there's another one where he goes and actually visits John Hutchinson out in some ranch. He lives in some obscure out in the middle of nowhere place with his wife, and they always say every time someone goes there with the camera, they open the door. The first thing they say, we're the Hutchinsons and we're crazy. That's the first thing they say every single time. He makes sure to say, yes, we're crazy. Like, he says it like 10 times, and the woman says it too. So it's almost like they have a script in their head to already let you know we're crazy. Don't take this seriously. Yeah, but then they show the actual, and then they show the actual experiment in his house. So he has like a.
So he's an anti-gravity experimenter then.
So he was doing experiments with Nikola Tesla's technology, and then it just escalated.
Okay.
So basically, what was going on was he was replicating the effects of what happened to the trade centers on a small scale. So he had like a beam of steel, solid steel, like inside of this containment unit, and he was showing how these electrical impulses can literally twist the steel, make it really
And
soft,
fuse.
polarize it. Yeah. So, and he's like, again, remember, we're crazy, and then that's part of the whole Tesla death rate thing.
Mhm.
And apparently, Tesla's, I don't know if this is true or not. Tesla's great niece or something was stalking them or something because they were doing that or something. Or apparently, there's people that don't want you to replicate that stuff or whatever. But she happened to naturally combust. There's a story on that. Apparently,
the
she combusted.
spontaneous combustion.
Yeah, this lady that's supposed to be the niece of Tesla that was stalking Hutchinson apparently spontaneously combusted in her car or something like that. Something really weird thing. So some weird stuff going around there. Anyone that's involved with that, and as you know, Jess Ventura and that show got shut down pretty quickly. I think one of the last ones he did was with David Icke. He was interrogating David Icke. I want to go see the reptiles right now. Show me where they're. And David Icke just looked at him like, "Are you nuts, man? I can't go show you right now." It was hilarious. He was like, "Look, I want to see a reptile right now. Go show me. I want to see this." He's like, "Well,
bring him to Buckingham Palace, you know." It's like, here you go.
Yeah, because Jesse was getting mad. He's like, "So wait, I have to listen to 8 hours of your presentation to understand, to go meet one or something?" He's like, "Well, it's." I mean, he was on him. I couldn't believe how hard he was on him. I was like, "Wow." He pretty much stormed out. He was like, "Screw this."
Wow. Yeah, I spoke in New York City, I think, around 2015, but the tickets were pretty expensive. They were like $200 or something. And yeah, I was like, ain't no sense going to see none of these guys. It's like,
and Jason's like, I don't want to waste. I don't got time for that. Just show me where the thing is. That's what we do here in the show. Because they do go out and investigate. Apparently,
Yeah, I mean,
I drop out, Max, but I want to thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for coming on, Mr. Super Sidewinder. You always got great input, man. Yeah, that's why I was like, when you had the question, it was so nice that Mr. Sosa was like, yeah, I got another 20 minutes, and because he had told me, he goes, look, at 8:30 turns into a pumpkin. I guess, he, tired 8:30 at night, and that I didn't want to push it. I've respected that. And then when he was like, sure, I was like, oh, great. So Mr. X, you can hop on. I figured the mine would hop on. I knew Ragamuffin would probably hop on, but I just had a sense that he wanted to kind of ask a lot about the NASA moon thing. And I'm like, this ain't really the stream to really do that, And
yeah, I had a million.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to pick that type of a guest apart and turn him off or sour his opinion of us or whatever. I'd rather learn something from him, Yeah,
it's kind of like when we get all comfortable and stuff. And then what are we getting out of that? It's like, I'm not, and anybody that feels however they feel about, I'm even getting that way about evolution, to just be like, okay, that's what you believe. Hey, great. Keep thinking that, and it just produce. Yeah, produce my videos, do the live streams, and just, let the work speak for itself. And, just, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. What you're asking for as well, and we all had to go through this at some point, is to unlearn everything you've been taught. So to especially go to an academic or someone who considers themselves, super, Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of these guys, to say you're wrong. Therefore, you have to literally drop all based off a wrong model, and you have to relearn everything. Who in the right mind has gone through school and paid that much money to supposedly learn the truth and be an academic is going to drop everything they know? I mean, it's only the only real people
you
like
have
us
to
that are
love.
willing
You have to love truth above everything else and be ready to pay the price and stand alone and be rebuked and all of that.
Yeah.
Listen, I would love to stay on with you guys, but I am fighting back a headache that's got a hold of me. It's going to be a migraine here in a minute, so I got to roll. Right. But I love you guys.
Love you too, bro. You take care and have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, man. This is a good.
Yeah, take care.
This is definitely this.
I think that's why it's such a vicious cycle, because if you're wrong, that means you have to now drop everything and rethink what you're evaluating, whatever it is. The other person's wrong, so nobody wants to be wrong because they don't have to go through that understanding.
Yeah, and kind of the conversation or the topic gets kind of off topic at that point, you know, to say, all right, let's see what we can learn, and just yeah, I'm seeing that this whole culture of debating and stuff like that is just, you know, I could see just having a conversation, a great conversation, learning. You know, I thought like, okay, let me listen to what this is, the electric, you know, it really made sense when he said the ley lines, when Mr. X asked that question. He said, yeah, it could be basically electric energy coming from the sun that imprints on Earth. Like, I forgot how he put it. And then it makes the lines, and these energy lines are created in that way. It was a really good response. And somebody asked about Tyson, right? I think you were still on when I said this guy asked, what's your opinion of Neil deGrasse Tyson? And he was saying, you know, he would hope that he would look at his work and you know, accept it. Like, you know, always a pleasure, Mr. Super Sidewinder. Thank you, bro.
I would say Tyson, he's a damn puppet. Like,
Oh, of course.
it doesn't matter what he thinks. That's what I would say. I don't care what he thinks, and if he agrees with me, I still don't care. It wouldn't make any difference if he disagreed or agreed with me, because that's how dumb he is.
Well, yeah, he's in a position, his paycheck. You're never going to get. I mean, he clearly seems very plantish, you know. So it's like, yeah, I wouldn't expect Neil deGrasse to agree or change his opinion or something, because it's all preconceived, you know. His students even asked him on video about GMOs, and you know, he tried to defend it. He's like, oh well, you know, when you know how I knew, I mean, just total crookedness from him when he goes, oh well, when you breed plants together, that's genetically modified. And it's like, you know, you're lying, man. It's like, that's called breeding, as opposed to taking genes in a laboratory and splicing them into, you know, from a tomato and a codfish so it can bear fruit in the cold weather. That's some Frankenstein type of stuff, in my opinion. And it just, you know, for him to act like, oh no, that's the same as somebody breeding cauliflower and broccoli together and getting a hybrid. No, that's not the same. And
Yeah.
This is, yeah, you know, it just, they're untrustworthy, man.
Well, that's, if you want to be any kind of authority figure, you're going to have to stay with the mainstream narrative. So if anything goes against the narrative, then they're going to discredit you. They're going to strip your titles or any type of power that you might have over the people. So, I mean, that's why he's in the position he is. That's why he's considered an expert, because he's saying exactly what everyone is wanting him to say, what everyone wants to hear.
Yeah, I call him an expert in propaganda. Gabriel, what's up, bro?
What's up, MD? Thanks for telling me about the interview. I just woke up about a couple hours ago, and I caught the last 30 minutes. That man's very interesting. You're right.
Yeah, great
Cool
person,
takes.
great guest, man. Yeah, really cool guy, man. It definitely, yeah, I enjoyed it, man. Learned a lot, and yeah, I contacted him last month, and I wasn't sure if we were gonna do the interview. I showed him some of the stuff I produced back in 2016 with ancient archaeology and stuff, but his I would have thought, I have to admit, that the Dendera light bulb is just a light bulb showing electricity, the power of electricity that ancient people might have saw from an ancient civilization. When he broke it down to plasma and the way he did the experiments, and I was like, wow, that really makes a lot more sense. And then encoding some of what the hieroglyphs were explaining about the lotus flower gives birth to life and stuff like that. And it's like, wow. When Scribe and I spoke with him privately on a stream yesterday, he when he broke it, he explained it to where this physical universe could have been created like the way a lamp attracts bugs to it. This physical universe could have been made to attract consciousness to it. So it kind of got me to look at it in a different way, of the two ways the dichotomy that people say, oh, we chose to be here, or we were sent here without choice. Because people that would say, oh, we were chose to be here, I'm like, well, what if you were sent here because of some other reason? But this thing about, you know, his theory about the physical universe being made to attract consciousness, that's like I was like, wow. So what is it that's creating the physical? Is it creating it to catch it, like the spider makes a web to catch the fly, to attract it? Or really the fly is not really attracted to it, it's more deceived by it because maybe it doesn't see the web and gets trapped in it. So it brings a lot of thought into it. It was, yeah.
Can I add something to this? Because I have been trying to like better verbalize something that I think a lot of people have been trying to say, and they've been more like thinking about when it comes to this exact topic, like God, existence, consciousness.
Yeah.
I have said this before. I do think there are an infinite amount of infinities that expresses itself in reality.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there's at least 3 different types of infinities or eternities that we can name right now. One of them is like numbers, right? When there's an infinite amount of numbers, that's a thing that we can perceive.
Yeah.
There's an infinite amount of space, supposedly, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this thing, this energy that's in a state of eternity, because supposedly, again, that's why I said supposedly. This is what they say, and if it's not true, then the alternative is even crazier than the first option, which is creation. Like either there was always something existing in a state of eternity, so something was here and it never had an ending, a beginning, and it's never going to have an ending. That's something in an eternal state. Or we're talking about matter here, or this energy that makes up matter, or this energy, this eternal state of energy, did not exist and somehow came out of nothingness into existence. Well, unless you're saying unless you can perceive of a third option, either there was something in the state of eternity, or something came out of nothing, which is still a thing that is kind of hard to think about. But yeah, so I was thinking, okay, so those are 3 different states of eternity or infinity, and consciousness is another aspect of infinity or eternity, because they say your imagination is the limit. Like, I think if you can imagine it, you can create it, and there is no limit to imagination in reality. And so that I would throw into the ring of infinities. There's an infinite amount of imagination, and this imagination is directly connected to what we would call consciousness. And imagination or consciousness can interact with other states of infinity or eternity, and one of those states is this energy that we call matter. That's what I was trying to go at, but I'm still working on writing it down, because I've said it better before in the past, but right now, for some reason, every time I talk to you, I feel like I just get too nervous. Like I can't focus. Like I think it's just like I'm on stage or something.
No, that's cool, man. You'll get more relaxed the more you see how relaxed Scribe is and everything. We've been talking for the long. He's always been relaxed though, but yeah, I understand, man. You'll get more relaxed. You know, there could be a third thing. Like I would think that okay, I
wanted to bring that in. So you bring in yours, I'll bring in mine. Good.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say that.
I want to go too. What's up, Scribe? Yeah. How's it going, bro? Long time no see.
What's up, man? Yeah.
I'll say mine quickly because I'm just gonna grab some water. That yeah, we have it to where the the consciousness is made, I guess, could be thought for the matter, but also, I forgot how the mind had worded it a little differently. Maybe it's not like it could be consciousness could just be without the matter, or it could be with it. But I got to think of a way to say it better. I'm going to grab some water. You guys just go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was saying, yeah, consciousness could definitely be. It's a separate thing that's not a part of matter, but it can interact with it. That's all I was saying. Okay. But
Yeah, so I'm going to go by the model that can kind of look at and see. Something like what can we compare this to? So we always want to say the matrix simulation, all that. Okay, what have we created? And then you look at that. You can see we have created these worlds to the point now where there can be AI in these worlds. Like from World of Warcraft, that's actually really old tech, all the way to what they have now. They have VR, open world MMOs and stuff like that. So you're experiencing a world that's not this world. We're experiencing that simulation within a simulation. So when someone in that world asks, how did we get created in this world? You'd say, well, there's something called a server that connects everyone who's a client that has to have a machine to connect to the server. And then they bring in their character. But no, how were you written? Like, what's all this thing called code? They have to get this code, a bunch of different code, different people, thousands of people are involved in this thing, or thousands of entities are involved in this thing. But who's God? Well, God, we mean the owner? What are you talking about, God? See how convoluted it gets. Like, we've created something already that we can look at and say, look, you can say that this is somewhat of a living, its own small living universe of consciousness of people gathering together in a virtual simulation. Pretty similar to what we're doing here. And if we ask those questions in that simulation, what's going to be the answer? Because when you think about the other thing called Akashic Records, well, that sounds like a server. There's a conduit to our souls or something that connects to these avatars, right? So all these things, which seems like to replicate it in this world, you have to invent something similar to how this world's designed. So this world has to have something similar to a server, similar to administrators, architects, whatever you want to call them, that administer the server. There's things called server wipes. So you have to wipe the server, for the new players to start again or whatever. So you have the flood, aka flood, the wipe, whatever. So there's so many similarities, ley lines, like a motherboard. You look at, cities and stuff from top-down view, micro to macro. You have this motherboard effect inside the body. They have the pressure points and stuff that have the motherboard-looking effect. So it seems like we're like encoded within this matrix code, I guess the binary code, what do you want to call it. And then I want to say there's quantum that's infinite between the 1 and 0. I'm like, okay, that's yet to be seen. But once you go quantum like that, that's real. Then now you're literally going beyond this realm at that point, because now you're doing stuff that's even beyond this limitation. Which is nuts. It's like it almost seems like we're being contained into a lower realm, and we want to break out of it. Like, how's this thing made? How, literally shooting nukes up into the air, like Project Fishbowl back in the 50s. They literally, the U.S. and Russia were literally shooting nukes up into the air to see if they could break something or bust something up there. It's like all this weird stuff. It's like, what are these guys doing? Are they crazy? It's like, what if you break something? You can't fix that. What happens?
Yeah. I just want to let Vegan step in, if you want to hop on, brother. Always welcome. Yeah, we're swimming in the deep waters. Get Gabe.
Yes, I think I forgot the name of this thing, but my buddy was talking about it. There's even a type of, I guess you can call it science, where people would operate on live animals while they're still alive, which is crazy. It's like, remember what you were saying about shooting missiles at the moon or Saturn or something like that. It's like, God, in order to try to figure out how the game is, how it works, we're destroying the game. It's kind of stupid, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's called.
It is. Think about it. But it almost seems like we're trapped here. That's the only reason why you do something so crazy.
Well, I don't know if you guys heard of this. Thing's been trending for a few years. I've been monitoring this Saturn Moon matrix theory about how Saturn's the source of it, like a server. You were talking about a server. If this is a simulation, and Saturn acts like a giant broadcasting station, and it emits like frequencies, and the relay would be the moon. It's like a natural satellite. This is a theory, right? And it takes it relays the server frequencies from Saturn, and it overlays it on Earth. And some people think like David Icke will say, like, the purpose is to control humanity to like loose off of them, get their energy. And then you get these archon theories, and it's kind of crazy. And then you get reincarnation. They put that in that theory where this place we're living in could be a prison planet, and here to keep our souls like in this perpetual state of recycling. And then, you've heard the thing like go into the light and all that. And so some of these guys that believe this theory, they think that that's actually a trick for you to be reincarnated again. And then you'll be like basically
hasn't been, forced down your throat, or like, what is that thing called? Where it's like literally a virus where it gets everyone just focused on it and like affected by it. Because literally you're talking about a thing that everyone talks about. David Icke, like that's the thing. Like, have you ever come up with your own perspective or
no, I never come up with my own perspective before. Never. No, bro. Like I'm just relaying a theory, bro. Like the theory I've heard that kind of resonated with scribes. It's all good with scribes. To be honest, I would think there's really not much new under the sun. I think a lot of us, all this stuff has been described even by our ancestors, and what we're here to do is the only thing that we bring that's unique and original is our unique interpretation of these great wisdoms is what we bring to the table, right?
I could say something that you've never heard of, and I'm pretty sure no one's ever done right now.
What's that?
Skydiving inside of tornadoes. Instead of like jumping out of a plane and then skydiving, you find a tornado, preferably in the water, because they're a lot less violent. Like they're called water
You mean
spout.
a typhoon?
No, a water spout. And then you let that suck you up in the air, and you fly down using a wingsuit, like a squirrel suit. That's an original idea. No, I've never heard of anybody doing that.
Okay, but what does it have to do with what I said, though?
And I'm sure
you
that
said that you literally said that there's no new ideas and everything's already been done, and our ancestors have talked about everything
excuse
already.
me. For all I know, I don't know any. I'm not one of these guys.
I have unique ideas.
Bro,
I have my own perspectives. That's what I was saying, and my own
that's
unique
great.
ideas.
I don't know what you're doing here, but like, why whatever. Go ahead, young man. Go ahead. I'm just sharing a thought, bro. I'm one of the. Go ahead, Scribe.
Ask him to give you a new color. See if we can do that. Invent me a new color right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I was talking about ideas and perspectives, not
you
colors.
See
Colors. Those are actual things that are a part of reality. Like those, even if there are new colors, we can't see them. Like if we had a better like wavelength in our eyes, we could see more colors, but we wouldn't be inventing anything. We would be aware of more things.
All right. Aware, but okay, then you'd have to invent the thing that would make us see that spectrum and say, okay, here's more colors or something. But yeah, I mean, everything is at some point somewhat doable. I mean, that's what the whole spaghetti monster is. Like, okay, talking about Bigfoot or whatever, let's talk about the spaghetti monster. Is that even a possibility? Obviously not, but maybe someone can animate spaghetti somehow and do something. Who knows? It might be possible, but I just like to compare stuff that I know about.
Because the cosmic space, you're talking about a cosmic space monster, spaghetti monster. That's the origins of that. Supposedly, is supposed to like go against God, and that version is the origins of all creation. Like that spaghetti monster is supposedly what made of all of reality in what you're talking about. If you're talking about the same thing that everyone else refers to as the giant space spaghetti monster.
What's up, Machine Lies? How's it going, bro?
Yeah, bless
Good to see you.
What's up, brother? Always a pleasure.
Yeah, what's going
on? We got Vegan Skeptic will hop on late. He said, interesting, Gabriel, you mentioned, it's happened to be first person. Yeah,
what did he say? I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
He said he's going to hop on after dinner. He said, it's interesting you mentioned that, Gabriel. as I happen to be the first person to write a deep dive ebook on it. Wow.
The Saturn Moon Matrix, maybe that's what he's talking about. Yeah.
But now he's changing his mind on it last year. Yeah, that's Vegan Skeptic is deep, bro. I'm hoping, if he hops on. I'm just making some tea. So
MD, I was going to tell you to hop on what Mr. Sosa was saying about the plasma and how I guess the universe is. I mean, life is attracted to that. I'm paraphrasing, or something like that. It kind of reminds me of this. I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie Enter the Void. It's like
what's it about?
It's a movie. It's first of all, it's shot in the first person perspective mostly, which I never really seen a movie like that done. Kind of like Call of Duty style, you know. And it's about this man that's living in Japan, and he's doing DMT and LSD, and he ends up dying. And what happens is, through the course of the movie, it's his soul traveling through the bardos, you know, different realms of consciousness, and it gets to one point where instead of the first person, he starts seeing his life through the third person. So it's like right now, how we're talking to each other. He would have saw that moment where he was talking to us, except this time not from the first person, from the third person. And then it gets to a point where he's about to reincarnate, and this is what reminds me of Mr. Sosa's theory about the attracting life, the plasma. He wants to reincarnate, so he's like searching for a body to go into or whatever, and he goes to this love motel, and he sees his parents like having sex, and he sees this light, this bright light, and he's attracted to it like a moth to a flame, and he finally goes down into it. And he's reborn again. So that stuck with me. That whole, and when you brought up the plasma and the attraction of the universe, it resonated with me. You know, being attracted to certain things.
Well, I mean,
yes. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. Yeah. Sorry, man.
What's up?
What was it? No, I didn't hear what you said. I didn't know.
Oh, I said spoiler alert because I should have said spoiler alert.
Yeah.
But what do you think about that, you guys? That theory about that thing about like life?
Yeah, well,
when you're born.
When he said, what do you mean about the void thing, or
like maybe like before we were here, whatever this was, if we were a soul or whatever, being attracted to, you know, choosing where we incarnated, or whatnot, co-creating.
Yeah, the choosing part, I've heard that. The not choosing part, because one guy was like, I remember years ago, he's like, oh, we all chose to be here. And I said, well, what if you wasn't, you know, like the best person in the world and you were forced to come here, you know? And I said, okay, so that's two. But when Mr. Sosa said, he goes, maybe something created the physical universe like the way we have a lamp that attracts bugs. So maybe consciousness was attracted to it. So now it's not even a choice or not a choice. Like somebody saying, okay, I'm going to send you there. Or somebody saying, well, we chose to be here. It's saying, no, somehow we were attracted to it. So now that, like when he talked about the you know, instead of the Big Bang, it's more like the cosmic egg or the seed that grows into a vine, and that the certain space objects are like the leaves of the vine, and then the flowers of the vine, and then that the galaxy is pollinating the quasar. And I was like, yo, this is deep. And then that, of course, when you pollinate the flower, creates the fruit. And that's when he kind of, you could see the expression on his face, because I was taking it to the next level to be like, okay, so what if it's something, you know, that I was building upon it, like, yo, this is definitely on. But then we look at it, I was telling Scribe earlier today that what if it's something that is creating the conscious universe to attract consciousness to inhabit it, but the thing that's creating it is something that we can't even comprehend as something not even fitting the description of consciousness, or something that's material creating, like what, maybe it's creating it from another dimension, creating the third dimension to attract consciousness for some reason that we don't even know. But we know that when things are built in that way, it is usually for a purpose. The way the flower attracts the bee to pollinate it. So it gives it the pollen.
So we need to take a step back and say, where did that come from? Where did the consciousness come from? That means the consciousness, like AI, for example, it's data. So the thing looks at the data and goes through pattern recognition to figure out what the data is, and then that's what's considered the consciousness of it, understanding the data, and it tells you as if it's human. So where is this cosmic data coming from, first of all? Where is that data to make the pollen for the plant and the animal and whatever to do all those things? All that pre-installed software, where is that coming from? That should be the question. Because when you go into a simulation, did you choose to be there, or were you forced to be in there? Well, some guy could have chosen to be in that simulation. Another guy probably could have been forced in that simulation as part of, some training he has to go through, but he's forced, forced to go there, whatever. So it could be a mixture of all these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you investigate the issue of like, is mind different from matter, right? You find out that, mind is irreducible to material, right? That's one thing, right? And then secondly, right, matter really doesn't exist, right? Like at the end of the day, like what really is matter, right? We experience mind all the time, right? So I think since consciousness is irreducible, right, and you can't really define what matter is, right? That explains a lot of the issue there, right? Because can consciousness exist apart from the universe and then come into the universe? Because that's basically dualism, right?
Well, what if there's something beyond dualism, like trialism or quadrilism, quintilism? Because
or non-duality.
Well, I tried to talk to Scribe because his knowledge with the computer. I said, isn't it zeros and ones? I said, why can't they use twos? Now I might be thinking totally.
People have had three. Yeah, they've said like like you said, there's three substances, like there's spirit, mind and matter. Right, there you go. There's three. Right, so you could have a threeism.
But now, can matter exist without the mind? Can the mind is the physical brain the receiver for the consciousness? Like I've heard a theory that the mind is actually like a funnel, that it funnels our consciousness through it, so we can't really experience a lot of things when we use the mind. But if we're not using the physical, now it's just like taking the water in a cup, and now it's experiencing things through the plastic cup. It can see through it, as opposed to chucking it back in the ocean where it can evaporate, go up to the cloud, precipitate back down, end up somewhere, just like a wide span, like being just like everything.
Well, it's like being in a dream that you have no control over, basically.
Well, one could be the dream that you have no control over, and the good part would be the dream that you do have control over.
Well, so that would be the conscious part, right?
Well, no, it could just be saying, okay, we have the conscious dream that we can't control, and then we have the conscious dream that we can. And we see that in matter. Sometimes the body can be controlled, sometimes it can't. But when we look at the physical body, it's easy to forget. I forget it all the time, that I'm not just the cells that make up the body, the skin, the bone, the muscle, the blood, the skeleton cells. I'm more than half of this body is bacteria, physical bacteria. Now, what if those physical sentient bacteria have its own consciousness? So now I'm a multi-conscious being, because really we see how bacteria can affect our, I don't know if I can even call it our mind. What is it affecting when it makes us have cravings? Then we got stuff that live in us that are clearly different beings, like parasites and stuff like that. So, I mean, we're like a really, and not just us, but we see it in other animals. We're like, it's some complex stuff when you look at life. And then you look at plants, like The Secret Life of Plants, where, and I was talking to Scribe about this. I said, yeah, the book, they try to put it in a way like, oh, the book argues this point. And I'm like, it doesn't argue the point. It presents the idea. So just like modernization, it always wants you to fight and oh, it's a struggle, or, like the evolution thing. the big bang, the explosion,
Right.
it's going to crash, as opposed to no, the universe grows into existence from the cosmic seed or the cosmic egg, and then it fades out. You don't see plant, unless the tree gets knocked over. Sometimes the tree get knocked over, and then you see more life come from that, the mushrooms and the decay and the bacteria. So something is constantly trying to tell us this rigid way, but then when we look at it, we say no, it's not really like that. Like the alpha male, when you look at populations, it's more based on cooperation. And when the alpha male or the so-called alpha male mates with the female, the other male mates with her too. We see that happening all the time. So, but we have this thing of somebody saying, no, it's this way, and it's like, well, I'm not seeing it to be that way. Cuttlefish have showed such sentience that a smaller cuttlefish that wants to mate with the female, and then there's a larger cuttlefish, will reflect on one half of its body the female colors, and on the other half the male colors facing the female, and get close enough to mate with her, and then he goes about his business.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So the more I look at nature, it's just that's the school. That's the real school. And then you get these people that are just so they're so programmed that they're like, oh, look at how the cuttlefish evolved. And I'm like, oh my god, straight zombie. It's like, yeah, man. But yeah. I'm gonna see if the vegan Scribe hopped off. Oh wow.
What about those zombies? Should we have compassion for them, or just call them sheep? Or
no, not even call them sheep. I wouldn't even say compassion. Well, you can have compassion. I wouldn't, call them sheep, but I would be more like avoidance. And if you have to deal with them, you deal with them. But not to be mean to them or anything. Just understand that really sometimes you got to evade them, because they could be just like the zombies in a movie. Once you hear, they're coming after you. We see it with the politics is on another level. Zombie city. Yeah. And then we see it with the evolution too. I've had guys, you just explain it to me, sign, you failed it. I'm like, look, man, I ain't your daddy. You what they exhibit is like, oh, you searching, you never didn't get enough attention as a kid. I didn't get
like imperious, huh?
Yeah.
And then they have like this, they have this weird thing like Satanism, or I forgot what it's called, where like they want like domination issues or something, because they literally want you to force them. How do I say it? I'm not saying it right. They want you to make them believe in whatever you're trying to present. They're like, make me believe. It's just like, bro, I'm telling you the facts. I'm not gonna brainwash. I'm not gonna try to force you to believe in something if you don't understand what the heck is being said right now.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah,
sorry for arguing with whoever I was arguing with earlier.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say you're being a dick, bro. And I just met you. I want to be cool with you, bro. You're a big man for saying that, man. Mind. Nice to meet you, bro. I'm Gabriel.
What's up? Yeah, sorry, my bad. I am the good, Mind, bro. Or Forge.
Okay.
Yeah,
I used to have my Facebook page. My first one, it was called Out My Mind, one word. Yeah. So there you go. Sorry, MD. Go ahead.
No, he's a cool person. He's been on the stream a lot. The Mind is definitely cool.
Yeah. Cool. I find a lot of these interactions online, especially the last couple of years, manners is a big thing on my mind, because I guess that's probably something I have to work on myself.
Right.
So the shit stands out to me when I see other things, when I feel like, it's not there or whatever. But Machine knows how it is, bro. We've been battling on Machine. Just been me and you for the last couple of years, it seems like, over there in the Panelverse stuff.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
You remember the saying, they say, how people treat you is their karma, how you react is yours.
Well, that's wisdom right there.
Yeah, man. I remember this chick, Netta. We were chilling one time, and I remember something happened, and I said, yeah, karma's a bitch. And she said, yeah, only if you are. I was like, wow. She used to drop the knowledge. And it's like, yeah, karma is only a bitch if you are. So if you're good, karma's not a bitch. And I was like, yeah, man. It's like my friend Ed, who runs the You Gotta Laugh podcast. When I asked him last month, I said, we don't know where we're going, man. I said, but because we went to high school together. And I go, so where do you think, any like speculation on what's coming next? And he goes, man, we don't even know where this is. And I was like, oh, man. I said, that's the type of friends to have. The ones that always keep you grounded and keep you growing.
Right.
So, yeah, he'd be like, look, man, you're talking to me, man. It's like Scribe and I are like that. It's always us, just brainstorming, thinking of stuff, and just like we just clicked. And I think that made a lot of other people jealous to see guys just meet, argue, and then work together for the last 6 years.
Yeah.
It just we see so many people. It's hard to get people to even be co-hosts and stuff. And then he was hosting the show, and now StreamYard changed the thing to where you can't have 2 seats for the. I should have just kept it. I shouldn't have canceled it because I think it would have left it, and I was just like, man. So, because usually he could hop on and he'd do everything I could do. I could hop off, go to sleep. He could end the show. But now you got to pay $90 a month for that.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Crazy,
And do you ever thought about, because I need to work on this myself, OBS?
Oh, man. Scribe tells me about that because Scribe is like, oh, man, the real guys do it with Discord.
He's right.
I said, man, I'm lucky. I can use. I'm understanding StreamYard. I said, I'm not that computer
savvy or whatever.
Savvy, and he's an expert. So he could just look at OBS and figure it out. And he's like, look, he's like, the real guys use Discord. He goes, you could do so much with that. But I'm like, damn, but you got to use it with OBS. And you don't got to pay for it, I think.
But I think that's why I want it's good. And more options. I think I need to use it. I'm not very savvy with the computer. I'm trying to get better, but I know I have to do it. And come on, there's some idiots out there, no disrespect to them, but they're using it. So I know you and I could do it. Some of the people I see doing it. I think we just have to study and execute.
Yeah. But it is kind of cumbersome. You have I don't know how much computing power it uses. Face and LMS used to use it all the time.
Right.
Use it with I think Streamlabs, and
that's
also, it. With Zoom I think you can use it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bro Sanchez might use Zoom because I was gonna hop on the show last night, but I couldn't figure it out. Like it was something like, oh, you got to give Zoom access to the Chrome browser. I was like, man, screw this shit. I said I'm going to bed, and this was
the reason I said that is because, bro, like me and Shadow, because Machine, Shadow and I met on MD's stream, Smash TV, and like we always said, like, bro, there's no reason why you shouldn't be as big, have like 1,000 people on the live stream because you help so many people, like I was saying, and you have a lot of good knowledge. It's just, I
think it's the truth, man. The truth. People like. A lot of people aren't who they say they are. Like, so they will look at Koala and them. They were plants the whole time. They were plants. Right. And I didn't even realize it. I was just being friendly. And they say the worst thing about betrayal is it never comes from your enemies,
Mm-hmm.
And it just, I could just constantly just go through it. And I'm like, wow. And then I realized, I said, no, these are broken, battered males that will never mature into a man. So they're dangerous. These are the males that women use to attack other men, to start wars.
Right.
Yeah. So they just, I just figured, because Scribe is always like, yo, man, dating, man, that's where you shine. I said, look, I don't care. I said, you could, you got 4 books. I'm like, even Jake and Lasagna, I was like, look, I'll sell you the rights. I'll sell you the rights, man. Just I'm doing what I'm gonna do. I said, I'm tired. I said, I've lived a good life. I said, I'm I look at some of these guys and I'm like, I can understand maybe where they're at, but it's like, I'm okay. I'll be driving to great, a deadly accident. Thank you so much. Just make it quick. That's all I'm asking. Just make the shit quick. And because I suffered enough. I mean, it just you look at it and it's just like, okay, what's coming next? It's kind of like if we're driving to California. We know we're going to California, right?
Mhm.
But it's like, man, can I get there quicker? You know, vegan skeptic, what's up, brother?
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Pretty
Okay.
good.
How's it going, vegan? Nice to meet you. I'm Gabriel.
Nice to meet you too. Doing good. Thank you.
Yeah, greetings.
Greetings.
What's on your mind, bro?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love that. As soon as I joined in, I heard like Gabriel speak about the Matrix reincarnation, soul trap, Saturn moon Matrix stuff, which is very like that's kind of what my like 20-year long researcher journey directed me to, and for the last and I eventually even like did that deep dive ebook on it, and then after me I noticed like David Icke, Eric Dubay, Howdy Mikoski, and some others wrote their stuff. But it's amazing that now, like that question that you ask messed up. Like, is this a big, huge hole? Test prison, some sort of a heavenly place where it's gonna turn out good, or is this that we came here as a big punishment? Like, is it a prison, right? And for me, I've been wrestling with that thought and looking into the evidence from reincarnations, pre-birth memories, near-death experiences, astral projections, and 20 other things that relate to life. That was kind of my conclusion when I wrote that ebook. That yes, like every single thing I look at shows me deception, distraction, manipulation, and nefariousness, going on here, like with the diabolical evil, especially the question of evil, right? But eventually, now seeing basically how karma works here, seeing how these concepts were not BS like I thought before, and how what people mean by awakening, what people mean by the how the double slit experiment shows us how the observer effect works, and the quantum entanglement also showed us how kind of everything is connected. That's kind of what I eventually realized, seeing the mirror effect of life, how we are basically at all times in a way speaking with the higher self, God, whatever you want to name that. But we just don't realize it until we start to focus on the moment of now. And what I also realize is that all these religions, esoteric schools, teachings for so many years, philosophers, Eastern, Western, they are all speaking about literally this very thing. But it's just that we are not realizing it. That most people think, oh no, I got it right, you got it wrong. But they don't just realize that they were all touching the same elephant. It's just that they were touching the different parts. For example, like the Abrahamic religions, maybe in my opinion, not realizing like they are speaking how heaven and hell is on this earth actually, but they are touching maybe the back of the elephant, right? They are now trying to advance to the head of the elephant and the horn of the elephant. And what I noticed is that some other religions like Gnosticism, for example, and then eventually Buddhism and Hinduism, they are now, I feel like, coming closer to touching the head of the elephant. But then I've noticed things like Hermetism, which basically tells us as above, so below, as within, so without, which is a huge awakening for anybody to go through, to realize that their inner world is actually their outside world, and everything that they face in real life is basically one part of themselves, like the archetypes they face. And then eventually also running into this thing called theosophy, which is like the spiritual science of kind of like combining all of them to make a meaning out of all of it. And then the pantheism as well. Those are the ones that I later realized they are touching literally like now they are at the end of the elephant to realize what's really going on. And then now they have to reintroduce themselves to society, almost act like humans, even though they are now closer to an angel walking on earth in a way. And yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to throw out there.
Can I ask you a question, vegan skeptic? Could you give an abridged, like a summary, a concise summary of what is the Saturn Moon Matrix for those people who are new to it?
Of course, yeah. Basically, this theory suggests that, like, what if Moon, for example, is like that white light at the end of the tunnel, right? That all these religions says it's safe to go, and eventually you go there. But even in the Disney movie, for example, which all of these movies are actually basically done by these higher consciousnesses in the hierarchy, where those people who woke up to what's really going on with the awakening, and then gone back to kind of act like human in this earth, basically. And so yeah, like in that Disney movie, when all these recently dead people were going to the white light, right? They were getting zapped, like you were suggesting before, Gabriel. And so what is this? Some people there's a website called trickbythelight.com, and by Wayne Bush, who has been actually diving deep into this area over, like, I believe around maybe 25 years. He is like literally the first guy to have a huge writings on this thing. And yeah, on his website there's so many examples of this thing, but he also has a section for moon, and how moon and Saturn, how do they connect to each other, and what if we are in a system where these souls who go to the white light or moon, come out of the moon and then are now mind wiped, and then what if it's actually a potential prison? For example, when we look at the near-death experiences, we notice that 95% of these people, they did not want to come back to Earth at all, right? And they wanted to stay there with Jesus or whatever they see, whatever they believe usually is projected there. And then, but half of them felt like they were manipulated to come back, and the other half felt like they were kind of almost forced to come back. So, and then when we look at the pre-birth memory experiences of these people, where they remember before coming to Earth, and some of the cases we can also see how these people did not want to come here, some of them, but they were kind of felt like they were forced to come here or pushed in a portal to come here, and so many different theories out there and stories. So this is kind of why this Saturn Moon Matrix reincarnation soul trap theory got born, because of the evidence of suggesting how manipulation, deception, distraction, and this seemingly nefarious evil being involved in this thing. So yeah, that's kind of like the summary of it. But now I'm kind of changing my, even though that theory offers us a lot of great information, like the non-attachment, right? Like they always say, okay, we are attached to our family here, attached to our friends, co-workers, lovers, etc. And maybe that's why we are the ones potentially, also another deep thing, we are the ones potentially making ourselves come here because we didn't potentially complete, quote unquote, our mission, right? Even though that mission sometimes is told to us at the very end, and that's very annoying. But yeah, so yeah, anything else specific? Because I can go on and on this subject.
No, that's great. You kind of like touching on it right there, like with all, like for example, I'll just give this analogy. I think the whole flat Earth and round Earth thing, for me, though, it doesn't matter what it is. To me, it's what it means to me. Like what lessons do I learn, and what it taught me was to think outside the box and question first principles, right? And so that's that. So my question is to you is what, in all your research, what do you think the overall lesson of this whole Saturn Moon Matrix is, in like for higher consciousness or above your consciousness? What do you think, what it symbolizes or the theme of it is, vegan skeptic?
Definitely. Yeah, I no longer kind of see it as that Saturn Moon Matrix, but from the Saturn Moon Matrix perspective, which is also true at the same time, but in a deep different way. Now that I see it differently, basically, Saturn Moon Matrix biggest lessons to learn from that is that we should never blindly trust anything, like any entities, any of these deities. Blind trust is what gets people, backstabbed. Blind trust gets people to fall deeper into, again, these type of Maya illusions, basically, potentially, right? And so yeah, that's been the biggest thing. Even like these channelers, some of these channelers, they know, like, if they keep on trusting from the New Age 5D perspective, if they never gone through these lessons from the soul trap perspective, and they are just always lovey-dovey and just consider everything to be positive, that's actually they're gonna go put through the lessons of, no, it's actually, there's a dualistic system going on here. You gotta master the light and the dark, just like in Star Wars, kind of, in order to be the best Jedi. So basically, the biggest lessons to learn, as far as I see, I mean, I don't know how much to say here. Like there's also this thing called unearned wisdom, right? But basically, what I can say right now is that the biggest lessons to learn here is to understand that there's not only a reason behind all of this, but that reason is going to present itself as soon as we start to listen and pay attention to the moment of now, to realize that literally everything is speaking with us, not only the random noises coming from the house, but the body language of the people, the light, how the light reflects around people, how what they say, but what they say behind the words, how the words reflected in a deep way when you break it down, like Max does here on here in a great way. And then, but as soon as you do that, like the real focus on the now, as the Harvard study, for example, suggests to us, for people go through their day, uh, and all of their day, 47% of their day is not spent at all focusing on the moment of now. They are like automatically driving to their work, automatically brushing their teeth. And once you go through your day without focusing on the now, you are basically not living in the now, and you are not necessarily living at all. You're just almost like this robot in a way. But as soon as you increase that 47%, like, or rather decrease it, then you will start to pay attention more and more that all of a sudden you are guided to your higher path, your highest self, which will be the highest self of everyone involved anyway. And so basically, that's the biggest, and then the biggest lessons will be unique to each individual. But once you get that, then you will see, okay, so this is why I'm here, and this is what I'm meant to do. These are the people I'm helping now. Because at the end of the day, once you realize that it's actually always about the connections, not these materials, not this fame. Because when you ask these CEOs, for example, over 1/3 of them said that they have depression, which is horrible. So obviously, material is not the answer. All these things are not the answer. So at the end of the day, the connections are what's the answer. And these type of panels is the best for that. Obviously, like not the best, but I'm just saying that it's also helps us connect, and that's the biggest thing, because actually we are connected on the higher level. Like when we sleep in the astral plane, we are kind of having fun there, and then we are forgetting it right when we are coming here. Our higher self is kind of make us forget the future humans in a way, like us from the future, because time here is like doesn't work in the way that we linearly think. It's actually kind of like a interconnected past and present and future. This is why the Mandela effects is a different interesting topic as well. But yeah, basically that's what I would say on that.
I appreciate that, man. That was beautiful.
Yeah, man, we got Hyperborean if he wants to hop on, because I know he got a little cooked the last time. He's cool. He's cool. Yeah,
he talking. I love how you be busting balls.
He was on for hours, bro. He was on for hours, bro. We were,
really?
He's a cool dude, man.
What was the
Huh?
Yeah, I gotta catch that one.
Yeah, I think it was either the last or the one before. I think it was the one before, and he was like on the astral projection. Man, I don't know if Scribe was on, but I thought later on I was like, oh man, that was a perfect opportunity to troll him. I was gonna be like, all right, so you astral projection, right? It's like, so what is it? Projecting ass? It's like, get my ex-girlfriend to project her ass, over here. And then I was gonna, I was thinking, man, I could have been like, okay, so when you projecting, what if some butt pirates get a hold of your body, But then I was like, nah, let me be serious, But
you heard how hostile he's calling you out, man. Come on, get your butt up here. I like him. Yeah, Machine introduced me to him.
He told me
on my show.
Machine Lies told him to come. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, man, if he wants to,
yeah, he's a deep thinker. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. He definitely, but he's saying, no karma, no creation. I mean, I don't understand. Maybe, Shadow Buddha disagrees, but yeah, he's still a homie, man. I mean, yeah. I mean, gotta be willing to change our minds,
Machine isn't. I mean, and everybody, panel and MD and the vegan skeptic, isn't karma basically just cause and effect? If it is something.
Well, I mean, stillness is a master of movement, really. So is there a cause? I mean, it's really just like effects all the way down, if you really look at things.
Okay.
But in a way, I mean, karma, I mean, it's As Max was saying earlier, right? It's this whole concept, like, you're entitled to your actions, but not the fruit of them, right? So you don't create more work for yourself. So I think the whole karmic cycle is about, not doing things that create extra work, right, for others,
Mhm.
right? So
Yeah.
I think karma is easily explained also as you reap what you sow. So
Right.
like, you plant something, it's like, what do you expect to grow? You plant a tomato seed, a tomato plant's going to grow. They're expecting like, oranges or something. It's like, well, plant an orange seed, So it's like, karma is a tough one, man. Like when I heard a lot of these spiritual communities, this girl was like, how people treat you is their karma. How you react is yours. So it even gets you thinking like, damn, if somebody is mean, I don't need to be mean to them. I just need to disengage because it's like they want to pull you into the mud. I remember every time I would get in an argument, a friend of mine would just put his hand toward the ground and start like waving it, being like, look, you're playing in the dirt again, man. Even just arguing with somebody,
It's a good one.
Yeah, and he would constantly see me, getting into, I'd be talking with people, and guys were like, man, I saw this crowd over there, and he's like, that's you, man. He's like, yo, man, you didn't listen to nothing I was saying, and yeah, it was just some of the stuff like okay, an example is the 100th monkey thing, right? The guest that was on, excellent guest, Mr. Sosa. And I mentioned when he mentioned the 100th monkey, we're cleaning the coconuts and when enough. And then I said, yeah, they were cleaning the potatoes. And he was like, no, coconuts. So I was like, all right. I just, quietly kept talking. I looked it up, remembered, saw that, okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was coconut, but the study was right. It said sweet potatoes.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, I didn't need to come back, while and say, oh no, look right here, it says sweet. I just stay, hey man, thank you, great guest, boom. Sometimes it's better to be kind than be right. And I remember, Heather, because I said, wait a minute, I said, your husband's wrong, this and that. She goes, look, I don't need to be right. He needs to win this. And I was like, wow. I was like, you are really deep. We've been friends for over 20 years. And it's like, and I tell that to other guys, especially Scribe. I'm like, look, man, if you ain't got female friends that are platonic, purely platonic, like people, like sisters, I said, it says a lot about you. I said, I'm not saying anything bad. It says about your depth, and this is something when I did the smash and all of that, guys, a lot of them didn't understand. These guys don't even know how to have a relationship with a woman,
right?
Much less be friends with one that is, and there's some females that, women are, I'm like, yeah, you don't want to be associated with some of that behavior. Like I've gotten into arguments and stuff, and yeah, and I see where one lady in the store that I go to, she's like, yeah, your friend came in, and I said, yeah, he's going on like a road trip. And she goes, yeah, he's taking his girlfriend. I was like, well, sometimes he says that's his girlfriend. And she's like, nah, every time he's in there, he's like, oh, my girlfriend, my girlfriend, my girlfriend. she's like, yeah, I want a boyfriend, and she's an all right looking brunette girl. But I was just like, all right, yeah, hey, have a great day. Thank you. Because I just, I'm like, now it's about money. My first question when people say something, I'm like, yo, is she rich? Is she rich? And can I, can I do the deed? Can I do the deed? Because like Face and LMS said, can I perform? Like, is she, good looking enough for me to perform? And, I guess that happens when you're well fed, where it's like, and even more importantly, you know how to fast. A lot of guys don't know how to fast from sexual relationships because they're so thirsty. And I'm like, well, one, I know that how a guy acts with his woman shows me whether or not I can trust him.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of guys be like, oh, you know, she's free. She's not here now. I could talk. I'm like, all right. So basically, our relationship is based on whether or not your wife or your girlfriend is free. So I know where that stands, right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm not trying to be first. I'm just trying to say, like, all right, you know, sometimes you need to tell her, like, look, I'm talking to my friend. Other ones is guys that if I'm with a girl, they're trying to like talk to her. You know, not directly, like, oh, let's go out, but I see the way they act. And I'm like, wow, you're somebody that if we were back in the day, I'd probably chop your head off with an axe or like, you know, enslave you or some shit, you know, just be like, all right, you want to play around? And put them in chains. And, you know, these males are very dangerous to people, to themselves, to, you know, I look at it as if you don't punish the guilty, that's a crime to the innocent. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
And we're in a position where we can't punish nobody. The government got us so punked. I mean, we are so punked that we got to be careful defending ourselves, you know, because they'll come and treat us like we're the criminal. I mean, we live in, you know, this is not a civilization. One guy, he said it best. He said, this is a cult of death. It's a Western cult of death. And that's what it is. Because everything it does, it goes around and it just seeks to kill it and destroy it and subjugate it. Like when I was going to do a thing about the Gaddafi thing, where he had tapped into an ancient aquifer across northern Africa, which is, they think is an ancient Nubian aquifer. Now, of course, evolution, oh no, it's millions of years old. Yeah, because you can't have black people have an ancient aquifer that made this desert a lush green oasis to show you that other people can make civilizations too. And nothing against people of any color or whatever. It's just saying, have you ever noticed that? Like one guy told us to me years ago, he goes, you ever see a Romanologist or a Greekologist? No. He was like, what the hell is an Egyptologist? He goes, it's saying that these people can't tell their own story, or Induologist. And it kind of, you know, and it borderlines because you got to be careful that you don't get with people that are very like either pro-black or pro-native or pro whatever, Irish or Italian. You don't want to get around that type of stuff because it can feed into that real easy. That's why the channel that I still have from 2006, which still has a little over 2,000 subs, I was going to start it back up. It was the first channel, but guys were interviewing me and they were getting like the crews that were coming to listen were very from a lot of areas where I was like, look, I don't think it ain't good for me to be associated with people like this. Nothing against them, but it doesn't shine a good light on, like, if it's sort of like people can tell a lot about you by the company you keep.
Can I ducktail on that, MG, about something that relates to the old channel, Smash TV? Like when I found your channel, and like I was already, I think maybe like married for 6 years or something like that. Now it's been 13 years, and I have to say though, like you're saying, like you don't want to. You're basically kind of saying like you don't want extreme, be around people like extreme.
No, not even just extreme. I don't want to be around stupid people, ignorant people, because, and I tell people, look, I'm stupid enough as it is. I can't bear your stupidity too. And if they, like Mr. Rex was like, gave me credit for saying that somebody, oh, you're smart. No, I'm well researched, but I'm smart enough to know I'm stupid. Now, sometimes I'm not that smart. Now, imagine being not smart enough to know you're stupid. So I'm thankful to be smart enough to know I'm stupid. And a lot of people will never be that humble because they're stupid and they're ignorant, which has no prejudice. Ignorance has that saying is so true. Ignorance has no prejudice. Don't care what color you are, gender, it'll snatch you up quickly. And we see that. It's kind of like what the Star Wars, anger and hate, always quick to join you in a fight. Always quick.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because like I saw you as a humble and the voice of reason a lot of the time. However, like I have to say, like as for a lot of the topics we talked about with male, we talked about anything back in the day, but a lot of it was mainly focused on male female sexual dynamics, and I thought it was a lot of people had some extreme views, and I mean so do I, but like. But however, I felt, maybe this is me though, my shit I have to deal with, but I felt kind of uncomfortable at times to talk about my experience because I figured that people would jump on me in the sense like, oh, you know, you're married and you don't know.
Jealous.
But I always thought it was interesting that like I'm someone, right or wrong, that has experience being with a woman for many years, yet nobody really even asked me about that experience
because they didn't want to know. They didn't want to know. I had to realize that. I was like, look at Richard Cooper now. He say, oh, well, women do this to you, not to me. It's like, because he looking like, you know, Mr. Gone from the Max or like one of these, you know, characters. It's like, even my other friend, he's like, oh man, they never take you out. They never, I'm like, to you. I said, I've had women do that for me. You know, so yeah. I had to realize, like, all right, you got a great relationship with your wife. They don't want to hear that. And why? Because misery likes company.
Yeah.
You see? And
yeah, but here's the thing, though. They would have never known that, like, yes, it's great for the most part, but there's a lot of ups and downs. And there was times where we almost didn't make it. And I thought, there's a lot of things that these young guys, most of them are younger than me, had to say. I was like, oh, shit, I've been there.
Yeah.
Done that. And, well, but they're so set in their paradigm.
Yeah.
They can't see.
Yeah, no, you're right. And they should take advice from you. Like, you're a married guy that could give good advice. Rolo is a married guy that can't give good advice.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because you look at him, it's like, you know, it's like, how are you going to take advice from a dude who looks like somebody's grandmother? You know,
it's called Skeletor Baxa.
Married to Skeletor, you know, and it's like, and try to say all this stuff. And it's like, wait a minute, you were 30 and you married a woman that was 35? It's like, don't try to tell me you had choices. They tell me that women in their 20s went, no, get out of here, man. You know, Mr. Rex crushed them wearing a do-rag. You know, Rolo wearing a do-rag.
Like a pirate. He has 700 people today. This morning, I saw his stream. I never see it usually. So funny that it popped on my algorithm. 700 people were listening to his live right now.
Yeah.
Like, come on, guy.
Misery likes company. You got a lot of... When you look at Tate and all, and I knew it from the get, I was like, this guy, they're all in the closet.
But they mentioned you. But the funny thing is, I told you, I still need to find it for you. He mentioned you on No Jumper, bro. Mm-hmm. He's been interviewed by Poetic Flacco on a channel, No Jumper, that has 5 million subs now. In his interview, you still got to him, bro. He's like, and there's people like Smash TV. And he was like, and Flacco's probably like, what?
Yeah, I had found it. Somebody had sent it to me after you told me.
Did you see it? What did you think?
Yeah, and I was laughing because I said, this dude, it's like, I'm living in his mind, rent free. And they've been so affected. And I'm like, man, these guys are really, it's like,
they talk black pill too in a watered down version. Now they took, you know what I mean?
And also then I hit him where it hurts, because then I'll say, the reason he's that mad, look at his wife. Yeah. Look at his wife. He got to sleep with that. So you know he's not a happy man. you know. So I'm like, if you have a beautiful wife or a girl you like to have sex with, you're not going to be arguing and all of that stuff. You're going to be saying, I'm ready to clap cheeks.
Absolutely.
You look at what he's with, you start to be like, oh, now I know why he feels that way. I mean, it says a lot. And it's nothing. It's like when people say, oh, why are you insulting or doing this? No, I'm describing the situation. And just describing the situation can mortally wound somebody, their ego. That's what it mortally wounds. You look at Andrew Tate, right? Mm-hmm. I knew these guys were closet dwellers from the beginning. And I looked up like the fight record. I said, this guy's not a champion and all of that stuff. I said, you can have a championship belt and not be a champion. Everybody, it came to pass. We already saw. No champion is going to lose the way he did to the dude in pink gloves.
So, flaring his arms.
You're going to remember. You got fighters that are 60 years old that still know how to keep their form and not punch like that, not flail.
So what's going on, Gabe? And
what's up, man?
And everybody else.
Always, man.
Doing good, brother.
Vegan skeptic.
Yeah, man. I think man. he's saying Rolo's. Come on, Brian, man. You think
What do you say?
He's saying Rolo's happy in a good marriage, and by all that.
That's why I do all those skanks all the time.
Yeah, and it just Shadow Buddha says Dirty Eddie getting smashed by Adam Priest. Yo, it's like
Sam Kinison, Maxon, MD.
Yeah, even with him and his wife, looking like Sam Kinison, I was like, I said, man, how? And again, that's why they're so angry. And, I think it was because I said it, and usually they're used to guys staying quiet around them, basically like I remember when some guys must have paid the money for him and they called in and they said, look, man, we go to the gym and all of this. And, we say what you're telling us to say to these women, but it's not working. And he literally was like, you need more game. And I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, this is hilarious. I remember Black Ram. He had a friend on there.
Black Ram. Female.
Yeah, just done. And it just, you're not going to be, and it's nothing against these guys because he's a cool dude. It's just to say, I understand why he's behaving that way. And I see why some people say it's over. It never began. It's like seeing somebody. It's like if you have a friend that has bad body odor and he's angry that women don't want to sit next to him. And you tell him, look, man, I don't know, you gotta every time you exercise or build up a sweat, you got to take a shower, you got to change your clothes because I'm tired. And he's like, yo, man, what? He don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
So it's like, what can you really say? And then the treatment he gets from people that he's not acknowledging that what he needs to do, he's going to get angry and he's going to start to resent people. But really, it's a reflection of his resentment of himself. Because a lot of us, like, I remember I was speaking with a lady in the library the other day, and she was like, we were talking about, something came up with dating, but it wasn't directly dating. My friend was waiting outside in the truck, and I said, look, my friend is out there. I'm going to go out there, and we something came up about dating. I forgot how it came up, but, I was like, she had brothers. And one was my height, 6'1", and then the other one was, I think, around 5'7". And this is nothing against guys, anything with height. And she goes, yeah, my other brother, the taller one, he's just more cool and relaxed. And I said, yeah. I said, well, there's a prejudice throughout society, a height prejudice, and it's real. And it's nothing against the person that's in that position. Is to say, okay, like when I told somebody we were on the stream, I said, look, most sperm banks don't accept sperm from guys that are under 5'9". Anybody can look it up. So that, imagine how the guy is going to feel, like he's going to be like, man. And I'm like, look, that ain't my fault. That ain't, talk to the sperm bank, man. Don't get mad at me because I'm 6'1". And I've noticed that some people will, it's like we see it with people that get prejudiced against other people. They'll be like, oh man, you got it easier, this and that. It's like, wait a minute, it's not his fault. That, it's when you look at the structure that sets things up to keep us at each other's throats. Like Bill Burr had said, he goes, they work men to death so hard. It's like, you couldn't, it's like you're basically just trying to survive, much less buy a spear and rebel against the government. So it really gets, and that's why I'm happy that I got away from that, because it doesn't attract the people that I want to be around. And sometimes it follows you. It's kind of like that movie Carlito's Way, when he tried to get out the business.
Right, and Benny Blanco, the karma he built up with him.
Well, even before that, like when he walked out the pool hall and his nephew got killed, and he
that's right.
Man, he goes, I try to get away from this, but it follows me. He said, it follows me, man. and I can understand where he's coming from, because when I look at these guys like Dirty Eddie and Rolo, it's like, man, get out of here. Why don't you go snatch a purse or something? Get the hell away from me, man. It's like, you ain't like me, man. You a punk. And it just, and I got to remember not to, I got to be careful how I come off, because some of these guys, like the mistake we see that he made in the movie was he should have let Pachanga kill Benny Blanco.
Right.
It showed weakness, and he should have compensated Pachanga, because Pachanga, they were saying that, what was it? Sasso, the guy that ran the club, he goes, yo, Pachanga, they say he's working for Benny Blanco. And it's like,
Ron.
Yeah, Ron. He was like, yeah, man, they're going to find him in the car. Be like, that's Sasso. No, that's Ron, man.
Right.
Yeah, that movie, the same guy that directed Scarface.
Yeah, Brian De Palma.
Yeah, De Palma, man. That dude.
Yeah, he was good.
And Stoner, good. Like there was the other guy, Ecto was in that thing, and I was like, oh snap.
But MD though, wouldn't you say though that because you brought up a good point when his cousin was killed, he could have just walked away, but he took the money, which caused a chain of events by buying into the club, which set everything else in motion. So you think if he would have just not even gone the lifestyle, even though he said he was trying to be legit, not even be around that, that's the dope game. Be it being a legitimate club owner or what, but just going out to Iowa or something.
Well, this is the thing. He tried to get away from it. So when they started,
he didn't know though. I think he's coping because like if he really wanted to get away, he would have gone like to Alaska or something.
This. Well, one, he felt that he owed Kleinsfeld, the lawyer.
Oh right? Yeah, he was got him out. Bad friend. He
had a 30-year bid. He got out in 5. So they were trying to bury him. Right, but he got out on a technicality.
Right.
So now he feels it. Now Kleinsfeld and Sean Penn played that role to the T. That's Oscar material right there.
He was good.
Yeah,
transformed himself.
Yo, that I was like, me and Scribe laugh about that all the time when we talk about it. But it's like, so now Kleinsfeld wants to be a gangster, because that movie had some gems when he said when he stole the $1 million from the mobster Tony T. And Tony T was like, look, I gave you the money. All you had to do was make the payoff and you would have got out. So Carlito felt he owed Kleinsfeld. And he goes after when they were going to spring him from the joint and they were on the boat. And he ends up killing the son and then killing Tony T, right? So now when he killed him, I remember in that scene, Carlito, when he was hitting him and he was falling into the water, he goes, you killed us.
Right.
And that's how real he was. Like, we're both dead. He's like, what are you, nuts? You just killed. It's like, you're crazy. And then when they got back, he goes, you stole that guy's money, right? And Kleinsfeld tried to like smirk, and he goes, you ain't no lawyer, Dave. You a gangster now. And you can't start late, and you can't learn it in school. See, these are lessons that people need to tell the younger guys, to be like, look, let me show you what's at the end of this road. Like the ghost from Christmas Past and Future and all that stuff. When you walk right to the graveyard, you see right there? That's your tombstone, man. That's what the end of this really,
Right, a lot of wisdom. CM, like, do you think because you had to grow up fast in a sense and you saw so much stuff that it kind of just made you like not succumb to a lot of things that other guys did in the same in a similar situation?
That's a good question. I feel like our whole generation grew up faster than any other generation.
Yeah.
So it put us like in it took a lot of our childhoods away. So in a way, it could work as a gift for you or as a curse. It depends on how you alchemize it. So not everybody's good at alchemy or whatever it's called.
Because you grew up in the real life snowfall, like in the 90s or right? Like a little kid in LA San Fernando must have been insane.
Yeah, it was. I mean, shit, dealing with my family and fucking just all the race shit, fucking all the gangs that are, you know what I'm saying, N-word K or whatever, so.
Yeah,
so it was, I mean, it's still going down out there. Fucking somebody just got shot out there today. out in Granada Hills.
Mm.
It looked pretty racial. They're blaming it. It looked like it was blacks versus Mexicans.
Oh, they still doing that?
They're still doing it.
You think
It's not
they'd
as
come
bad as
together?
I think when we were growing up, because we had to deal with the cholos.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? All these Mexicans now, they're pretty much YNs too. So
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah, so
Bunch of Edgars.
yeah, Edgar's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I see
You missed earlier. We
huh?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I see you saying shit about Saturn. I definitely want to have a full show about that shit one day. Like a lot of people that I be having on there, they don't be ready. I'm gonna have to wait till I get informative panel.
Well, the guy that just left, Vegan Skeptic, he wrote a book on it.
Yeah,
he just left. Yeah.
Is he still vegan, or I want to ask him about that?
Yeah, he's a deep brother.
It doesn't sound like he was a skeptic.
Is he
No, he's
vegan?
skeptical about like just other things, but he said he retired for the deep conversations. Take care, brother. Vegan Skeptic is good people, man. He's definitely cool people, bro.
Is he still vegan?
I think so. He's just like the skeptic part is like being skeptical about stuff that we're told. And I didn't know he wrote the book on the Saturn thing because I was making some tea. And but I know he wrote some stuff. He's very deep, man. He's a scholar. He's on a scholar level.
Yeah,
man. That brother's like real cool.
Well, that's why it's like if his name is skeptical is interesting because years ago veganism was brought to me as like a alternative, a good alternative. But in more recent years I've heard that there are some things that people like say that you're lacking when you do that. Sometimes
I don't think one diet is going to be forever. Like I could see somebody doing veganism for even a year. I was vegan for a few years, and
me too. I was vegan for a year.
Yeah, it's good to cleanse and stuff like that. It's like it's a community too. Like when I remember if you get a little isolated if you're in those communities. Like I wasn't as isolated by being vegan as I was by not drinking alcohol. When I stopped drinking alcohol because I just didn't feel like drinking, man, that's when I saw like, wow, everything in the nightlife is all based around alcohol. Anywhere you go, once it's dark, every place is based on alcohol. The vegan thing, I noticed that this chick that I was seeing in Massachusetts, when I got out the car, she was like, "Are those suede sneakers?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Oh, I thought you said you was a vegan." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I don't eat, At that time, I didn't even eat honey, And she's like, "Nah, you're just like a very strict vegetarian." And I'm like, yeah, because she's like, "Oh, you can't have like leather belt." I was like,
"She's right.
This belt off and whip you with it." It's like, what? It's like, and that's when I was like, we still smashed and all of that, but I started to realize I was like, because I had told other people, like Drew Ma, he's a vegan, and I'm like, listen, if crap hits the fan, I'll do that stuff like in that movie Alive. We'll be chopping body parts off and cooking you. If it comes, I'm not saying I want to do that, but at least I'm being real that when you get hungry enough, you might go to that level. It's like looking in the fridge at something that you don't want to eat. And if you ain't got food and you check that fridge a few times, sometimes you might eat that, So imagine if you're starving. Then these are people that haven't been without food for a long time, because there's been times where, I haven't eaten the way I should have eaten. And I see how I get. It's like, some people will be like, "Man, all you eat is this basic stuff." And I'm like, yeah, look, food. I'm not the type of guy that sits at a dinner table and, wants this course meal. Yeah, it's nice, but I eat and I eat enough. I'm full. I'm good.
You look at it as fuel, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. You eat that, or even worse, it's just to cure the hunger. When hunger is in a way is good, it's like the body cleansing itself. So letting that hunger ride, like I shouldn't be eating after 5 p.m, until the next day. Every day. I mean, your body will function better. I've noticed that those days that I functioned better. So it's about the addiction. drug foods, you know, that's my drug. I don't drink, I don't smoke, you know, I don't do nothing anymore. So it's like I get high off of a cup of coffee. I get high off of eating like crackers and soup, which I know the crackers aren't good to eat in the soup. It's better to eat the soup by itself. And bread, bread drug, bread drug is crack. And you know, I could eat the eggs without the bread drug, but the bread drug makes it easier. You know, I met the raw food guys back in '03. They came to Manhattan, and I learned a lot from David Wolf. And then one day I was walking on 14th Street and I saw him. It was at night, and we talked for like an hour. And he was very like, this was like, he was very prominent. He had wrote the raw food diet. And then later that year they threw a raw chocolate party on West 27th at Spirit, New York. It's like an Irish mob run club. And it was a cool party. It was actually pretty cool. And after that, I haven't seen him. I mean, on Facebook, he's got like 10, 12 million followers, but a lot of people, you know, some people follow him. Like he sells a lot of products. But I have to be honest that I learned some stuff from him. But as time goes on, I start to be like, yeah, sometimes we're so polluted and addicted to stuff we've had in our past. It's hard to walk that path. That's why I give Vegan Skeptic a lot of credit. If you can be vegan and walk that path, I give you credit. You know, I'm not that strong.
What do you think though life is sometimes about, at least sometimes, enjoying? I guess it depends on the person. The beauty of some of these foods we have. I'm not saying like make it a lifestyle, because you're right, it's dangerous. You can end up killing yourself. But there are also some good
it's kind of like, though. Is it okay to smoke one crack rock? The answer is no. The answer is no. Well, and I'm just saying, when you like, if you look at Dr. Lustig, right? He's got videos. He's on a crusade against sugar. He's an MD. So I can't. You can't argue with the science. Sugar is more
sure.
Sugar is more addictive than cocaine. Clearly, the studies are there. You know, I used to tell people 20 years ago when I had the other channel, I was like, when you see a kid flipping out in the supermarket for the mother or the father to buy him one of the drug foods, the cereal, the marshmallows, and they say, oh, they have to beat the kid in the supermarket, right? Why do people wait till they go to the supermarket to beat their child? And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. You're the one that fed him the crack. You're the one that gave this kid. Those cereals are more addictive than crack. Now, the kid is real. He hasn't been taught to lie for his drug addiction. So he's like, listen, you're going to have to beat me right here or buy me this thing, until he learns how to hide the addiction, how to lie to get his drug. When parents are just too stupid to realize that it's their fault. And when you see this, you start to be like, yeah, sometimes there's just no hope. I used to tell my sister, I was like, look, the girl don't want to go to school. Take her out of school. Homeschool her. And she thought I was nuts. And I'm like, all right. You know, I was like, look, save you. I left high school because to save my sanity. High school was animals. And I talked to like my friend E. We talk about it. I'm like, yeah, man. I said, some people in there, I was like, it was crazy. And he's like, yeah, man. It just, you look at it and we're just being honest. People don't want honesty. Like when we were talking about the old channel and stuff, people don't want honesty. Pandemic, what's up, brother? He says, MD, did you have a McZombie with large fries today? Nah, man. I've been off the
Pandemic from Germany.
Yeah, Pandemic, man. Yeah, they changed.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, Pandemic is cool. Yeah, Pandemic is cool, people. Yeah, man. Sometimes I want to get the Mick thing, but it's been decades. It's like I used to be a McDonald's base head, man. I was a McDonald's crackhead. I remember eating that like every day. The people I'd be like, yo, let me get a chicken with fries, chicken sandwich, and
bro. But that man, like, I mean, I try to be, I try to, have a relatively healthy diet. But like when I went to New York for the first time, like 2018, I had to go to Katz, man, deli. I never something I just had to try it. But you're right though. To be honest, you're right. It's not. It's your priority. Where are your priorities at, right?
Yeah. Well, also,
You,
it's like when I was vegan, I noticed like, and I wasn't as healthy as a vegan. I should have been eating more fruits, vegetables, not the packaged stuff, not imitation turkey and all of that. It's like people had a good point. It's like, look, if you're vegan, why are you eating stuff that mimics meat? It's like, why would you, why don't you just be like, okay, I'm going to eat the organic fruits and vegetables and, stuff like that. There's differences to say, okay, you got people that are vegan that are not healthy, and you got people that eat meat that might be grass-fed, organic on the farm, and they're way more healthy, strong, all of this stuff. Also, a part of it is how you feel you fit into life. I remember Gary Null. I used to listen to him a lot on WBAI. They used to broadcast from the Empire State Building in Manhattan, and he used to come on every noon, and it was a health show, Natural Living, and he would break it down. And he was like, he thought it, and I thought by listening to him, it was 50% diet, 50% exercise. And then he went to like the rainforest in South America, and he goes, he saw 65-year-old men in better shape than 18-year-old athletes, climbing trees, eating monkey meat, all this stuff. And he realized it's 25% diet, 25% exercise, and 50% of how you feel you fit in. So this is why you see people that smoke and drink live to their 90, 95 years old, because they fit in. It's like our mind is very powerful, extremely powerful. I mean, people walk over hot coals, people, piercing themselves, hanging by chains and all that stuff. Mind over matter. So like with the food though, and I understand where you're coming from. We should be able to indulge. We should be able to have a little bit of I guess what's pleasure, but like as we age, I tell people, look, what I thought was fun in my 20s, I don't think is fun now. And I think that's a sign of maturity because I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. So
but you had to know that though, like you had to have those experiences. So what would you say to someone who automatically starts their child off no sugar, no meat, so strict? Like,
I would say if they do that, they got to tell the child why. They got to walk the kid through life. They got to be like, look, I'm here. I'm not just going to say no sugar, no, because that can traumatize. You got to, and it can be hard for a child to be like, all right, look, I used to tell people this in my 20s. I said, people should take their kids to see drug addicts and hookers and show them, see that lady right there? She's on drugs. You don't want to grow up to be like that.
I did that with my son the other day. He's 8 now. Like I saw somebody at the train station.
But also, the kid is so real. The kid might be like, well, why don't we help him? The kids will pull your card and you'll be like, Dad, the kid is right. We should be helping each other.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and this, when I was in Amsterdam, I remember seeing Dutch families walking through the red light district with their son and their daughter. So the father, the mother, the son, and the daughter. And I would ask people, I'd be like, yo, why are they walking through the red light district? And they say, they call it the sex museum. They show their kids, they're like, okay, we're going to walk through, you don't want to end up in one of these windows, and I talked to a lot of the girls that work there and they told me their stories. We would chill. They'd be like, look, I get off at 4 and we go to the cafe and chill because I treated them like people. And I would ask them, I'd be like, look, how'd you end up doing this? One girl was like, oh, I'm just going to do it for 2 years, this and that. She makes like $3,000 a night or something. And this was like maybe 07, 08, something like that. It changed a lot now. But, just talking with people, like even in the Bronx and stuff, people, you learn a lot, man. You learn, you start to look and you start to be like, wow, this is crazy, this thing that I'm in. I mean, they allow this to happen. I mean, one guy, like they said something about they were taking blood growing like partial brain cells or neurons from the blood, and they have a computer that works off of that. And then they feed it to keep the cells alive for like 6 months. And one guy left a comment. He said, "Yeah," he goes, "they could do that, but we still got potholes, right? So you tell me we can't fix potholes, but you're over here growing brains for computers and stuff." The scarcity is manufactured, and that's what I was going to do when I was going to do the stream with Gaddafi in building the aquifer in Libya, because he started to make the desert green. And I don't agree, because I don't agree with religion and stuff like that. But what he was doing was, he was fixing up. It was commendable in some sense. Also, what he tapped into was some type of ancient Nubian aquifer. And who did they get to bomb that? Obama. And look at the name, Obama. So it's like somebody's playing a big joke on us. It's like somebody's playing a big joke on us. And you know how I feel. I grew up in the rap era. I don't listen to rap anymore.
Mhm.
I don't listen to rock or pop. It's all brainwashing. Scribe and I still get into a little bit of arguments over that. He'll bring up Tupac or something like that. I'll be like, come on, man. It just,
No,
yeah.
I like it. I love that music, but I know what it is. Could be seen as a culture of death and whatnot. I still love it. Like if I'm working out or something, but it's not the most positive. But I have to say, like, you remember you were talking before how the 80s and the 70s, that you're a fan of that type of stuff, right?
I was. I mean, I still can listen to some of it, but there was a stream, and these dudes, they had a channel, and he was like, "Yeah, you don't find it odd that they're still playing these songs from the 70s, the 60s, because my older siblings would listen to those. That's how I know a lot about the music." And
CM's dad was on Motown.
yeah,
Or still is, I guess.
Yeah, he said
Yeah, it still is.
yeah, like platinum records and stuff. And I have to admit, it's like it's the fine line, because I'm not saying be a saint, but I'm just saying the obvious. Now, I'm not saying I don't listen to any music every now and then, but when I look at it scientifically, I say, yeah, this is meant to control me. What am I really getting out of this? Like, what could I be doing that's more productive? And that's why I started to learn a lot, because I would buy books. I would say, look, if I can buy, back in the 90s and the 2000s, if I could buy a bag of weed to smoke, I can buy a book to read. So I buy both, because I had money back then. And I started to accumulate a lot of books. People thought I was crazy. I remember selling books in the hood in like the late 90s. And guys that I knew that clear drug dealers, they would cross the street when they saw me coming holding a book bag. And I was like, look,
I should have done that shit. I would give them away.
No, I sold enough to make my money back, and then I gave a couple away. I had to basically like push people to buy them. And then I remember one guy, he owns a barbershop, and he's like, yeah, man, we got to help people. Listen, I was like, listen, you didn't even want to buy a book off me, man. And he's a good guy. He's a good dude, I have to admit, man. But I've seen it. It's like you already see what I saw with helping guys with relationship and dating. It's like it's a losing battle. It ain't, they want to be lied to. People don't really want the truth. And these are even people that are saying, no, I want the truth. No, you don't. I got to be smart enough to know you don't know that you want me to lie to you. You really think you want the truth. And I don't think you're being malicious, but you don't even know. And I got to be smart enough to realize that. And that's why I don't really bother with it anymore. I mean, look, Brian Nichols, maybe he's trolling, maybe he's not. When he says, oh, Rolo, got a good relationship. If he's trolling, great. If not,
yeah. Have you looked up Brian Nichols? Interesting what you find. It's a guy who went on a graping and a murdering spree.
Really? That's why he calls himself.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, I
I
didn't
think
know
I've
that.
seen them in all of our chats
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, he used to, yeah.
Yeah, he like escaped and then murdered like the judge.
So
Apparently,
that's why he called holy smokes, man. Because
What do you
Yeah.
think about that?
he came over, I think, from Brave Stream, because that guy Brave, who used to
A
be
Be
down,
Brave, the
yeah,
bigot.
yeah, he used to be with Chaotic Truth, right? That came
Yeah.
on. Yeah, that was a friend of
See
Awkward.
him call the nappy Nigerian.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's
I think
he's
he was
making
a
a
friend.
statement about like I think black people with that name or something like that. I think.
Yeah, but you know, when I
Right.
look at it, I realized that from
I just want to be brave and think.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
He got deleted. I think he got deleted. That's what Brian was saying. He got deleted because that's why I stay within the guidelines. If somebody say something, I'm like,
Yeah.
listen, that's in their opinion, because it's like I was thinking, okay, maybe I could try to make some supplemental stuff, because I wouldn't mind being a radio host doing stuff like that, but it's hard to make money off the truth. And I got to eat. I gotta support myself. So yeah, it can be done with YouTube and it can be done with other
What the hell?
platforms, but not in the field that I'm in. If I'm in the field of grifting people, yeah, I'll get rich. Like even Scribe told me, he goes, man, he goes, when I first heard you, he goes, I would have paid $100 or whatever. And he goes, you helped me. He goes, you saved me by some of the stuff just I heard you saying. So it reminds me of like a saying. It says, be careful what you say, because people you don't even know are listening to you. And that they might make decisions based on what you're saying. And, when I saw like all of these guys basically try to form Voltron on me, with Dirty Eddie and them, I had to bust out the Darth Vader cape. I'm like, all right, they thought I was like some, guy that was like 20 something years old. I'm like, all right. I'm like, they want to play. I'm like, they don't understand. They think they're gully. They ain't. And I'm not trying to be drugged back in there again. Yeah, it just I don't know who this Golden Sky, what's up? Thank you so much. Wow, that that was cool. I appreciate you having me on Friday. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. It's so cool. Like, it's so cool to meet cool people, and like even with Scribe, he's like, yo man, because I'm like, look bro, I'm just trying to, there ain't nothing really too much left for me here. It's like the people I really cared about are in the next. So, and not saying I don't care about people that's here now, but it's getting tough. New York, everybody left. Like none of my, like I got a few cousins in some of the boroughs, but nobody wants to come back to New York. It's hilarious. People are leaving and stuff, and I'm just like, well, I guess I'm gonna die here. And it just, yeah. I mean, yeah, man, I'm used to it. Maybe I'm lazy, who knows? But yeah, I think about it. It's like, okay, what could I do on the internet to really just, and I'm not trying to like, I'm happy. I'm happy just with enough to eat and stuff. What, 4-5 grand a month, which is not a lot. That's like what, 50-60 grand a year, and they still got to pay taxes on it, so it's 40 grand a year. And now I heard they're increasing the taxes. That's the craziest thing. Drew was mad because he made 150 grand last year, and I think he had to pay 70 something grand in taxes. It was hilarious, and he was like angry, trying to tell me, "Oh man, you should be talking about better stuff on the show." And I'm like, man, what you trying to talk? Who are you talking to? You trying to tell me what to talk about? I'm like, look, I'm not talking about the politics and all that stuff. And then my other friend told me, yeah, he needs to know if you work over 11, or I think it's 13 hours a week overtime, it's not even worth it. So the most overtime that you should work a week is 11. I think it's 11 and 13 hours, because if you work over that, they'll take more money. And it's like, and I've heard that from back in the day too, where people will be like, man, I work overtime and they actually take more. So it's like, unless you're working off the books, Yeah, it's
my job. I have to do work at home. but as well as at the place. But that's okay.
Well,
I get a
you're
salary.
yeah, it comes from if you're filing tax, so like if you're working off the books and you don't have to file it, that's different. But if you've got to file everything that you're making and you're getting paid by check, the more once you reach a certain level, like, yeah, it's brutal, man. It's definitely brutal. It's like, it's tyranny. It's tyranny, man. Paying tax. I don't feel human. Like, it demoralized, it destroy. I'm just like, I go to the store, I got to pay tax. I buy gas, I got to pay tax. I pay a bill, I got to pay tax. I get paid, I got to pay tax. Like, what?
Yeah, there's a lot of things like that, but I'm getting to a point where it's like, I'm not burying my head in the sand, but it's like, hey, man, have to pay Caesar, but I'm trying to focus on the positive shit. I guess that's easier for me because I got skin in the game, a lot of skin because I got the sun. So I got the optimistic streak is in me. Even though I'm a realist too.
Yeah, I think that's part of why I didn't have kids, because I looked at everybody else with kids and I was just like, man, I said, this is, I just, and then also I wasn't the type of guy that was simping really. Like everybody when you're younger, most guys have simped.
You call me a simp.
Yeah. But like as you start, you get an awareness and it's like, what am I doing? It's like, nah, it just, I ain't participating in that,
Do you think people overuse that word though? Because they think just because you're nice to a woman or kind or helper, they call you. They'll say a simp. When in fact, a simp I thought was always a man that actually does a lot for a woman and gets no return.
Yeah, it has different. It has
expecting return.
Yeah, if you're courteous to somebody, that's not simping. It's like the guys that say that are the guys that women don't even want to look at. Yeah. What was that saying we used to have? It's only sexual harassment if you're ugly.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's true. That's what I told a lady in the library. That's how I think we were getting on when we talked about, and it just somehow I got on dating because she was like, I could see like when we were having the conversation while I was waiting for my friend, I don't know how it came around to that. And I was just like, she saw I didn't really have any interest. I was just like, maybe because a lot of women are used to guys trying to kick it to them and stuff, and I'm done with that, man. It's about money. Yeah. It's about money, man. It's just, I told,
about money. Yeah.
He was like, I said, look, Bill Hicks was right, man. It's not about freedom. You're free to go wherever you want to go. Try doing it without money.
Yeah. Right? I tell my students that all the time. I said, I'm teaching you English so you can make money, have options. I said, money's not the most important thing, but it's going to give you options in life, more options in life.
Well, when somebody hits that point, there'd be a point where it's like, okay, yeah, you don't want to do immoral stuff and all of that for the money, but it's like when they have to eat and they have to, support themselves, just the regular stuff. And they're tightening the belt on people so hard. I was talking with this girl I knew from like back, it had to be like 15 years. She used to do a radio show with a lot of conspiracy stuff. And she still has a channel, like 7,000 or 8,000 subscribers. And I was like, hey, are you going to like start it back up and all of that? And she's just like, the stuff, that she's going through. She said, yeah, everything's costing more. I think gas is like $4.30 now a gallon. It's ridiculous, man.
It's high.
Yeah. I had a quarter tank. I think I put $15 in. I didn't even get a half a tank. So I basically got almost a quarter tank of gas for like $15 because I tried to save $5 out of the 20. I said, okay, let me try to not pull the whole 20, trying to be cheap. And I'm just like, this is crazy. And then you're looking at people that are building a ballroom in the White House. Criminal right in the face.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's ghetto out there too. DC, around the Capitol.
Yo, when I went to DC, man, and they don't like guys from New York. I noticed that. I had a friend.
No, I don't.
Yeah, they just and I think it has.
Unless you're cool, I guess.
Well, I think it has to do with women. when women are attracted to guys, and not to say they're going to be attracted to any guy from New York, but that makes guys jealous, guys that the women aren't attracted to. You know, yeah.
But with me, I found that though, because California is a big state. In northern and southern California are different cultures a little bit, right? However, it might as well be the distance between DC and New York, how big it is. But I remember when I went to college at Long Beach, actually a lot of the men and the women were very cool to myself and my friend that transferred down there. And maybe it was because we were a special kind of person, but the LA folks, at least the ones we were dealing with, were very cool to us, and the women were very receptive to us. So I don't know if that's an East Coast thing or whatever.
No,
but like,
I think it's more of an abundance thing. If there's enough food for everybody's
right. That's true.
But you get one little bit of shortage, and you can see the results.
Like rats.
They just
What do you say? But you say like fucking cockroaches.
Who?
You used to say those cockroaches.
Oh, yeah. I kind of chilled out from all of that, man, because I figured it's like it puts stress on yourself. Like I remember back in the day we used to talk, and I said, you know what? I remember telling my friend P, I was like, look, man, I was like, if I punch him in the face, I said, I'm hooking him up just by touching him. I said, that's the way we got to look at ourselves.
When did you say that?
This was back like in the mid 90s, because we used to, be chilling and I was like, yeah, man, I was like, I have to be, and I still get into beef and all of that stuff.
Yeah, Shadow Buddha says right there, he says that comment, he said, do you remember when you made Coach Ryan cry?
The what? Oh yeah, man.
He made him cry.
Well, he didn't really, I don't know if he cried. That was on Caduceus thing. And he betrayed me too, Caduceus. And
Caduce bag.
Yeah, he just Ryan, but somebody, who was it? I think it was Gauss Newton, said he saw him and John Anthony in a club in Miami sniffing coke off the table or something like that. Because I had called him out. I said, nah, man, you like a drug addict or something. And nothing against people that are, drug addicts, because they're going through a lot of stuff. But he's grifting men, trying to act like he knows how to teach them how to talk to women and all of that to get money to fuel his drug habit. That's the same thing with Soy Francis and all those other guys. I could see it. I grew up around
every hole's a goal.
Yeah, exactly. Him and Tusk and all of that. And I'm like, these guys are cokeheads. I grew up around drugs.
Drug max.
Yeah, and so I can spot it. I got good friends. Like, they've talked to me, and they'd be like, look, man, a lot of these guys you think that ain't doing stuff are doing stuff. And, it just, I was going to write a book about it I was going to call it Tales from the Pipe. And just, the stories I got that I've seen.
Was she hear that title? That's wild, huh?
Right?
Tales from the Pipe.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, man. It just, yeah. It just, I think about that. It's like, man, it just, I was gonna, because I didn't want to, the reason I didn't write it was I didn't want to, like, people that go through stuff like that, they've got it really hard. Like, I've seen some people that, like, really, really, like, it's just, they're in like a world of hurt almost. And some people get cleaned up from it. I'll give them credit. Some people get cleaned up from it. But it just, I remember, I would ask guys that I went to high school with and knew, like, when we were older, and I'd be like, yo, how'd you start smoking crack, man? Or doing other drugs. And, guys would tell me, oh, they started crumbling it up in the weed. And then next thing they know, they was using less weed and more crack or base, free base, whatever. And and then next thing you know, they weren't using any filler, I guess. And it just man,
takes over.
Yeah, it's tough. I remember, being in the car, somebody light up a blunt and I'd smell that plastic. I'd be like, look, I got to get out the car. And they'd be like, oh man, what you can't sit in the, I'm like, nah, man, I ain't trying to sit in the car and get secondhand smoke from that stuff.
Yeah.
Just, and then next thing you know, yeah, a month later, they all crackheads,
Damn.
Yeah, just the one guy that I knew, and it's sad because I seen this guy the other day, and he said that the guy died in a car accident, and I was like, wow. I was like, holy smokes. And I saw how it was sad because when this was in the 90s, he got caught. They were firing a gun. I think it was a 9mm. So they were shooting a 9mm in somebody's backyard. And I think one of the neighbors called the cops. And he got, the cops came, he got in trouble, and they gave him 5 years. And that was the beginning, I noticed. And when he got out, it was like, I think he went back, and then, it was like a little bit here and there. And then I think like the last one, he got 12 years. And then he got out on parole. And then just recently somebody was like, yeah, man, it was a car accident. And I was just like, wow. I was like, holy smokes.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, just, and it's life. It's just, I hope he's in a better place. And he was like, this dude was, I'm talking expert level criminal, like to the point where you be checking your pockets because he was so nice. Yeah, like he was
ninja.
Yeah, he was just ninja level, bro. I mean, if you wanted something done, he was the guy to go to. It just
that takes a particular mindset too, because some of us have dabbled here and there, but you have to be, your mind has to be wired a little different, I think.
Well, also it's when guys used to tell me when like you see those videos of dudes running from the police, and they would have like just straight crack powers, just like, holy smokes, man, and get away too. So it's like, you wonder, it makes you really wonder what people are capable of. It's like when they put their mind to it, it's like, holy smokes.
Well, that's the thing. My thing is, like, when I was talking about the psyche, in the sense that, like, some of us are scary, we get nervous and stuff, while some of these criminals, they're very risk oriented, right? And some of them have to get drugged up or drink too to do it too. That's another component, right? In order to commit the crime.
I don't know. I think what I've noticed is the only drug that I've seen that people get violent when they use it is alcohol. All the other drugs, they get violent when they don't have it. And once they get the drug, they're cool. They're not violent.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying like in order to mask the feelings of guilt, or that quote unquote normal people might feel from doing something illegal or hurting somebody.
You know what the scary thing is? You got people that would be called normal that do things like that and don't feel guilt. So those are the scary.
That's true too.
The drug addict, you can at least be like, okay, I kind of understand why they're doing it. The person that's normal or so-called normal, that's the scary person. To be like, wow, this person ain't even high. This person is just a pure crook.
Yeah.
And like, look at politics, just pure, just evil on I don't even know what to call it. It just, yeah, man, it's that's why, I'm happy that I always like learning. And that's, when I've always been around people that would at least have a little, we wouldn't be scheming or doing something like that. We'd be conversating, building, conversation. That's what I try to tell guys. Like when we have conversations and guys would want to argue, and I'm like, well, let's try to build. Let's people say, oh, well, like, what are you arguing? I'm like, I'm not arguing. I'm having a conversation with you. Especially the evolution guys, they would get like very defensive and always try to be like, oh, well, do you know what this is? And I'm like, listen, you're making fancy words up to try to push a belief. And, I'm not, I've already can see through this. It's like, okay, that's what you want to believe in. Fine. don't call it science. It's not science. So it's like somebody being mean to somebody and trying to call it kindness. It's like, that's not kindness. Don't try to tell me that's kindness.
Yeah.
So that's what, when I look at the evolution, but like I told some of the guys, Scribe and stuff earlier today, it's like I've gotten to a point to where I might as well just produce my videos and not even bother with, if they want to comment on it, fine, but just leave it, to where it's like, yeah. Because it just the same thing, even with the dating. That's why I produce the books, and it's like, okay, they're out there. If they help you, great, and walk away from it. And I told Jake and them, I was like, look, if you really want me to do that, well, buy the rights off me, or get it to where I sell, enough copies to where, I'm financially secure. Because there's authors that make enough money to where they can retire. But they, Mr. X put it best. He goes, yeah, it sounds like they just want you to fight their battles for them because of these dudes that are, yeah.
Well, that's what the thing is, like when you're a teacher or, or someone of influence, like all of us here to various degrees, right? Sometimes people can be a burden. It can be a burden, like where you're trying to help these guys, but then they don't want to do any of the work themselves.
Well, not even that.
Just hang around. They
like,
hang
that's
around.
Part of it. That's part of it. But sometimes it's just people want to see beef.
Oh yeah, a lot of times, man.
Yeah, it's like, and they're saying, oh, well, you can help. It's like, nah, yeah, you're saying that, but I think you just want to see beef.
Yeah.
And especially now that the grift is so in the open, I'm surprised people still would even go to a dating coach or something like that. I can understand,
especially I'll just say that, especially some people, I'll just leave it at this, that were a part of the Smash TV inner circle. We learned that some of them recently years, they paid like thousands of dollars to basically a dating coach. It's like, come on, bro. You of all people shouldn't be doing that. You should know better.
Yeah. And then some of them were trying to be dating coaches, on the down low.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man. I was like, wow. I mean, it reminds me of that saying, the worst thing about betrayal is it never comes from your enemy.
Right.
And the amount of people, I was just like, wow. It just, I mean, it was, in a way, the problem was that it was misleading men. And I figured, and again, in helping, I realized I broke the rule, because the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
So having the good intentions for other people is just paving my own road to hell.
Yeah.
And even if somebody has it for me, so it works in reverse. They're like, no, I'm doing it for you. They're like, look, man, you don't even know your good intentions is trying to pave the road to hell.
Yeah, that was crazy. The koala and stuff made them. They were actually on fucking video. I mean, on a call record, saying that they're going to do this with you and prop you up to do this and be with Torch. It's like, God, it's wild when you hear that type of stuff, man.
Yeah, man. I remember Rolo had that girl Torsha or something.
Yeah.
Straight cokehead.
Definitely.
Yeah, I've talked to her before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the nose on her, the snout, man, she looked like sniffer
like a horse.
One shot. Just you already
put her hair back in a scrunchie and just go to work. Go on that rail that back.
Yeah, it's just and it's funny because I saw how they operated, and I guess maybe because I was experienced enough to remember stuff, and I was like, yeah, these guys are really organized, and that's when I realized they were all organized against me. When I started to speak out, and I'm like, wow. And they were jealous because people would watch the show and all of that. And they would send trolls and all of this stuff. And they didn't realize that it's like you just making the channel better because you're sending, all these people over. And I remember one time Rolo left a comment and then he deleted it. Like he was like, Yeah, he says something like, keep talking Jersey Shore or something. I think he thought I was from New Jersey or something.
Jersey Shore, come on.
Yeah, and I was like,
corny.
Yeah,
and you got Hogwood.
Yeah, all of them. The fact that's what part of why I left, because when people saw that he was, taking pictures, walking behind people with their kids, and I said, wait a minute. I said, nobody's saying anything but me, really?
But you're the bad guy for bringing that up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, what? And it just and that's, I see it till this day. A lot of them I don't think spoke out about it. I think Tate said something because he knew him through Fresh and Fit, and he called it out like back,
Oh, he
early.
did too?
Yeah, he said something like he didn't want to. He goes, that guy's like a pedo, and and that's why you notice Tate is around Fresh and Fit, but and Hogwood's a good friend of Fresh and Fit.
Very good friends with them still to this day.
So you notice that there was because he played the old Tate dissed him. Now he wants to fight him, all of this stuff, and then Tate just ignored him. And I think that was his brother exposed him when he got the liposuction and he was wearing a diaper.
The diaper, this guy's wearing a diper machine. I don't know.
Like he was telling guys, work out, eat right, get gain muscle, and then he goes and gets liposuction, and they called him out on it, took the pictures, and just. Yeah, I was just like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, why am I in this circus? Why am I, bothering with this? And Scribe was like, he was there with me, man. I said, look, we're going to start this channel. We called it Wisdom Radio when I first started. Right. And then Scribe started. I go, look, I'm going to be writing the book. You got to carry the show. And he was like, man, he goes, I can't, I'm not going to carry. I said, listen, you got to try. And he did a great job. Yeah, he did a real good job. And then by later that year, he goes, look, you got to come back to the other channel. And then stuff went on. Like I came back. That was when we had that stream with Alex playing with fire and Luke and Don and Kevin Ray Wilder and Coach Whitepill. And it was a whole bunch of them.
Coach Whitepill. Oh, my God. And then, Banana Max.
Yeah. And then he after that, I had the family thing, and I was like, look, I got to take a break. I got to take care of stuff. And, I was gone for about 3-4 months. And then I think because he carried Smash for a while too.
He did.
Yeah, Scribe. I give Scribe a lot of credit, man. And it went good until I think like 23. And then I was just like, look, man, you need to sell the channel and just do this. And this was still Wisdom Radio. And then when I was going to write American Zombie, he was like, look, you got to change the name. I didn't want to change it because I still have the stuff for the book, because I was like, look, too many people are zombified. It just, there's no, reason for me to publish it. Even a couple of my friends in real life were like, yo, I was like, listen, man, you're a zombie, man, get away from me. I'm like, who am I waking up with that book? Nobody, I said, it's me on the wrong path. So that's when I jumped off it, and I said, all right, I said, and Scribe didn't want me to do Architects of Humanity. And I said, listen, I said, part of me still is kind of twisted,
What's next, MD?
Honestly, I don't know, man. I had to split Architects of Humanity in half because the book was a little lengthy. And I said, people aren't even reading books. So I'm like, okay, if I make 50, 60, 70 pages, Scribe is like, that's too short. I'm like, all right, I don't care. Because April Dunham, I think her name is, she's an author, and she was saying that, she wrote like Sperm Street was 300 and like something pages, but like, 40 pages was links to show people the studies. And she goes, 300 page, people usually read 150. So why not just write a book that's 150? Most people don't even read 150 pages. If the book is 150, they might read 100. So why not just write 100 pages? Also, people get intimidated. They're like, I ain't reading this whole book. So the smaller you make it, the better the chance of it selling. But the other benefit is the quicker the production.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the same exact thing. Yeah, I'm writing like literally something that's 99 pages right now. So
Oh wow.
So I think that's a good idea because like a 400 page thing. Yeah, it's really hard to get people to invest time and read something like that.
Yeah, and then to publish that, to write that book is going to take a while. Like if I make even 1/10 of that, which seems very small, 40 pages, maybe 60 pages, because a 60-page ebook will come out when you fix the parameters for an 8x5. It'll come out to almost 80 or 90 pages, which, in black and white, yeah, you'll make a couple of dollars, maybe 3 or 4, but if it has anything color, you're only going to make $1. Like Secret Words, I only make like $1 on that. And yeah, it's a tough thing. And then now for the last few years, they say audiobooks are outselling ebooks. So that's another thing to consider. So it's like Brian Nichols trying to say I was friends with Mr. Lucario. Nah, I think Mr. Lucario was actually not too happy. I think we used to call him Lacrepio, right?
Yeah, I call him. I think he looks like Mr. Bobo from Dragon Ball Z. Popo.
I don't know who.
You know who that is? Okay.
I remember Jawara was.
He's a dark guy, right? The really dark guy.
Yeah. Because Jawara was saying, "Oh man, he said he might run into you in Brooklyn," and I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, I don't know. He might be from East New York or something like that. I'm not too sure. But
so Brian Nichols has been around for a while. He knows the lore.
I'm surprised. I don't know.
Who is that? It has to be somebody else we know.
It might be. He's from Brave Stream though. That's where I think I know him from. Brave Stream, when Brave was had his channel. I don't know if he started.
You may know Hammerhand then. Remember Hammerhand?
Yeah, I don't think he's on YouTube anymore.
Yeah, in Undead Chronic.
Yeah, those. Yeah. What did Black Circle call him? Hammer Queen.
Hammer Queen. Yeah.
He just because when he put the wig on and stuff and was doing the video, that's when I was like, there it goes. It always comes out. Always comes out.
Yeah.
It can only.
I missed a couple. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I missed a Based Escort. So he had a good channel.
Cool. Yeah, he was a cool.
And what's his name? Base Pluto. He was a wild guy.
He was real cool. Yeah, I think became straight doomer.
Yeah, he did. He did straight doomer. Big time.
Doomer preacher or something. He was a cool dude, man. He definitely, that whole crew.
Did F'd Upsell ever come on your show?
That name sounds familiar. I think I remember that name, but I don't know.
He was a very very hardcore Black Pill channel.
Yeah.
His monologues were great because he would talk about working in the retail with all the Floyds, as he says, and yeah, it was an interesting channel.
That
gritty, very gritty.
It sounds very familiar. Yeah, I think I don't know if he ever came on the stream though, but I think he might have been in the chat. Also, so Brian says, I guess Undead Chronic still does streaming. Yeah. John Anthony had sent me his info. He wanted me to dox him. And he was great. Yeah, man. I had on the old email when I had the other channel because I don't have that email anymore. When we sold the channel, I had to sell the email with it. So that's why I was saying, I'm at the other email. I don't know if you have it. I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay. The Wisdom Radio one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I have that one. Yeah. I'm going to send you a new one. A new message on that.
Yeah. That, he sent it to me. He had the pictures. I think it was like a Facebook profile or something. And he was like, oh, they're saying he got a big following. He was scared. I was like, I'm not trying to dox nobody. I was like, man, people used to send me so much stuff on that email. I remember having 5,000 emails.
Wow.
And Google was saying like the megabytes or gigabytes were getting
used up. Yeah.
And I had like maybe like 5%. I had to start deleting stuff, and it was hilarious because it's so much stuff people were sending me. I mean,
because you exposed so many of the so-called influencers in the manosphere from one of the first people to bring attention. Like I always remember that picture of Myron in bed with that dude, or at the gay pride parade. that was at your stream. We saw it first.
And I got to give credit. The person that sent me that was Koala QB Willis.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. Because remember the people asked, "How do you know Koala?
Yeah.
Where were you going at?" Like he exposed Allende too.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he definitely. Yeah, he exposed a lot of stuff, man. I was like, and I should have known. I should have known that something was fishy. That how's he got privy to all this information?
Yeah,
and then
how's he know about gay parties in Florida or whatever?
I think I forgot who it was, because dude, and I ain't gonna front. The chat was hilarious because it was at an event. I think it was a thing called Sizzle or something like that.
Yeah, Club Sizzle.
Yeah. And then people were saying the owner of Sizzle is Anthony Johnson. I was like, dudes in the chat used to roast more than me. They were hilarious, bro. Anthony Dreams of Johnson, all of that stuff. I was like,
and Hold the Truth coined the term 21 closets.
Yep. It was hilarious. I was like, wow, these guys definitely. So I think that was another thing that they didn't like, that they were waiting for a catalyst, and then it just took off. People just, and Aqua Dragon was cool. I remember Aqua Dragon. Yeah, he's actually friends. He was the one that got Chaotic Truth to come on the stream. He was a friend.
Oh, okay.
And then that's when he had the cell phone with the cord. And he was kind of funny because he was on camera, and I was like, "Look, man," because he's kind of got that. I don't know what it is with the eyes. He got like that frog thing going on, like
it popping out.
Yeah, something.
I think that's a thyroid condition, maybe. And I'm not a doctor though.
Yeah, like somebody squeezed his head a little too hard, and his eyes started to come out. And so that's how I seen him. And I was gonna go on his stream one time because the stream is actually he's actually got like he does streams. He was I was surprised his channel was that flowing, but I think he mainly talks about like racial issues and stuff. He went on that type of thing. And then
you remember when Poppy Blanco and there was a fight between him and that one dude, not Marte.
Yeah, I remember Poppy.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, he was in that one guy. You were grilling that one cat in Miami, and he was like, he supposedly was hanging with his friends, but he was on the phone with you while he was at the beach, and he was saying how good his life was. Black dude, I forgot his name. There's a lot of moments in there.
Miami, trying to think. There are so many people, man. When I think about it, it's like I forget some of them.
Blue H. Who? Blue H and his yacht stop philosophy. That guy is funny.
And Blue H was a cool dude. I have to admit, Blue H was a cool dude. He was always respectful.
He gave pushback.
Yeah,
a lot of times. Yeah,
he could take criticism.
He could. Yeah.
Another thing too, Sarah, the tomato, when she came on the show, she took she took the criticism very well from the chat and the guys on the panel. I was cool with her. But
this is where she came from, this area. Sarah the Rotten Tomato.
I think somebody told her because everybody was
self-made or something.
Well, they were saying, possibly. Like they were saying if you need traffic to come on Smash, because a lot of people would come on Smash to see if they could survive, without getting roasted or whatever. But I, welcomed her. Hey, what's up? Come on. But
you were cool to her. Yeah, I don't think she's kind of funny. She has some talent.
Yeah, I don't even think she remembers me. Yeah, because I was like, she's got enough talent to do like comedy. She's when she was doing some of her videos, I was like, wow, she's a funny girl. And
she's pretty big now, or she was until Wilson knocked her down a peg.
Yeah. And Wilson, again, we see the way he acts, and it's basically because of you look at again the wife, and
who was on Rogan.
Yeah,
Machine debated Andrew Wilson. It was a famous debate.
Who? The wife?
The Machine Lies.
Oh, the Machine Lies debated Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean Wilson. Yeah, I don't think somebody asked me that. I think it was Brian Nichols was asking me if I would debate him, but I'm like, I'm like, how about just having a conversation?
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, like that girl destroyed him on whatever. I was like, what?
Yeah, he's not that smart in my opinion.
Yeah, he's definitely not. And I mean, when she said the 3 baby daddies that his wife got from 3 different guys, and I was just like, how could anybody even take him serious after that? It's like
like a hypocrite kind of.
Yeah, total hypocrite. It's like, and she had a very good point. And then the biggest thing was his reaction. That's what I'm surprised people didn't.
Yeah, he's out of character.
He started chicken necking. He was doing the
chicken
necking.
He started chicken necking.
Yeah, I was like, holy smokes. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he just I was like, because Scribe was telling me back then, like a couple years ago, he was saying, yeah, you should maybe get on the Crucible, but I think the Crucible is more religious. I don't know what they really talk about.
He's the ortho, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and then Not So Tuna, the Not So Erudite girl.
Oh, you call it Not So Tuna? That's bad. Tell you, MD has 99 names, bro. They're clowning.
Yeah, she never responded when I used to like talk about her a little bit on the show. I never really roasted her, but she was cool with Alex, I think, playing with Fire.
Alex.
Yeah,
he was like a bridge between the smaller channels and the bigger channels.
Yeah, she has like an in with people too, because she's gotten on certain channels. I think she
Destiny.
Got on, the Young Turks or something like that, and she I guess I just look at her as, hey, she's trying to make a living. She's making a living on YouTube, and so it's like, she kind of got a big head, she might be a nice person, who knows.
My favorite moments are actually with Scribe and Spicoli, and Scribe's always, Spicoli, come on, man.
Spicoli, I give him
Spicoli.
He was cool, man. He was definitely, I don't know if
he still goes on Sarah. No, yeah, he's still around. He goes on Sarah.
Oh, he does? Okay, good. I'm glad to see he's all right, because I think they were saying he passed.
He looks sickly all the time. He always looked like death.
Yes, I think there must have been a rumor, because then somebody jumped on and the name was the Spirit of Spicoli.
You guys are quick.
Yeah, and they were doing that on this channel, and they were donating $5, and I was like, hey, thanks for the Spirit of Spicoli, and because I'm gonna read it off. If somebody donates, I'm gonna read it, as long as it's not doxing anyone, threatening, or racial slurs. I'm gonna read it off.
You had some good noun accounts, like there was Jay Tahoe's lifts, and there was like his shoe lifts, and there was like inanimate objects were some of the chatters in your chat sometimes, making fun of people. Like,
oh yeah, there would be a lot of accounts. Hammer Queen, somebody came on as Hammer Queen in the chat. They were notorious for that. People would know. It was a very interactive channel. It was when Face and LMS came on a few times, we'd have like 270 people watching. I was like, wow, he just him and Bulldog Mindset. I noticed it was usually we'd have about 150 people watching.
Yeah, wow.
And for a channel that was that small, 4,000 subs, it wasn't a lot, and it was hot. It was very on point. And LFA, he came on when it first started, and he kind of gave me the idea when I was streaming on a Saturday night. It was 2020, like May or something, and he goes, you do this every Saturday night? And I was like, yeah. I was like, I guess I will be doing that now. And he had his friend Affy Kingdom, right? And that's when he was saying stuff to me, and he was like, oh, he was trying to act like he was the man, and he turned the camera on, and I said, you look like Grover from Sesame Street, man. And he turned the camera off. He put some avatar on. I'm like, come on, man, And yeah, I think he got kind of affected, But yeah, I couldn't believe people would act that way. Like, it's like, it's like, bro, it's like, come on, man. It's like, you really think you're the man? It's like, that's a pretty hard position to fill. and
Mm-hmm.
usually, you know, the higher the thing, the harder to fall, you know.
Yeah,
And,
like Neil Wolf when he brought his future wife on the stream.
yeah,
That
and
was funny.
yeah, and I helped him out, and we see what happened. He
He made a
turned.
video about me. I mean,
Hmm?
luckily, no, he made a video about me because after he went on his show, he tried to ruminate to me about like, oh, look at these guys, how they, you know, they treated us. And I'm like, bro, you should know better. You know, Smash TV, like, don't bring your woman on there like that, especially when she's showing people dick pics and stuff.
And that ain't even his woman. You know, it's like
Oh yeah,
people think that's their woman. You know, like they'll be like, "Oh,
it's
he's
his turn."
Yeah, it's like, come on, bro. You over here with, you know, it's like you had to go to the Philippines. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you had to spend $3,000 to go to the Philippines for that. You know, it's like, come on, man. It just and again, I'm not making fun of him. It's just I understand that's the position that he got to play. You don't.
Yeah,
It's like I said before. You'll never see Danny DeVito applying to play the part of Batman. He applies to play the penguin.
the penguin.
Right?
Yes.
So these guys can only play the position that life dealt them, the card.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, like it's funny because remember Trippy Cast? I think is he maybe he turned on his camera and you guys roasted him before too.
Yeah, well, he got angry. I stopped like saying stuff because I think he was like he was taking insulin or something. I remember him saying something about it. And then he would get very like he was an angry person. And he would troll. He even trolled this channel. He would leave like comments in the community post. And I realized I said he's just very unsatisfied with his own self. So it was really nothing for me to say. I'm like, you know what? Hopefully he finds some type of resolve.
He didn't, MD, because you can ask Machine. He acts like he's the man in the panelverse, like he's big time.
Who's this?
Trippy Cast. He's a fucking dork.
I don't know. I kind of like Trippy. I don't know.
He's all right, but I'm saying, but like he clowns like come on, bro. Look how you look. He wants to talk about other people. My thing is like, I mean, don't get me wrong. He clowns Speakeasy a lot. I know you know Speakeasy. MD.
Yeah, I heard people were saying he was getting channels banned and struck.
Yeah,
like, I forgot who it was that was saying that too. Like we noticed that like when he came on Smash, we were demonetized after that for like 3 months.
Holy crap!
Yeah, and then he
did a reply.
Yeah, well, he did it to a few channels, and then I think it was remember
did he like say a bunch of stuff?
No, like he would do stuff and then go and report it. And it would be stuff that you didn't know, but they have a knack. Like Alex Playing with Fire knew how to do it. He said, look, if you get everybody to report this and you do it
all
like
at once.
Yeah, and you would get them, they'll get a strike. So he had showed that, and I was like, wow, these guys are real dirty. They're very dirty.
Can I ask you a question, MD? Because I have 3 months ago, I had my monetization taken away, and I'm supposed to be able to apply for it next week. Did you get yours back? And if so, how did you do it?
I had to go through YouTube School. They made me watch videos and answer questions, and then somebody was reporting me to where they were even like, oh, we don't think you're making the videos. So I had to send a video.
Oh, like AI shit.
Well, no, not even AI thing. They were like using somebody else's stuff.
All other content, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait a minute, I make all my videos. So then I had to make a video showing them. Did they go, tell us what you use, how you do it? So I had to show them the StreamYard. I said, okay, this is how I do it. And they were like, okay, now we know how you make your videos. And then they were like, all right, we're going to monetize it. So they remonetized it, you know. So I was like, all right, cool. And that was, I think, November. And then, you know, I was like, okay, I got to stay within the guidelines. I'm not gonna, you know, anybody even like Spurgeezy tried to come on here a couple months ago, and I didn't let him on. I kept him backstage, and he was typing, "Oh, you scared? This and that." Great, say whatever you want, but I already know what you be doing. And who was it? You remember he had a channel, You Can't Fool Pops. He looked like Uncle Fresh.
Oh yeah, Pops. That's Mike's son, father, Rant.
Yeah,
you know, Machine knows Rant. Yeah,
yeah. So he I don't know what happened to his channel, but Scribe happened to see Spurgeezy jump on somebody's panel, and Mike was following him around telling people, yo, don't let this guy on there. He strikes channels.
Right.
So that was the first clue. And then we started to see, you know, how a lot of other people was, you know, people would give us a heads up, say, yeah, he went on this channel. Next thing you know, they got demonetized. You know, so yeah. So when he came
he's a
on,
snitch, basically.
Yeah, he's a snitch, man. He's a straight up snitch. And it just and again, he's a very he's like a patron of Andrew Wilson, you know?
Right.
So it's like we see they're just dirty, man. They're just dirty, and there's nothing we could really do. It's just like, okay, you just got to stay away from them because they want you to play in the mud with them. They want you. They want to get people dirty. They're dirty, so they want to get people dirty. The only thing you can do is stay away. Is don't associate with them. Don't associate with people, you know, associating with them, and just leave it at that. It just, you know, just leave it at that because they're not trying to play fair. They're not trying. It's sad, and I see that with Andrew Wilson too. I see that with. I mean, one person called him out, I think, on Piers Morgan because they said you're not a Christian, you're a white nationalist. Because anybody who's a Christian is not going to be attacking other people. They're going to live like this one guy. He's a Christian, and he called it out, and I was like, wow, he did that very, very, very wise. He was very wise, and Wilson, you know, tried to attack him, and it was he put it in a very good way, and I'm like, yeah. I was like, he really. It's hard to see if you don't know what to look for. It's just the same thing with Trump and stuff. Like when people try to say, oh, he's religious or whatever, or, you know, no, he's just saying what they want to hear. And, you know, they didn't have a problem with him, you know, saying that about women, whatever. I knew something was up. Anybody that makes fun of disabled people are not good people. And when he did that with the hand gestures during his first thing, I said, that's the same thing Hitler did. Hitler was sterilizing people that they say were unfit, people that were disabled, people that had glasses, people that, you know, meanwhile, Himmler had glasses. You know, you're looking at Mr. X hit me to it. There's a really good book called The Pink Swastika, showing how all of those dudes was closet, including Hitler. Hitler was a pedo. You know, there's his best friend was
his niece and all that
girl. Yeah, it's like anybody can look up, find
his best friend. I think I heard about that. Yeah,
bro, it's really messed up. And then what do we see in the Oval Office right now? Same thing, straight ped. And nobody really, that's the elephant in the room that people don't want to talk about. It's like any grown man today caught with that, you would have this, you know, it's like, well, where's the kid's parent? Did the kid parent take that picture? It's like, you know, it's just very weird, very weird.
Wait, what is the picture of?
With him with the Epstein Island stuff, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it was other like parties and stuff like that too. Like they had them on the internet. I didn't really want to talk about stuff like that. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother with that. But you know, it just, yeah, you know, it's better just to. This might not get as much views, but at least I'm away from that stuff, you know. And I see how people are starved for content. They're very, very starved for content. It's YouTube is kind of pushing that thing where they want to see people argue and debate and do all this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that's I got to figure out a way out of that to where that's why I was so happy with the guest we had today. He was such a great person, great research, even objective ethics when he came on the other stream. Great guest, you know, he good message. William Kane, that was another good one. Diego Knows, really cool guy. The guy that did the Tesla book, Guy Peterson. So it's been a couple of guests, you know, not a lot, but you know.
Symbology one was good too.
Symbology. Which
Didn't
one?
you do one guy like propaganda and marketing and advertisements?
Yeah, that
like
was
a year ago.
Yeah, that was William Kane.
Okay, yeah.
He wrote the
That was
book.
good.
He was a cool dude. He's a professor at Boston University, and I forgot how I got in touch with him, but yeah, it just happens. Sometimes I just like when I saw Mr. Sosa's stuff, it popped up in the feed because I do look at like the ancient civilization stuff, and I was looking. I said, okay, the Dendera light bulb. I've seen this before, and then I saw some other vids, and I was like, wow, this is different. And I contacted him, last month, and next thing you know, yeah, I was like, yeah, it was cool, man. But yeah,
I'm gonna get going, MD. Thank you for having me. This has been a wonderful broadcast.
Yeah, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure having the Machine Lies on here, man. That's royalty.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's definitely
goated status.
Yeah,
Machine Lies legend.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah. Did you have anything, Machine, or anything you wanted to talk about, or?
Not really. I just came up just to support the show.
Man, I appreciate that so much, man. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, it's about 11:55. Wow, I thought it was 11:30. Yeah, I gotta.
Same for me.
Yeah, definitely. We'll talk soon, man. I appreciate you guys here, everybody in the chat. Thank you, and have a great night.
Yeah, peace, homies.
All right,
Peace, guys.